The silence of a sunset-drenched industrial facility is ripped apart by the sound of boots on pavement and desperate shouting. Armed men scour the ruins, barking orders to find their targets before they can slip away. One man, pistol drawn and ready, gives the chilling command to shoot on sight the moment they're spotted. Deep within the shadows, Yeon-seol hovers over a broken and bloodied Seo Do-kyom. Her face is a mask of grief as she begs him to get up, desperate for them to run before it's too late. Between choked sobs, she shakes her head, asking what point there is in surviving if she has to leave him behind. He looks up at her with a faint, pained smile and asks if they should just go out together. Yoon-seol can barely process the words through her shock, but the young master isn't done. His bloody hand latches onto her shirt, pulling her close as he admits his final, selfish truth. He can't stand the thought of her being with any other guy. Our girl mirrors his resolve, clutching his stained hand and promising they'll face the end as one. He lets out a dry, tired laugh at her stubbornness, but the moment is cut short as he hacks up blood. He tries to snap her back to reality, telling her to stop the nonsense and run, but she won't budge. Suddenly, the metallic click of a handgun echoes from the shadows. A figure emerges, aiming straight at the wounded boy. Do-kyom freezes as he stares down the barrel of his own execution. Yoon-seol screams a desperate no and throws herself over him, but a thunderous gunshot drowns out her voice. The force of the shot sends Do-kyom slumping onto her, his weight pinning her to the dusty floor. Horror-stricken, she whispers for him to stay with her, but the light is fading. He struggles to get out one last plea, gasping for her to live on before his eyes roll back and he loses consciousness. She wails in agony, clutching his lifeless body to her chest as the world crashes down. Just as she wonders how she can possibly go on, a digital game interface flickers into existence right in front of her. It's a choice that will decide everything: follow him into death or hunt down revenge. Back in the real world, Baek-hye stares at her monitor in total disbelief. She lets out a frustrated shout, realizing she's hit yet another trash route where everyone ends up dead. Our girl slumps into her gaming chair, sighing at the ridiculous death flags before noticing the time. It's 12:11 a.m., and she's spent hours on this misery. The title screen for Gangster Love mocks her from the monitor. It's an R-rated romance sim, not for the spice, but because the gritty story is a relentless tragedy. Nobody has ever found a happy ending, and our girl has already racked up dozens of failures. She checks her latest social media review, noting that the hero is dead and the girl is next. She scrolls through the comments on her post, feeling the shared pain of the player base. One user laughs that she lasted 40 hours while they quit on day one. Another points out the game is only worth playing for the handsome male lead, since every route ends in a massacre. Our girl just hums, the weight of the grind finally hitting her. She admits she's exhausted, but that stubborn streak won't let her quit until she sees a real ending. On screen, the tragic loop continues. Yoon-seol holds a gun to her own head while cradling her dead lover. The dialogue box displays one final, heartbreaking declaration of love right before she pulls the trigger. A flash of light and a gunshot sound effect signal the end. It's bad ending number 26 out of 100. As the credits roll, the system practically mocks her, asking how many more times she and the lead are going to die. Our girl just leans her head on her hand, muttering the heroine's name like a prayer for a better script. She wonders how the heroine can be so obsessed no matter how much of a knockout the guy is. Everyone knows dating a gangster is a one-way ticket to the morgue. In this world, falling for the underworld's top dog results in a 99% mortality rate. She paces the room, cursing herself for playing this dumpster fire of a game. She flops onto her bed, scrolling through her phone on a day that was supposed to be special. A sad little setup of beer, instant noodles, and a single slice of cake sits on her table. Her notifications are a wasteland of work pings from her boss and grocery coupons. She stares at the screen with bitter eyes, muttering that this birthday is a total joke. Our girl sits up and cracks a beer, sarcastically toasting to her cheerful birthday. She takes a massive gulp, the alcohol immediately warming her chest. Her face flushes red with a mix of heat and pure annoyance. She keeps drinking, glaring at her computer. Lying to herself, she demands to know what's actually supposed to be so special, and that her life was never meant for special moments anyway. The clock ticks over to 3:38 a.m. She knows there's still a mountain of content to clear before finding a new ending, but a sudden wave of dizziness hits her. She groans, slumping back into her chair as the room starts to spin. The combination of cheap beer and zero sleep finally wins. She collapses forward, face planting right next to her laptop. With a long, muffled groan of complete exhaustion, she drifts off into a deep, unconscious sleep. In the haze of a dream, the game's tragic scenes flicker through her mind. She sees the romance, the heartbreak, and that damn gun being cocked for the 100th time. Her inner voice muses that love was always something she'd given up on. She wonders why, tonight of all nights, she's suddenly feeling so different about it. She wishes, just for once, she could feel that kind of devotion. On the monitor, a digital loading circle begins to spin, followed by a bright "Start" command. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a sunlit classroom. A dark-haired boy in a school uniform sits at a desk, looking like a younger, softer version of the game's lethal male lead. She blinks awake and realizes he's right in front of her. The resemblance to Seo Do-kyum is uncanny. She's so close she can see the detail of his eyelashes, which sends her into a silent panic. Looking around, she finds herself in a classroom full of students, with a framed motto on the wall telling everyone to eat their meals properly. Our girl stares at her hands, stunned that she can actually feel the desk and grab objects. She spots a name tag on the uniform that clearly reads Baek Yihai. Panicked, she wonders why she's back in school and fumbles for a mirror. She catches her reflection and is stunned. She's actually quite the knockout in this world. She cycles through the classic stages of isekai denial. From initial shock to a silent internal scream, she tries to rationalize the impossible. Only after clutching her head and processing the absurdity does she accept the reality. She hasn't just been playing the game, she's actually transmigrated into it. The realization hits. She's inside gangster love. She feels a heavy gaze and looks up to find the young master himself staring her down. His sharp eyes are locked onto her name tag, firmly identifying her. She breaks out in a cold sweat, her mind racing as she wonders why he's looking at her like she's a problem. She wonders if he was just reading her name tag. But the game has other plans. A digital loading animation appears in the air, followed by a pink status window. It welcomes her and announces that the baby gangster is now aware of her character. She sits frozen, unable to believe she's seeing actual system prompts in real life. The text claims the gangster is feeling interest in her, and our girl thinks that's total bullshit. Having a future mob boss interested in you is a death sentence, not a rom-com setup. Just then, a gray-haired teacher slides the door open for homeroom dismissal. The students grumble about being the last class left while he tells them to settle down. Our girl slumps at her desk, letting out a long sigh as she tries to wrap her head around her new life. She glances over to see the boy still watching her, the status window pinging between them like a digital heartbeat. Panic flares as she realizes she might already be marked. The system begins loading a world map, signaling that the real game has finally started. A digital map highlights a route to a family friend's house just 4 minutes away. She marches down the street, telling herself to get it together. A quick stop at the school computer lab reveals the truth. Gangster love doesn't exist here. With no guides or walkthroughs to help her, the only thing she can trust is the floating status window. She thinks back to the lore she knows. The status window confirms her character's tragic past. Both parents are gone. Now a transfer student, she's been sent to live with an old friend of her folks. Even in a new world, she's completely alone. She stops on the sidewalk, looking at the sky and realizing her fate seems just as lonely as it was back home. As she walks, she's glad she didn't possess the main heroine, since that girl's life expectancy is basically 0. Suddenly, a voice right behind her shoulder warns her she's going the wrong way. She flinches, sensing someone practically pressing against her back. It's Do-kyum, his sharp eyes tracking her every move. Our girl spins around with a scream, pointing a finger at him in total shock. She stammers his name, demanding to know why he's on this route. He just stares back with a look so cold it makes her skin crawl. A status window pings to let her know the baby gangster is displeased. Without a word, he brushes past her, leaving her stunned in his wake. She expected a fight, but he just keeps walking. Then her system pings with a command to follow him. The map confirms the worst. They're headed to the exact same place. She's not just his classmate, they live in the same direction. Part of her wonders if this is some kind of jackpot, but the rest of her is just terrified as she follows him at a distance. They finally reach the destination and she realizes this is her new home. It's a massive grand mansion. As they hit the gate, a row of men in black suits bows in perfect sync. One of them bellows a formal greeting to the young master. Our girl stands there, completely overwhelmed by this sudden, terrifying display of power. She stays rooted to the spot until the boy turns around and tells her to get inside. She's having a total meltdown, clutching her head as the truth sinks in. The house she's moving into belongs to the freaking male lead. She's officially living with gangsters. Before she can process that, someone approaches from behind, making her heart skip a beat. The guards shout a booming welcome using her full name. In a desperate panic, she waves her hands, claiming it's a big misunderstanding. She stammers out that her name isn't Yihai, but Baek Oh-hyen. The guards just exchange looks, whispering that they don't get kids these days. She feels pathetic and humiliated, wishing the ground would just swallow her whole. The young master tells her to give it a rest and get moving. A status window pings with a warning. He's judged her joke as not funny at all. He mentions he already heard the details of her arrival from his father. Her heart sinks. He knew she was coming the whole time. making her little performance look even more ridiculous. She follows him into the foyer, frantically trying to remember anything about his father from the game. The man was a ghost in the original story, with almost no screen time, making him a complete wild card. She hesitates at the stairs, but the boy doesn't wait, announcing his return to the house as guards bow once again in absolute respect. She stands alone in the massive hall, feeling tiny amidst the opulence. Then a hand grips the banister at the top of the stairs. The heavy rhythmic sound of footsteps echoes through the silence. A polished black shoe appears on the red carpet, and a deep, commanding voice acknowledges her presence, freezing her in place. The man looking down is the big boss himself, Seo Iheum. He stares her down with a stern gaze, confirming her identity. She stammers a greeting, terrified to be facing the father of the male lead. Up on the balcony, another young man named Seo Yul scoffs at her, while Do-kyom just wanders off, bored by the whole scene. The boy heads deeper into the house with his bag over his shoulder, acting like it's just Tuesday. But as he leaves, a pink status window flickers to life for our girl. It's a formal welcome, noting that the baby gangster has officially acknowledged her presence in the mansion. It's a surreal moment, digital prompts popping up in a den of criminals. The mob boss isn't exactly radiating warmth as he repeats her name. She tries to greet him again, her voice shaking as she realizes this guy is the real deal. He begins to descend the stairs, his footsteps heavy and full of authority. Every step closer makes her feel more like a trapped bird in a very gilded, very dangerous cage. He remarks that she looks just like her mother, which sends a shiver down her spine. Our girl is reeling. How does a top-tier gangster know her family? He even remembers her father calling him the Silver Fox. This revelation flips her world upside down. Were her parents actually part of this underworld too? The boss drops a bit of brutal honesty, noting that she seems just as scatterbrained as her old man. It's a strangely casual comment coming from a man who could likely have her erased, leaving her even more baffled about the history between her parents and this criminal empire. Formalizing things, the man introduces himself as Seo Iheum. He acknowledges that this environment must be a lot to take in, but explains that her presence here is per her parents' last will. They left a command for him to protect her until she reaches adulthood. She listens, the gravity of the situation finally starting to settle as she surveys the hall. The boss assures her that if she stays on her assigned floor and behaves, she'll be comfortable. Our girl can't believe the audacity. Does he really expect her to just freeload with a pack of wolves? The thought of living in a house crawling with thugs makes her grab her hair in a panic. Her life just got infinitely more complicated. She suddenly blurts out a question about the rent, admitting she doesn't have a cent. The boss just stares at her, confused until a subordinate explains her worry. He sighs, face-palming, and asks if he looks like a loan shark who'd shake down a student. She's relieved it's free, but also immediately suspicious of a gangster's charity. She tries to make a break for it, claiming she needs to go home and think. The boss stops her dead, calmly mentioning she doesn't have a home because he already sold it. Her face goes pale. She screams, demanding to know what right he had to sell her house, but the reality is cold and final. She looks at him praying this is just a sick joke. With nowhere else to go, she plasters on a fake smile and tells them she'll head inside, even giving the young master a fake little wave. Inside, she's absolutely fuming. She can't believe the nerve of this guy selling her property. Just as she's about to lose it, her status window starts to glitch and flicker, signaling another unwanted update. A digital chime pings with the news. Her profile has been updated. Her new official status is homeless vagrant. She curses and collapses to her knees, her spirit shattered. She rants internally about the unfairness of gangster logic while the father and son just watch her meltdown with total indifference, like it's just another day in the mansion. The young master steps closer to the girl slumped on the floor, sounding almost concerned as he asks if she's actually okay. It's a rare moment of curiosity from the boy, looking down at the stranger who just had her entire world sold out from under her. He asks what's wrong with her, but our girl has already flipped the switch to survival mode. She spins around with a blindingly bright fake smile and a peace sign, announcing that she's decided to stay after all. If it was her parents' will, who is she to argue? The boss just looks bored, unimpressed by how fast she can pivot when she's cornered. Yihai decides the best way to survive this is to lean into the absurdity, playfully bowing and declaring that she'll be a humble, obedient resident. The big boss, Iheum, just lets out a heavy sigh, relieved she's finally making some sense. He wastes no time turning to his son, commanding the boy to settle her into the room next door. Standing tall in the hallway, surrounded by guards, the young heir gives a flat, dutiful, "Yes, father," behind him. Our girl forces a compliant smile, following her new host into the unknown. The elevator doors chime as they step inside. Looking around the sleek, polished interior, the girl asks which floor they're aiming for and why they even need an elevator in a house. The stoic lead stares straight ahead, coolly stating they're headed to the second floor. She blinks in total surprise, repeating the destination as if she expected something way more epic than a one-floor trip. Our girl can't wrap her head around taking an elevator for one floor, especially when they started on the third. The indicator dings as they arrive on the second level, stepping out into another unnervingly quiet hallway. Her guide stops in front of a massive white door and tells her it's her room. He tells her to change her clothes and says he'll be back later. But before she can chime in, he hits her with a cold, predatory stare. He warns her to behave, admitting he really hates it when people start rubbing his nerves the wrong way. Without another word, the guy announces he's leaving and walks off. Left vibrating with annoyance, our girl huffs at his back, realizing she's definitely caught this gangster's attention and not the romantic kind. She clicks the door open and gasps. It's not a cell, it's a massive, pink, luxurious bedroom with a towering canopy bed. It's a world away from the gritty, dangerous life she thought she was signing up for. She is absolutely floored by the room, her cheeks flushing as she shouts in pure excitement. She spots a state-of-the-art computer setup and squeals before flopping onto the king-sized luxury bed. She even grabs a massive stuffed animal, hugging it while gushing over how cute it is, but then she snaps herself out of the trance, shaking her head. This isn't playtime. She drops to the floor next to her backpack, reminding herself that she's officially entered the lion's den and needs to stay sharp. Pulling the monitor closer, her expression turns dead serious. She needs every scrap of info she can get to survive this world. She wonders if she's even allowed to drink now, recalling her last memory of the real world, getting absolutely plastered while grinding through gangster romance routes. She'd fallen asleep with a splitting headache, never imagining she'd wake up inside the actual game. A realization hits her like a freight train. She remembers that back in her old life, she desperately wanted to experience an intense love just once. A vision of her lonely reality flashes back, sitting in a dark room with only a screen and a humming fan for company. She wonders if that pathetic, desperate wish is the reason she ended up in this body. Leaning over the keyboard, she looks more stressed than ever as the pieces of this cosmic joke start to fit together. Typing frantically, our girl wonders if she's actually expected to date the lead now. Looking at her notes, she realizes she possessed this body after dreaming of a boyfriend with exactly his looks. She jokes that she's read enough webtoons to stay sane, or she'd be heading straight for a psych ward. But something is off. There was no character named Yihai in the original game. Between the physical glow-up and the orphan backstory matching her real life, she suspects this character was custom-made just for her. She wonders how this girl's parents even got tangled up with a mob family. The problem is, the original game focused on the heroine, Yoonseol, so info on side characters is non-existent. The only thing she knows for sure is that after his father's death, the young heir took over the underworld way earlier than planned. She tries to recall the specific lines Yoonseol said in the game's original timeline to find a clue. In the game's memories, the lead once stood on a rooftop and explained that a spy killed his father during his second year of high school. That tragedy is what forced him to lead the faction. Back in the present, our girl stands up in total shock. She's currently in her second year. The timing is perfect. She's living through a prologue the game skipped, which means the boss is currently a walking dead man. She stares at the wall, the weight of the future hitting her. At this rate, the man who just gave her a luxury room will be murdered very soon. If that happens, his son will be set on a permanent path to ruin. She's the only one who knows the truth, and she wonders if she has what it takes to stop fate. Just as she's lost in thought, the door is kicked open with a thunderous slam. Our girl jumps out of her skin, letting out a sharp scream of terror. A kid named Yeol stands in the doorway, glaring and demanding to know what she thinks she's doing. He calls her a bum, insulting her for freeloading and immediately rotting in front of a computer. Yiha's eye twitches with pure rage at the disrespect. She wonders who this punk thinks he is, but then it clicks. This is the same brat she saw lounging on the stairs when she first arrived at the mansion. The kid leans in close and shouts, asking who she thinks she is to just decide they're living together. He doesn't wait for an answer, grabbing her arm roughly and pulling her toward him. Our girl can only look up at him with wide, startled eyes as the confrontation turns physical way faster than she expected. The brat tells her to stop butting into his family's business and to get out right now. That's enough to snap her temper. She calls him a rude little brat and asks if he really thinks she wanted to be stuck here. She jumps up, threatening to clock him and screaming for him to back off. The kid flinches at her sudden intensity, yelling back and asking what's wrong with her before telling her to just get lost already. A hand suddenly drops onto the kid's shoulder, and a cold voice warns him against using such trashy language. It's Dokyam, looking stern as he silences his brother. He turns his attention to the girl, asking why she's still in her school uniform. The brother is instantly terrified, stuttering out an incoherent mess. Watching the dynamic, our girl realizes she's definitely dealing with a pair of siblings. The brat immediately starts playing the victim, claiming the girl was being super hostile toward him. His older brother doesn't buy the act for a second, telling him he's just as bad as she is. He announces that everything is ready and tells both of them to get downstairs. The dining table is a total spectacle, overflowing with gourmet food like roasted turkey and a massive strawberry cake. Her jaw drops as she asks if they always eat like royalty. The boss, already seated at the head of the table, tells her this isn't the norm, it's a special occasion. Dokyeom tells her to stop standing there like a statue and just sit. As she takes her seat, she can't help but wonder what's actually being celebrated. The heir casually mentions that it's her birthday, sending a shock through her system. Ihyum notes the coincidence of her arriving on her birthday and tells her to eat well and cheer up after everything she's endured. He orders the younger son to bring the cake over and sit his butt down. Our girl sits there trembling, barely processing the kindness. Meanwhile, a status window pops up, informing her that the lead has detected an abnormal condition in her. The younger brother looks at her and asks if she's actually crying. The entire kitchen goes dead silent as the three men watch her in awkward, confused silence. She has her face buried in her arms, sobbing quietly at the table, completely overwhelmed by an unexpected celebration from a group of gangsters. Tears stream down her face as she tries to pull herself together. After a moment, she gives up on composure and dives into a large piece of the strawberry cake. She takes a massive, messy bite, and for a split second, the tragedy of her situation is completely forgotten in the taste of the sugar. Our girl chews with pure bliss, thinking this cake tastes like it was made of pure money. The younger brother watches her eat with a bewildered expression, asking if she's been starving for days. The heir just watches her silently from his seat. Her status window pings again, noting that the lead is actually intrigued by her gluttony. She looks up with her mouth full, looking more like a hungry puppy than a guest. She wonders if the guy is seriously looking at her like a pet. The boss tells everyone to dig in, specifically advising the girl to eat some real food instead of just dessert. They all offer thanks for the meal, and she's struck by the feeling of sharing a table for the first time in forever. She never expected this level of effort. Suddenly, the old man turns serious, announcing he has something important to say. The heir calmly tells him to go ahead. The girl is busy daydreaming about living a quiet life as a shut-in from now on. She doesn't notice the tension until the boss looks down and specifically calls out her and his eldest son's names. The atmosphere at the table shifts instantly, turning heavy and cold. The boss drops a total bombshell. The two of them will have an engagement ceremony this coming spring once they reach adulthood. The news is so jarring that our girl immediately spits her drink out in a massive spray. The younger brother starts coughing violently, screaming that it's disgusting after getting caught in the crossfire of her spit take. She stands up and yells, demanding to know where the hell this came from. She asks Dokyeom if he knew, and he calmly admits he's known for a while. Our girl is spiraling. Being a guest was one thing, but an engagement is insanity. She screams that this is the first she's heard of it, and it's moving too fast, but the boss just continues eating. He explains this was all decided long before either of them were even born. She imagines herself as a villainess, looming over Yoonseol, and panics about being stuck on the villainess route. She wonders how the story will survive if she's the one engaged to the lead. She confronts the boss, asking why the adults get to decide their lives and claiming that while she values looks, personality matters more. The younger brother bangs on the table, demanding to know what's wrong with his personality. The kid shouts, asking who she thinks she is to reject his brother. She tells him he needs a personality check and calls the whole family a burden, pointing out that since he hates her anyway, he should be glad she refused. The brat screams for her to just leave, but the father shuts them both down with a sharp command for silence, telling his son he's being too loud for the dinner table. The boss tells them to mind their manners, leaving the younger son dejected. Our girl feels a pang of guilt, wondering if she caused too much of a scene and noticing the father is much harsher on his own blood. The old man clarifies that the engagement is just a formality, and they can do as they please later, leading her to apologize for the commotion. She reflects on the fact that the heir to a powerful family would never be married off to just anyone. The table falls into a suffocating silence as she sits next to her future fiancé. He eventually asks if she can even manage to swallow her food, while she watches the younger brother walk away in a visible, depressed slump. The kid's sad expression lingers in her mind as he leaves. Later that night, she sighs in the exhaustion of her room, thinking about how the engagement news completely killed her mood. She laments being a minor who can't even have a beer and wonders why they're being forced into a decision made by adults decades ago. She wonders if her real-world self is dead or just sleeping, and if it's right to abandon her old life so easily. She puts her brush away, deciding to make survival her absolute priority. By staying uninvolved as a side character, she hopes to eventually return to reality or at least find a way to be independent from these gangsters. Our girl realizes that even though she wanted to run away, staying might not be so bad. For now, she thinks about the birthday celebration and the unexpected kindness of the family. Her deep thoughts are interrupted by a sudden sharp knock at the door. She asks who's there, and the lead identifies himself, telling her to come out for a moment if she's still awake. She finds him in the hallway where he tells her not to let his brother's behavior get to her. She simply nods, trying to keep things civil. It feels unfair for him to show up with such a handsome face late at night. She asks if he came all this way just for a pep talk, but he says there's somewhere they need to go together tomorrow after school. Her heart races as he leans in closer to deliver the news. He emphasizes it'll be just the two of them. The next day, she finds herself at a luxury boutique, realizing she was terrified for nothing. She thought they were going to do engagement prep, but it turns out to be a continuation of her birthday celebration with some serious retail therapy. She follows him into the store, grateful for the chance to upgrade her wardrobe. She recalls the boss telling her to buy whatever she wants, and sees this as the perfect chance to exploit the situation. She calls out to her companion, who turns to ask what she's looking for. She asks about the spending limit, and he tells her not to worry. His father said to get whatever she likes. She decides to spend enough to make the old man regret the engagement. But when he pulls out a black card, she can't help but find the flex a little heart-fluttering. Our girl cheers internally, starting her plan to get disqualified as a fiancée by being a gold digger. She tells the clerk she'll take everything on the racks, but is stunned when the total hits nearly 99 million won. While she stammers in shock, the guy calmly tells the clerk to just process it all as a single payment. She frantically asks to cancel the order, admitting she thought it would only be in the thousands. He mocks her earlier confidence about swiping the card for everything. She wonders why he even bothered coming along if he didn't have anything to buy for himself. The guy says he just had free time and didn't want her to get lost in the city. She recognizes this as a classic lead-style move and thanks him for looking out for her. Shaking off the price tag, she picks out an outfit to try on first. He tells her to go ahead while he waits outside. A status window pops up, noting that his stomach is fluttering, which catches her off guard. She tells him to stay put and wait for her to come out. A few minutes later, she peeks out to make sure he hasn't ditched her. The girl reveals herself in a flowing white dress and asks how she looks, admitting it feels a bit awkward to be so dressed up. He is completely frozen by the sight, barely able to speak as a status window begins to glitch over him from the sheer impact. The system notes his heart has fluttered 17 times now. He tells her to just get whatever she wants, but she demands a real reaction to the dress. He eventually admits it suits her, which makes her happy enough to decide on the outfit immediately. She decides to wear the dress out and asks the clerk for more affordable options to balance it out. He watches her while the system tracks his heart fluttering for the 18th and 19th times. The stoic mask is definitely cracking. As the sun sets over the city, she feels like she's truly become part of this strange family. They find the boss waiting by the car while he finishes a call. Our girl tells him to take his time, feeling like she's finally received a proper birthday gift. She's genuinely happy, thinking this pseudo-family life might not be so bad after all. The son tells her to thank his father since it's his money, but she insists she's thankful to him specifically for waiting for her all day. He says it's enough if she's satisfied, explaining he should at least do this much for a guest his father asked him to treat well. That specific word, guest, catches her completely off guard and stings. The label of being just a guest echoes in her head, reminding her that she was getting way too comfortable. She forces a smile but feels the bite of reality, acknowledging that his kindness is only because of a direct order from his father. The cold truth snaps her right back to reality. She isn't family, she's a project. Fuming in the backseat, Baek Yi-hai is ready to blow a fuse. The kid just had to go and draw a line by calling her a guest, and she is absolutely not letting it slide. She sarcastically snaps her thanks for the clarity, muttering that the boy is acting exactly like some cold, cliché male lead from a cheap novel. Arriving at the mansion, Dokyeom announces his return while our girl trails behind with a massive headache. He's a walking threat to her peace of mind. Things only get worse when the bratty Yul charges down the stairs, immediately trashing her new outfit as gross. She bites back, but the eldest brother stays focused, ordering the bags taken to her room. While the youngest clings to his big brother like a leech, Eum looks down from the balcony, putting an end to the squabble by summoning everyone for dinner. Awkward or not, our girl knows the rules. Eat together or you don't blend in. Dinner is pure chaos, mostly because Yul keeps poaching food right off her plate. Out of nowhere, the eldest calls her name and slides over a plate of premium beef, butchered that very morning. When he asks for her preferred temperature, she's floored. Stuttering out a request for medium rare, she realizes she's getting the full VIP treatment instead of just being a house guest. While she eats, the warnings in her head are loud. She's just a side character in a bloodbath and she needs an exit strategy fast. But for now, the stress of the day calls for a massive bubble bath. Sinking into the warm suds, she decides retail therapy really is the ultimate soul cleanser. For a brief moment, life feels like a complete success. She's giggling away in her own little bubble world until a voice starts cutting through the peace. It gets more insistent, more aggressive, until her paradise shatters. Suddenly she's jolted back to reality, not in a tub, but a bright classroom. Her teacher is looming over her, slamming a pointer down in a total rage. He bellows at her for zoning out, leaving a panicked Yihai to scream out apologies while the entire class watches the train wreck. Slumping at her desk, our girl realizes she can't keep taking hits like this. She catches the kid staring and tells him to mind his own business. The teacher continues his lecture, warning everyone not to slack off just because vacation is coming. That one word, vacation, sends a shock through her system. She's been so distracted by the high life that she completely forgot the most critical date on the game's timeline. A wave of pure horror washes over her as the plot comes rushing back. She sees a vision of a bloodied, dying Eam, a man who's been nothing but a saint to her. The realization is chilling. In the original game, he's scheduled to die right before the summer break of their second year. This is the exact moment everything turns to hell. On the ride home, our girl is locked in deep thought. She silently vows to protect the patriarch and keep his son from turning into the cold-blooded gangster laid from the game. If she can keep the luxury train rolling, it's a win for everyone. She pulls out her phone, typing a reminder to save the man. She wonders if keeping the father alive will stop the son from breaking bad in the first place. She steals a glance at the stoic boy next to her as he stares out the window. If he stays on the straight and narrow until graduation, she could actually spend her life with the most handsome man in the universe. She starts to blush, thinking this deal might not be so bad after all. But just as she's getting lost in the daydream, a strange sound pulls her back. A knock on the glass makes her look out, only to find a ghostly hallucination of the original heroine, Yunzil. The apparition slams against the car, asking if she's been forgotten. Our girl screams in terror, reminded that the original plot is still coming for her next year. Her panic is cut short by Dokyeom's icy voice, reminding her she's just a guest they have to keep happy. The reality check hits like a bucket of cold water. Back in the car, she just stares at the shopping bags in her lap. The silence is suffocating after that reminder of her status. The fantasy of a happy ending feels further away than ever. Our girl shakes her head, forcing herself to focus. There's no time for a pity party. She needs to map out the patriarch's death. She starts typing, trying to identify the traitor from the game. A crucial detail resurfaces. The boy mentioned his father was taken out by a spy buried deep within their inner circle. She tries to narrow down the hits. Eam is a corporate giant, so maybe it's a rival boss? No, a high-ranking enemy wouldn't do the wet work. It has to be someone close, a loyal dog hiding right inside the mansion. Suddenly, a status window pings with a warning. The baby gangster is actually leaning over, peeping at her screen. Her eyes go wide. He's reading her secret notes. The kid is practically on top of her, demanding to know what she means by saving his father. She nearly jumps out of her skin, frantically trying to hide the phone and claiming it's nothing. She demands to know why he's snooping, but he doesn't budge, asking why she's writing his father's name in such a suspicious context. Panic sets in. She needs a lie, and she needs it now. Cornered, she blurts out that she's interested in his father. Both the boy and the driver, Mr. O, are stunned into silence. When the kid asks for clarification, she doubles down, blushing and claiming the man is a total knockout and looks incredibly young. The boy agrees his old man is handsome, but he's still suspicious about her worry. Knowing logic won't save her, she prepares to drop a truly unhinged bomb. With a nervous grin, she tells the boy she's worried she might actually end up being his mother. The shock is so violent, the car swerves across the road, tires screeching as they nearly bite the dust. She screams as they're tossed around while Mr. O bellows for the young master to get a grip. The sheer insanity of the claim has officially sent the kid into a tailspin. The car finally grinds to a halt, and Mr. O checks to see if the young master is in one piece. Our girl nervously checks on the driver, but the man turns around to scold her instead. He warns her that being rude to the young master is a major offense and asks if she actually meant that crazy talk. Panicking, she waves her hands, swearing she'd never be serious. She's dug a massive hole, especially with the driver warning her to watch her mouth. She bows and apologizes, trying to smooth things over by swearing she only meant the man was good-looking. The boy seems relieved it was just a joke, allowing her to finally catch her breath. She can't believe she had the guts to say that to him. She wonders if she's getting too comfortable, but her mind quickly pivots back to finding that spy. While Mr. O keeps his eyes on the road, he's secretly weighing the possibility of a traitor in their ranks. Back at the mansion, our girl paces the halls, paranoid that a loyal ally could strike at any second. How do you prepare for a knife in the back from someone you trust? Her spiraling is interrupted by the patriarch himself, asking why she looks so grim. Startled, she greets the man as he asks about school. She looks at him with genuine pity. He has no clue his time is almost up. When he asks if something is wrong, she can't hold back. She begs him to be on high alert for a spy and to keep her warning in mind. She immediately regrets the bluntness, worried he'll just think she's lost her mind. Surprisingly, the man doesn't laugh her off. He just smiles and says he'll keep it in mind. She's stunned by his calm acceptance as he tells her to go get ready for dinner. She can only mutter a response as he walks away, wondering if he actually took her seriously or if he's just humoring her. Mr. O watches the exchange from the shadows. Our girl heads to her room, still reeling from the patriarch's reaction, but as she shuts the door, a blinding blue light floods the space. She screams and shields her eyes, realizing a new status window has appeared, and this one is way flashier than the others. A digital quest flickers to life, ensure Ahiem's survival. The reward is increased affection from the whole family, but the penalty for failure is a bad ending tied to his death. She's stunned by the timing, but realizes this is the perfect setup. Saving him was already the plan, now the system is just putting a price on it. She's annoyed by the vague rewards and the threat of a bad ending, but then an additional reward pops up. It's an unlimited allowance provided by the patriarch himself. Her eyes turn to hearts instantly. This is the ultimate motivator. Clearing this quest will solve every problem and wipe out the root of all her misery. The window vanishes, leaving her in the quiet of her room. The timing feels a bit too convenient, like someone is watching her. She reflects on how little she actually understands about this possession. Suddenly, she points at the ceiling and shouts, asking if anyone is there. She's read enough stories to know something usually responds to a fourth wall break. She waits in the silence, wondering if she's pushed her luck too far. With a sigh, she tells herself she just needs to beat the quest to find out if she can ever go home. Right then, another reward notification flashes, promising answers to all her questions. The system has been baiting her this whole time. She shouts at the air, letting the unseen force know she sees through its games. Fired up, our girl asks if the system really thinks extra prizes will buy her motivation. She wonders if this force thinks she's too incompetent to save the patriarch. Meanwhile, Ahiem is in his study with the paper, scratching his ear as if he can feel someone talking about him. He's deep in the news when the eldest brother enters to check in. Back in her room, our girl is a picture of absolute determination. She declares that everyone should just sit back and watch because she is definitely changing the man's fate. She's ready to do whatever it takes to stop the tragedy. As dawn breaks over the mansion, the birds begin to chirp, signaling the start of her mission. The morning sun hits the estate while the guard dogs lounge in the garden. The patriarch is already up, enjoying tea and the morning paper outside. He comments on the beautiful weather, blissfully unaware that a certain girl has a brutal training program waiting for him. Inside, Yol is happily dumping sugar into his coffee, enjoying the rare family morning. The eldest is less impressed, muttering that coffee should be bitter. He looks over the empty seat, wondering if our girl is still sleeping after all the noise she made last night. He tells himself it's not his problem, but then he hears heavy footsteps racing toward the room. Dokyeom's senses tingle just as she bursts through the doors. Without a word of warning, a red squeaky hammer is launched directly at the patriarch's head. Without even looking up from his paper, the man dodges the toy with perfect precision. The brothers are left in shock while our girl stands there, stunned that he moved that fast without even trying. Impressed. She tells him he's gotten pretty agile lately. Iyim is clearly losing his patience and tells her to knock it off, but she just laughs it away. She insists this is an investment for his own good. As a dark premonition of the original heroine looms over the table, she announces she's heading out and leaves the room. The bratty Yol is baffled, asking his father if they're really going to let a crazy person run the house. The madness only ramps up as Case 1 begins, an attempted trip in the hallway. The patriarch catches himself on a pillar and stares back in disbelief, but our girl is already plotting the next ambush. She gives him a double thumbs up for the save, but she's not done. Case 2 involves a teddy bear armed with a knife falling from a doorway. He dodges the plush assassin with ease, wondering why she lured him to this room just to spring another ridiculous prank. He stares at the bear on the floor, looking absolutely exhausted. She admits it's annoying, but seeing him react so well makes it worth it. She's already setting the stage for Case 3 as he heads into his study to try and relax for the evening. The training moves under the table, where she hides to grab his leg and give him a heart attack. She's amazed by his dodging skills, giggling about how well he's doing despite the constant harassment. Later that night, Yol is still whining to his brother, warning that they need to stop her before she does something truly dangerous. The eldest son explains that she thinks this is necessary to sharpen their father's reflexes. He's surprisingly chill about it, suggesting they just let her tire herself out. The youngest doesn't see that happening anytime soon, especially as her shouts about finding an opening ring through the house while the sun begins to dip. Walking through the hallway, our girl stretches her arms, wondering if she should fit in one more round of training tonight. Her thoughts are cut short when she runs into Dokyeom, who's been waiting in the dark. He leans in close, trapping her against the wall as he sternly asks if she's actually lost her mind. He warns her to stop before she gets hurt, but she's not hearing it. She tells him to mind his business, adding that he'd never understand the sorrow of a side character. She rants about being used as disposable fuel for a protagonist's growth and refuses to be another plot device that ends in a coffin. She tells him if he's so worried, he should join the training since he's the eldest. He scoffs, telling her to worry about her own body instead of delusional novels. He walks away, leaving her fuming as she shouts after him. Suddenly, the system notification pings again. A window reveals the boy is actually worried she'll be crushed by his father's temper. She's annoyed, thinking he's worrying about the wrong person. The patriarch is the one with the target on his back. Meanwhile, the youngest son catches up to his brother to discuss the fallout from her latest outburst. Yul asks if it's possible their father really is in danger. The older brother is certain nothing is wrong, but the younger one isn't convinced. He finds it bizarre that their father is letting her run wild with stories about spies and training without shutting her down. The brat asks his brother to keep a close eye on her. He watches her disappear down the hallway and quietly agrees. His expression remains unreadable as the last bits of daylight fade away. Later in the office, Mr. O delivers a progress report on the spy hunt. He tells the boss they haven't found a shred of evidence regarding an internal traitor. He suggests the mole might be operating from the outside to keep things low profile while they tighten security. The boss sighs at the lack of progress and dismisses him. However, the aide lingers to ask about Yihei. He wants to know exactly how much the patriarch trusts her, clearly doubting the girl's sudden appearance and erratic behavior. When asked what he's getting at, the aide points out that while she's a friend's daughter, she's also the fiancée and should be treated with caution. He demands a deeper look into her background. The boss shuts him down instantly, stating he personally vouches for her and orders the man out. The aide leaves in a huff, clearly bothered by the dismissal. In the hall, he bumps into team leader Chae Iryong, who's carrying a stack of files. She greets him with a smile, explaining she's got a fresh report to deliver to the boss. She enters the office and announces herself. The boss is surprised, as her overseas mission wasn't supposed to end for another week. She explains she finished early because she heard the news about a lovely young lady joining the household. He takes the personnel summary from her, his expression turning serious as he looks over the file. Inside the patriarch's heavy-set office, Chae Aryong questions if a background check was actually finished. She admits she knew about the girl, but seeing her move in as a fiancé was a curveball. Looking down, she boldly asks if this match is truly fitting for the family. Seo Ihiam doesn't appreciate the skepticism. With his face cast in shadow, the boss tells her firmly that some things are simply not her business to judge. The team leader quickly bows an apology, but Ihiam dismisses the tension, noting he planned to introduce them soon anyway. He gazes out at the sunset, explaining that the girl recently lost her mother and is drifting through the world alone. He admits the kid reminds him of a younger version of Iryong herself. Softening, she says she understands and decides to go greet the young lady before the sun fully sets. The boss dismisses his subordinate, and she exits with a respectful nod. As the door clicks shut, she retreats down the long, hollow hallway with her hands tucked behind her back. Her face is a professional mask, hiding every thought sparked by the patriarch's cryptic comparison. A digital mission alert pops: protect Seo Ihiam. In the mansion garden at dusk, Yihai searches near the fountain, wondering why the old man isn't at his usual post. It's the scheduled time for his evening stroll, yet he's nowhere to be found among the sprawling hedges and roses. Our girl peeks around the corner, realizing that once darkness falls, finding the chairman in this massive labyrinth will be a nightmare. She mutters to herself, wondering if he's ghosting her on purpose. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over the stone wall. Mr. O is standing right behind her with a gaze that could kill, demanding to know what she's doing there and scaring a scream right out of her lungs. The kid lets out a frantic, nervous laugh, trying to play off her heart attack. She stammers that she didn't expect him to be lurking, but the bodyguard is far from amused. He stands there like an imposing wall, repeating the chairman's name in a tone that drips with cold suspicion. He clearly hates her wandering around the private grounds. The man asks if she's planning another one of her pranks on the boss. She gets defensive immediately, claiming she was just helping the old man with his agility training. That's the final straw for the bodyguard, who slams his hand against the wall right next to her head. He leans in close, looming over her as he announces he's done playing games. Mr. O makes his stance clear. He'll eliminate anyone who threatens the family without a second thought. He steps in until their shoes are touching, forcing her to look up as he warns her to keep his lethality in mind. Without waiting for a reply, the man turns and vanishes into the twilight, leaving her shaking in the garden. Left alone, she stands paralyzed, wondering if she was just a second away from being written out of the story entirely. Terror sinks in as she realizes these missions carry actual life and death stakes. The bodyguard glares back one last time with glowing red eyes, confirming her fears. She covers her mouth, trembling at the sheer weight of the man's murderous intent. Our girl stomps away, annoyed that the chairman doesn't realize how high the heat is getting. She's still rattled from the encounter, but stops when a new plan hits her. There's one place she hasn't checked. The boss's restricted study. The lights are on, so she clenches her fist and decides to launch a surprise attack simulation right now. Declaring that life is a battlefield, she tries to storm the restricted wing. She doesn't make it far before two mountain-sized guards in suits hoist her clean off the floor. She flails her legs, pleading that she'll be in and out in a blink. The guards look horrified by her persistence, while a third man just begs her to please go back to her room. The kid shouts that they don't get the danger, but a calm voice cuts through the chaos, ordering the men to release her. She looks up, hearing the sharp click of high heels approaching. The guards break into a cold sweat and bow low, greeting the newcomer as the team leader. Che Aryong steps into the light, looking perfectly composed. The team leader offers a polite smile, and Yihai is instantly starstruck by the woman's elegance. She wonders if this bombshell was in the game, thinking a knockout like this would be a major threat to any female lead. The woman stops right in front of her, admitting she's been curious about this meeting, and softly addresses her by her full name. This total siren gives a warm smile while our girl stammers out a greeting. Crossing her arms, the leader tells her men to scram, so they can talk in private. They don't need to be told twice, shouting a confirmation before sprinting away. She kindly notes that the girl must have been startled, explaining the study is off limits, but our girl is so mesmerized she can only blurt out how pretty the woman is. The kid waves her hands in a total panic, trying to backtrack, but only managing to repeat that the woman is beautiful. She scrambles for an excuse, claiming she just wanted to ask the patriarch about tomorrow's breakfast menu. Aryong finds the excuse adorable and chuckles, suggesting that since they'll be seeing each other often, she should just bring those cute questions to her instead. She formally introduces herself as Che Aryong, noting she serves the CEO. She tells the girl to feel free to call her team leader Che and offers a handshake. Stunned by the grace of the gesture, our girl takes the woman's hand, repeating the name and title while being completely floored by her elegance. They shake hands as the kid says she's looking forward to working together. The team leader suggests they discuss that breakfast menu while she walks the girl back to her room, blushing. Our girl agrees, but her brain is already pivoting back to the mission. She knows she has to resume training the old man tomorrow if she wants to keep him breathing. As the team leader walks off, the girl wonders how a character with this much presence was just an extra in the original game. She has a gut feeling this woman will be a powerhouse ally. A system ping confirms the mission progress has been saved. The scene shifts to school the next day, where a voice jars her back to reality, noting she's been spacing out a lot lately. Outside the faculty office, a teacher warns her to stay focused. She mutters an apology and heads down the hall, feeling the walls close in as the timer for the chairman's safety ticks down. She stops by a window and gasps. Down in the lot, she sees the luxury black car with Mr. O leaning against it, his eyes locked on the exit. She watches the guards from above, thinking about their relentless work ethic. She tries to tell herself they're just muscle, but then the bodyguard looks straight up and catches her eye with a razor-sharp look. She recoils in fear, the memory of his threat about dealing with risks ringing in her ears like a death knell. It hits her that these men aren't just guards, they're wardens watching her every move. Frustrated by the silent status window and zero progress, she starts shadowboxing the air in the hallway. She screams at the system to give her an objective, totally oblivious to the fact that Dokyeom is leaning against the wall right there, watching the whole mental breakdown. A game notification pings, mocking her for throwing weak cotton punches while the boy watches. She freezes mid-swing, her face turning pale when she spots him. He walks over with a look of pure judgment, telling her he knew she was weird from the start. With a heavy sigh, he calls her flat out ridiculous. Annoyed by the shade, she throws a playful punch his way and warns him she might actually land one. She tries to explain she's doing all this for his father's sake, but the boy just lets out an exhausted sigh. He tells her to stop with the nonsense and walks away, ordering her to behave. Not about to let him leave, she sprints after him. Her slippers slap against the floor as she catches up and snatches his hand. He stops and looks back, asking what her deal is now. With a dead serious face, she asks him what kind of man Mr. O really is to their family. The boy is genuinely baffled by the question and asks why she's suddenly so obsessed with the bodyguard. She explains she might need the bodyguard's help to protect the chairman. Dokyeom mentions the man was the only one who stood by them when the family hit rock bottom, noting his father trusts him completely. That's the red flag. She realizes that a spy is most dangerous when they're the most trusted. Her logic leads to one chilling suspect. Mr. O is the rat. Our girl wonders how she's supposed to convince the family without proof. She grabs the boy's hand with a death grip and tells him to listen carefully. She knows it sounds insane, but she begs him to just play along. In the background, students are losing their minds, wondering if this is a confession or a drama shoot. She explains that someone is watching him and that things are about to get dangerous. Her intuition is screaming spy, and she needs him to be ready when she finally speaks her heart. Yihai looks up at him with pleading eyes, her hand still clamped onto his. She pours every ounce of sincerity into her voice, begging him to trust her just this once. The boy looks down at her with a calm, unreadable face as they stand there in the middle of the school hallway. A wave of regret hits her as she realizes she might have pushed too hard. She looks away, her hands starting to tremble from the sheer anxiety of the gamble. Do-kyom stays silent, burning a hole through her with his gaze. Finally he caves, telling her fine, he'll trust her. The kid is floored, looking back at him with wide, shocked eyes, barely able to process the win. He confirms it again, then starts walking, dragging her along by the hand while the hallway whispers escalate. He admits he doesn't believe in intuition, but he's willing to believe in her. Overjoyed, our girl turns into a star-eyed chibi, internally screaming about how moved she is. She's beaming with a deep red blush, but Do-kyom leans in and says there's one more thing. She perks up, expecting something sweet, but he bluntly tells her to let go of his hand in front of everyone. A notification pops up. Her notoriety as a mobster's girl is skyrocketing. She turns even redder, realizing the scandal she's just sparked. Our girl panics, apologizing 1,000 times in her head. The system can't help but roast her, claiming she deliberately tightened her grip on the heir's hand. She screams at the accusation. The scene shifts to the quiet mansion on a sunny day. A door creaks open as she peeks out, making sure the coast is clear. She creeps down the grand stairs in her uniform, figuring the brothers are still passed out since the chairman left early. She's determined to go to school solo today to avoid the embarrassment of yesterday's hand-holding fiasco. The memory of her public breakdown and how she grabbed him makes her want to crawl into a hole. She eats a piece of smiley-face toast, hoping that if she just avoids them for a few days, the school will move on to the next gossip. The grandfather clock ticks away the silence. Sitting alone in the massive dining hall, it finally hits her that the place is unnervingly quiet. She looks at the closed doors, sensing something is very wrong. She wanders the empty halls, noticing that not a single organization member is around to greet her. The silence is thick and eerie. Stopping at the top of the stairs, she wonders where everyone went. The vibe today is completely off. Suddenly, a blood-red warning filter slams over her vision. A digital eye and alert boxes swarm the screen. Sirens start screaming as the system bellows that she's entered a hazardous area. It warns that failure to comply will result in immediate punishment. The kid is frozen, the harsh red light bathing her face in terror. A chilling alert pops up. The death countdown has begun. A massive digital 59 appears in the void as the sirens wail. She covers her ears, screaming for it to stop and demanding to know what's happening. She's shaking like a leaf as the numbers 43 and 32 flash by in a blur. The weight of her mortality hits her. She's actually about to die. Panic takes over as she realizes she might be deleted before she can even finish her mission. The timer drops to 25, then 16. She sprints down the hall toward the double doors, screaming no as her backpack bounces, the clock hitting 5. She reaches for the handles as the clock hits 2, desperate to just get outside, but at the 1-second mark, a shadowy hand reaches for her. The system announces that the spy's target has shifted to her. A dark figure looms, long fingers clamping onto her shoulder. She lets out one last, gut-wrenching scream as she's caught. The girl collapses, burying her face and sobbing. She's a trembling mess when she hears a familiar voice call her name. Do-kyom is standing right there, looking down with a mix of worry and confusion. He asks what her problem is, and she looks up at him with tears streaming down. She whispers his name through the tears. The moment he appears, the red lights and sirens vanish. The system notifies her that the kill threat is gone and her safety is secured. They sit on the floor together while she tries to find her breath, her mind a total blank after staring death in the face. She's still too shaken to talk. Clinging to his shirt, she just breaks down into loud, ugly sobs. She doesn't want to explain. She just wants to cry until she forgets the terror. The boy watches her with a sympathetic sigh, reaching out to offer whatever comfort he can. He gently pats her head and rubs her back as she cries into his chest. His presence is the only thing keeping her grounded. Eventually, the sobbing stops. He tells her to lift her head if she's done, and she bashfully pulls away, thanking him for the help and asking if she freaked him out. She's scrambling for an explanation that doesn't sound insane. He asks what spooked her and if someone else was in the hall. She jumps and lies through her teeth, claiming she's just sensitive and in a bad state. She tells him his sudden grab from behind just startled her. She plays the coward card because she can't exactly mention the death siren. The boy suggests she skip school and rest, but she panics. She insists on going, practically begging him to go with her. She's still trembling, terrified that if she stays home alone, the death counter might start again. He looks at her in silence, weighing her desperate plea. He reaches out his hand and tells her he gets it. He tells her to hold on, noting they're both going to be late. He starts to lead her out, as the story shifts into the next dangerous phase of her mission. As they walk, he thinks about how scandalous this looks. Yeol is trailing behind them, annoyed and baffled by how close they're sticking together. He complains they should have taken the car, but she insists the uncles need their rest. Dokyeom stops and asks why she's standing so far away, telling her to just cling to him. She blushes hard as Yeol watches in total shock. Yeol shouts that they're giving him goosebumps, asking his brother if he's fallen for a honey trap. The boy calmly explains she's sick, which she weakly confirms. Yeol scoffs, telling her to stay home if she's that bad and complaining that they're too slow. He shouts that he's going first and sprints off toward the school. With the younger brother gone, Dokyeom checks on her again. She admits she's a bit dizzy but fine. He looks at her sharply, asking if she's hiding something because she looked genuinely terrified earlier. She's startled by how sharp he is, realizing he's not easily fooled. She avoids his gaze and tells him not to worry about it, sticking to her story. She asks if she can just walk like this until they hit the gate. He agrees, but tells her to speak up later if she has something to say. She reflects on how she wanted to go alone, yet here she is linking arms with him for dear life. Her heart is racing as they walk arm in arm. She tells herself to get it together, but she knows she can't let go. She tightens her grip, realizing that for some reason, standing next to him is the only time she actually feels safe. As the sun dips below the school horizon, Baek Yi-hai collapses onto a bench, looking like she's been through a war zone. She's mentally fried, barely processing the day's chaos while wondering how much longer she can survive this insanity, but the universe doesn't do breaks. A system window flashes a sudden death crisis warning right as a volleyball comes screaming toward her head. Behind her, the other students are already shrieking for her to get out of the way. She stares down the projectile in pure terror, her brain screaming that a hit at this speed is an instant concussion. Every instinct tells her to move, but her legs are made of lead. Squeezing her eyes shut, our girl braces for the impact, convinced this is how it ends. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes just inches from her face as someone steps in to catch the bullet. Our girl opens her eyes to find a familiar back shielding her. Seo Dokyeom appeared out of thin air, snagging the ball with a single hand. She's still in shock when the sudden death crisis 2 prompt kills the mood. Suddenly, she's sprinting up the school stairs, lungs burning as she begs the background extras to wake her up before she fails yet another hidden condition. Disaster strikes mid-sprint when her slipper hits a wet patch, sending her into a free fall. She braces for the floor, but the young master is there again, grabbing her shoulder and hauling her upright. He doesn't go easy on her, though. He looks down at her with a mix of annoyance and blunt honesty, asking why she's so damn clumsy and suggesting she should just go home early if she can't handle walking. Back at the mansion, she sits on her bed, replaying those narrow escapes. It's clear she'd be dead without Dokyeom, but something is off. The kill warnings only seem to trigger inside this house. Her head is pounding as she considers the logistics of using him as a 24/7 human shield. A sudden knock breaks her concentration, and for a second, she hopes it's him at the door. It's not him. Instead, team leader Chae I-ryong is standing there with a polite, professional smile. She apologizes for the intrusion, claiming the representative sent her over with a favor. Thinking Seo Ihyum is just being thoughtful, our girl beams and invites the woman inside, completely missing the predatory shift in the atmosphere as the team leader steps over the threshold. The second I-ryong enters, the system goes absolutely nuclear. A massive red warning floods our girl's vision, screaming for her to get out. The message is as blunt as it gets: escape within 10 seconds or be murdered on the spot. The system isn't stuttering, repeating the death threat over and over while the reality of the trap sinks in. The countdown is pulsing red in her eyes, a frantic 10-second timer between her and immediate death. It asks a final, chilling question: will she survive? Meanwhile, the team leader just stands there, her expression unreadable and calm as the entire room seems to bleed into a dark, lethal red. The killing intent is real, and the system is sounding the alarm. I-ryong stands in the shadows of the doorway, whispering that she's finally found her target. It's the ultimate betrayal. The realization that the woman is a spy hits our girl like a physical blow. The spy takes a slow, predatory step forward, the click of her heel echoing as she politely asks to be excused. Above them, the red timer is a heart-pounding reminder that only 8 seconds remain. Pure survival instinct kicks in as she shoves past the spy and bolts for the hallway. She's screaming for help, her mind spinning as she realizes the team leader has been the enemy all along. The timer hits 6 seconds as she sprints past the chandeliers. Luckily, the system notes that Dokyeom has picked up on the scream, but with the clock hitting 5, he'd better be fast. 4 seconds. 3, Just as the end feels inevitable, a door nearby is practically kicked off its hinges. The young master bursts out, calling her name as the timer hits 2. Our girl doesn't think, she just launches herself into his arms. He looks completely baffled by her terror. But as the timer hits 0, his presence alone is enough to break the immediate threat. The system confirms the warning is lifted, but the air is still thick with tension. Dokyeom looks down at the trembling girl in his arms, telling her to get it together and look up. That's when the click of heels returns. Iriong strolls toward them, greeting him as the first young master with practiced ease. He doesn't let go of our girl, responding with a tone that could cut glass. Iriong plays it cool, asking if everything is all right and noting that the guest looks a little peaky. She puts on a masterclass in fake concern, claiming the scream worried her and asking our girl if she's feeling okay. All she can do is cling to Dokyeom's shirt, pale and drenched in sweat, wondering how she's supposed to live in the same house as a professional assassin. She's shaking so hard her teeth are rattling, torn between exposing the spy now or staying silent to avoid a scene. The young master feels her trembling and shoots a suspicious glare toward Iriong. Sensing the shift, the team leader offers a final, chillingly calm smile, saying she's glad the young master is around to protect her before turning to make her exit. The sound of those heels fades down the hallway, leaving a heavy silence behind. The second they're alone, our girl leans in and whispers the truth. Iriong is a spy. He's visibly stunned, but she doubles down, explaining that things have been wrong all day. He looks at her with total intensity, asking if the team leader is the one who's been putting that look of terror on her face. As soon as the words are out, regret starts to sink in. Iriong has been with the family through their worst moments and has the chairman's complete trust. Our girl is just a newcomer. A guest with no standing, she worries that by accusing a family loyalist, she's just painting a target on her own back as a suspicious outsider. She grips her hands tight, looking the young master in the eye. She tells him that if she speaks from her heart, she needs him to believe her just this once. He doesn't blink, giving her a firm promise that he'll take her word. It's the lifeline she needs, allowing her to take a breath and finally commit to the warning. With her resolve hardened, she looks him in the eye and says it plainly. The team leader is a spy. They stand there in the dim light of the hallway, the weight of the accusation hanging heavy between them. Our girl knows there's no going back now, but she's betting everything on his protection for the storm that's about to break. Far away from the mansion, a car tears across a bridge through the dead of night. Behind the wheel, the team leader's polite mask has vanished, replaced by a grim, focused expression. The hum of the engine and the blur of city lights are just background noise to her thoughts, which are entirely consumed by a mission years in the making. Flashback to a funeral altar, where a young Iriong is breaking down. She's alone, screaming that her parents' deaths weren't an accident, and that the world is lying to her. In the middle of her grief, a voice calls her quick-witted from the shadows. She spins around to find a mysterious figure standing there, asking if she's brave enough to hear the real truth. The silhouette looms over the girl, promising to name the person responsible for her parents' murder. She looks up, her eyes raw from crying, desperate for a target for her rage. The shadow finally drops the name, Seo Ihim. In that moment, the shock and pain in the girl's eyes harden into a singular lifelong need for vengeance. The voice from her past commands her to take her revenge, and back in the present, she's reliving every second of it, while stopped at a red light. She's staring blankly into the night until her phone rings. She snaps back to reality, picking up the call and bringing it to her ear with a cold, robotic precision. She gives a short, clipped "yes, sir" over the phone, her eyes burning with a lethal determination. She's going to see him now, and the hunt is finally on. The scene shifts back to the Seo mansion, where the lights are still burning as someone calls out that they've finally made it home. Seo Yeol trudges through the front door, looking completely spent. He's met by a row of guards bowing so deeply it feels more like a funeral than a welcome home. The vibe in the foyer is unnervingly formal, and he lets out a heavy sigh, realizing the tension in the house has reached a breaking point since the earlier incident. The kid grumbles about how long school counseling took, especially since he's ending up at the same school anyway. His complaining stops dead when he sees his brother and our girl standing together. He lets out a shout of surprise, while up on the balcony she looks down with a panicked expression, her head still spinning from the heavy secret she just dropped. The younger brother finally joins them, getting a lecture from the young master about being late. Dokyeom plays it off, claiming he was just at the school for his own counseling session. When the kid asks where their father is, our girl remembers her call with Mr. O. She mentions the chairman was stuck in a staff meeting earlier and suggests they might need to storm the company headquarters to find him. Dokyeom tries to play the voice of reason, pointing out that Mr. O and the security team are always glued to the chairman's side. He doesn't see the need for a frantic office run until the man himself, Mr. O walks into the hallway alone. Our girl is down those stairs in a flash, demanding to know where the chairman is and why they didn't leave together. The security guard reports that the chairman stayed behind for an urgent matter with team leader Cha, ordering the rest of the team to head out without him. Our girl's heart drops. She shouts that the woman claimed to be in another department all day. Mr. O looks uneasy, admitting the meeting was a last-minute schedule change. Internal panic sets in. A private meeting with a revealed spy is a death sentence. The young master tries to keep his brother out of the line of fire, telling him to stay home and eat. But the kid is too wired to listen. Our girl has already made the call. She tells the driver they're heading to the company immediately. Without even asking, she grabs Dokyeom's hand with an intensity that catches him completely off guard. He looks at her, trying to be the hero, and tells her to stay safe at the mansion with his brother. He clearly wants her as far away from the office as possible, but she isn't having it. She cuts him off with a flat, cold refusal, her mind already made up. She's not about to sit at home while the chairman walks into a blade. She declares they're all going and starts dragging the young master toward the exit. The younger brother isn't about to be left out either, shouting for them to wait up. Mr. O is left trailing behind them, calling out as the trio practically charges out the front door. Mr. O stops them, his skepticism showing. He points out that she's just a guest and he can't mobilize based on a hunch. He asks the million-dollar question, why should they trust her? She stammers, unable to explain the system or the warnings without sounding like a lunatic. While she fumbles for an answer, the young master just watches her, reading her every move. The young master shuts down the debate instantly by declaring that he trusts her. The guard starts to protest, but Dokyeom isn't asking for permission. He grabs her hand, tells everyone to wait a beat, and then hauls her toward the car. He's done asking questions. If she says there's a problem, he's moving. The car is a blur as they race toward the company. In the back seat, our girl tries to stay calm, figuring that as long as no system window pops up, the chairman is still breathing. But then, a pink window chimes. It's a notification. Baby gangster Seo Dokyeom is closely monitoring her abnormal behavior. She risks a glance at him, her heart sinking as she realizes just how much she's under his microscope. He notices her trembling and asks if she's really that terrified. She admits she's losing it, haunted by the thought that they should have moved sooner. He tries to settle her nerves, insisting his father is a titan who can handle himself. Our girl snaps, shouting back and asking what they're supposed to do if even a titan isn't enough. The younger brother is a wreck next to them, clutching his seatbelt and crying at the thought of the team leader being a spy. Dokyeom asks if he really thinks their dad would lose, but the kid points out the betrayal is what hurts most. Mr. O tries to keep it professional, but our girl stays silent. She knows the stakes and she knows it's on her to make sure the chairman makes it through the night. Chapter 9 begins in the dead silence of the corporate office. The building is a dark tomb, but inside one room, two figures are locked in a standoff. A voice breaks the quiet, asking what could possibly be so urgent that it required a face-to-face meeting at this hour. It's the calm before the storm finally breaks. Seo Aem tells her to speak, looking completely unbothered as he waits for her point. The team leader is vibrating with pure rage, sickened that he's still playing the role of a reasonable man. He tells her to stop stalling and just say it. She doesn't hold back, screaming the question that's fueled her for years. Why did he murder her parents? The chairman seems genuinely lost, asking for an explanation so he can even begin to understand the charge. This only makes her more furious. Her mind flashes back to a snowy day years ago when a little girl claiming to be the daughter of manager Cha Jun-hyuk showed up at the gates. A younger, equally stoic version of the man before her was there to meet her. Back then, she was just a desperate girl begging for a place to go. He recognized her father's name from the Baek Youngjo group, but she told him she hated those people and wanted to be part of his family instead. She claimed her parents were sacrificed for someone's private gain, painting herself as a victim who just needed a protector. In the present, her bitterness has curdled into something lethal. She accuses him of laughing at her for a decade while she played the role of the naive child. She screams for him to drop the act and face her. Before he can even blink, she pulls a hidden knife and lunges, ready to end 10 years of waiting with one stroke. She strikes with her parents' names on her lips. Down in the lobby, things are just as heated. The security guard on duty is blocking the entrance, demanding to know who the hell these kids think they are. He's flustered and stubborn, insisting that the building is locked down and outsiders are strictly forbidden. The group tries to argue their way in, but the guard isn't budging until Mr. O steps up. He shoves his official ID in the man's face, ordering him to stand down. He makes it very clear these are the chairman's sons and his elite security. He claims they're responding to an emergency and tells the guard to stop wasting their time and get out of the way. Inside the lobby, they quickly map out the target. Mr. O lists the likely spots: the 3rd floor conference room, the 10th floor grand room, or the chairman's private office. Dokyom has already barked orders into his radio, warning the team that if they swarm in all at once, the spy will see them coming and vanish into the night. He decides on a small, fast-moving raid team, while the rest of the security follows as backup. He checks in with our girl, making sure she's following the plan, and she gives him a grim nod. Orders fly over the comms. Everyone needs to move like their lives depend on it and report the second they find the boss. The teams fan out into the darkness. Our girl and the young master reach a heavy door, and she peeks through the sliver of light at the crack. He's right behind her, hand on his radio, asking if she even has the stamina left to keep this up after the frantic sprint they just pulled. She's gasping for air, fully aware she only made it this far because they only had to climb 3 floors, but all thoughts of exhaustion vanish when they see what's inside. They both freeze, staring into a room full of jagged shadows and the sound of 2 people locked in a desperate, heavy-breathing struggle on the floor. The sight is gruesome. The chairman is holding the knife but not by the handle. He's gripped the bare blade with his palm. Blood is pouring out, staining the floor beneath them. The spy is in total shock, her voice shaking as she begs him to let go. He just looks her in the eye. He asks her if 10 years of living together wasn't enough to prove he's a murderer. He tells her that facts don't matter if she's already decided to ignore the truth. She's shaken, but she clings to her rage, arguing that he was the head of the rival organization and the only one with the power and motive to take her parents out. The chairman looks exhausted, pulling the blood-slicked blade even closer to his chest. He tells her that if she's so convinced, she should just finish it. He's giving her the opening right here, right now. The spy is paralyzed, her eyes wide with disbelief, as she realizes the man she's hated for a decade is literally offering her his life. Chae Aryong grits her teeth, her expression darkening as she stares down the man who just caught her blade. Before the confrontation can peak, the heavy office doors are thrown open with a violent crash. Our boy and Baek Yihai charge in, faces twisted in pure panic. Catching sight of the carnage, Yihai lets out a piercing scream for her benefactor. Her eyes widen in terror as she realizes the situation is even grimmer than she feared. There, slumped against the wall with his head bowed, is the patriarch. Blood stains his white tie and pools beneath his wounded palm, which is still clamped around the sharp edge of the knife. He looks utterly drained, barely clinging to consciousness. Dokyum rushes to his father's side, shouting in desperation beside him. Our girl drops to her knees, her heart hammering as she frantically looks for a system intervention. She notes with terror that no status window has appeared yet, meaning no mission failure notification has rung. Her hands shake as they hover over the deep gash in his palm. Amidst the chaos, the wounded patriarch slowly reaches out, his fingers gently grazing her face. Suddenly, a brilliant blue status window erupts. The system announces the main quest is officially clear. The IEM family boss has survived, and from this moment on, his life is 100% guaranteed. Our girl can only stare at the floating text in disbelief, a quiet gasp escaping her lips. Another notification flickers to life. Favorability with the boss has jumped by 10 points. He gives our girl a weary, faint smile, claiming he isn't hurt that badly. He even manages a joke, crediting the training she put him through and wondering if his agility stats actually increased. She watches him through a veil of tears, flushed with the weight of her relief. Just then, a hidden benefit window pops up, granting her another 40 favorability points just for witnessing that rare smile. Overwhelmed, she throws her arms around him in a tight embrace, sobbing about how relieved she is. He gently pats her back, offering a quiet thank you, while his son watches the emotional display from a few feet away. Dokyom stands in silence, watching the two with a complicated expression. After a moment, his gaze shifts toward the shadowed corners of the office where their attacker still waits. He turns back to his father, his voice heavy with concern as he brings up Chae Aryong. He wants to know the fate of the team leader who just tried to commit murder, but the boss doesn't let him finish. With a firm, surprisingly calm tone, he interrupts his son, ordering him to simply leave that child alone for now. The patriarch keeps his arms around our girl, reiterating that they should let the girl go. The quiet moment is short-lived as the office doors are kicked open for the second time tonight. Seo Yol bursts in, looking absolutely frantic and disheveled. He shouts for his father, his face flushed red from exertion and the pure panic of seeing the bloody scene. He lets out a desperate cry, rushing forward as if he can't believe his eyes. The older brother stands back with a weary sigh, while Mr. O follows close behind the younger son, looking equally stunned by the state of his boss. Yol throws himself into the group, sobbing as he hugs both his father and Yihei. Despite the pain, the boss lets out a weak chuckle, resting his hands on the shoulders of his youngest and the girl who saved him. Nearby, a security guard barks into his radio, confirming to the rest of the organization that the boss is safe. Far from the chaotic office, the city sprawl takes over the frame. Chae Aryong is already miles away, tearing down the road. Tears stream down her face as she grips the steering wheel with white knuckles, muttering a frustrated curse as she flees into the darkness. As Ryong speeds away, her phone vibrates on the seat with a call from BY. She looks at the screen with a bitter thought, feeling like a complete fool for the way things played out. Meanwhile, in a high-rise office overlooking the city lights, a man in a sharp suit stands with his back to the window. He's waiting for a response, but the connection won't go through. He stares down at his phone with a cold, piercing gaze, realizing the mission is a bust. He silently wonders why she even attempted something she clearly couldn't handle. The mysterious man begins flipping through a physical file on his desk, his fingers landing on a page featuring a school photograph of Yihei. He studies her face for a moment, letting out a thoughtful hum. The scene flickers back to the office, where our girl is still clinging to the patriarch, her tears finally slowing down. Back in the high-rise, the man focuses on her image, her name echoing in his mind like a new target of interest. In the dim light of the office, Mr. O stands before the patriarch and bows his head in deep, visible shame. He offers a formal apology, admitting he had no idea a betrayal was brewing right under his nose. He stands before the rest of the security detail, declaring himself unfit to serve and offering to take full responsibility for the breach. He tells the boss he'll accept any punishment, even exile from the organization. With a voice trembling from guilt, he shouts that he has no excuse and is truly sorry. Following their leader's example, every guard in the room drops to the floor in a collective show of remorse, their voices joining in a loud apology. The boss remains by the window, staring out at the night for a long, silent moment. Finally, he speaks, refusing their resignations and stating that the burden of this incident actually lies with him. Mr. O looks up in surprise, wondering if he's really being given a second chance to prove his worth. The scene ends as a hand reaches down to retrieve the blood-stained knife from the floor. A flashback reveals the silence just after the knife hit the floor. The patriarch stood there with blood dripping from his palm, the sound of metal hitting tiles still ringing. Ryong stood before him, her breathing heavy and her body trembling under the weight of her choice. He let out a sigh and asked if she was hiding something from him. Looking down with a heart full of decade-long sorrow, she replied that people create regret out of lingering attachments, and the 10 years she spent by his side had turned into poison. She had been so certain, for so long, that he was the one who killed her parents. Ryong continues her confession, her voice breaking as the tears finally spill over. She admits that everything has changed now. She tells the boss that if he wants to find her and kill her for what she's done, he should go ahead. She stands tall, even as she weeps, prepared to face the consequences of her failed vengeance. Returning to the present, the patriarch stands as a commanding silhouette against the moonlight. He makes it clear that he won't hold any of them responsible for today's events. However, he warns them that using their shame as an excuse to leave the organization will be seen as an even greater offense. Hearing this, Mr. O and the other men visibly flinch, remaining rooted to the floor in a mix of fear and renewed loyalty. The boss looks down at his subordinates and begins issuing new orders. He emphasizes the need to crush any internal strife and tells them to banish any thoughts of quitting. He commands a thorough one-on-one security screening for every single member to ensure a breach like this never happens again. They are to track Ryong's movements but are strictly forbidden from engaging her. Any sighting goes straight to him. Finally, he orders extra protection for Dokyeom, Yeol, and Yihai. Mr. O looks up with a new sense of purpose and confirms the orders. Back at the mansion, the heavy atmosphere has finally lifted. Mr. O stands before our girl and Yeol as they sit at a small table, nearly doubling over in a deep bow. He shouts an apology at the top of his lungs, his face bright red from the sheer embarrassment of his past behavior. Our duo can only stare in total shock. Yihei freezes mid-bite, wondering what triggered this sudden outburst. Mr. O stays bowed, confessing he wrongfully judged Yihai and suspected her of being a spy. He begs for her forgiveness, but she quickly stands up and waves her hands in a panic. She tells him it's perfectly fine and that anyone could have made that mistake. She urges him to look up, suggesting they just call it even. Inside, she can't help but smile. She realizes his terrifying behavior only came from his intense dedication to the boss. He looks up with blushing cheeks, asking with a shaky voice if she truly, really forgives him. Watching his earnest, blushing face, our girl realizes the normally stern man is actually a bit of a softie. She gives him a bright, beaming smile and assures him that of course she forgives him. She points out that in the end they both just wanted to protect the patriarch. Her cheerful laughter fills the room, and the weight of weeks of suspicion finally evaporates. Dokyeom walks in, casually drying his hair with a towel. Mr. O turns back to Yihei, giving her all the credit for finding his father before it was too late. When she insists she isn't mad and is actually grateful, the man's face crumbles into a hilarious, emotional mess. He grabs her hands and vows never to suspect her again, as long as he lives. The brothers watch the dramatic display with a mix of surprise and amusement. while our girl can only laugh awkwardly at the sudden intensity. Yul looks at our girl and quietly admits it's a relief. Things turned out okay. Both she and Mr. O turn to him in surprise, and the guard asks him to repeat himself. Blushing and looking away, the younger brother shouts that he's just glad his father is safe. He's quick to add that this doesn't mean he completely accepts her or anything, but he still manages to mutter a quiet thank you. Our girl is so stunned by the rare gratitude that her face turns bright red as she stares at him in silence. Our girl can't resist teasing the kid, asking if he's really that grateful to his big sister. She calls him a cute little rascal, which only makes Yul snap back in embarrassment. He insists he only cried because he was relieved, not because of her. She keeps pushing, jokingly asking him to say it again and call her big sister, but he just shouts that she's annoying. Do-kyung watches the bickering pair with his usual neutral expression as the mansion finally settles into the quiet of the night. Back in her own room, our girl collapses onto her bed with a long, exhausted sigh. She's thrilled the quest is complete and the boss is going to live a long life this time. She's actually managed to twist the core plot of the prologue, and now the entire family is in her debt. She briefly imagines a future of wealth and luxury, but a somber thought hits her. Does this mean she'll be sent back to her real life soon? The idea of leaving actually makes her a little sad. While she'd miss the money, she realizes there's something more keeping her here. Recalling the warmth she's found with this family, she realizes she hasn't felt lonely for a single moment since arriving. She sits up and calls for the status window, demanding answers to the mountain of questions she still has. With a familiar chime, the screen appears, announcing it's automatically detecting new information regarding Chae Il-ryong. Our girl looks at the prompt with a mix of surprise and confusion, wondering if there's even a point in knowing more now that the danger has passed. The window loads new data, revealing Il-ryong was an action leader for a group called the Baekhyun Gang. It also notes that Yihae's own personal data has been exposed to their boss. This is the first she's heard of this group, which the system identifies as a powerful rank 2 faction. Normally she'd be terrified, but she tells herself things are different now. Since the patriarch's survival is guaranteed, the most tragic plot points should be derailed. She convinces herself the chances of a side character like her becoming a target are practically zero, even as she calls the status window crazy. Our girl flails her arms in frustration as the status windows vanish. She shouts at the empty air, annoyed the system would just drop a quest completion and then ghost her without answering questions. Finally, she lets out a heavy sigh and flops back onto her pillows. She decides to forget about it and worry later, telling herself to just sleep. She might as well enjoy this hard-earned peace while it lasts. A sharp knock breaks the late-night silence. Do-kyung calls out from the hallway, asking if she's still awake. Our girl sits up, wondering why he's visiting so late, but tells him to come in. He enters and immediately starts laying out bedding on the floor. When she asks what he thinks he's doing, he just looks at her bluntly. "Can't you tell?" he asks. "I'm getting ready to sleep." He settles in, clarifying that he intends to sleep right next to her. Our girl's face turns bright red and she screams, asking if he's completely lost his mind. She demands to know why he thinks he can just sleep here. Do-kyung lies back calmly and tells her that if she hadn't screamed earlier that day, he might have been a step too late to save her. He tells her to just consider this close-range protection for the night. She calls him an unfilial brat, pointing out that his father was the one actually hurt and in need of a guard. She tells him to get up, but he just stares at the ceiling and says his father will understand. Our girl leans over him, face still flushed with embarrassment, and asks if he even realizes she's a woman and he's a man. He just looks back at her softly and says, "I know." He tells her not to worry. If she tries anything funny, he'll take her down in a heartbeat. With that, he turns away and tells her to go to sleep. She's fuming, calling him a crazy bastard in her head, but she knows she isn't winning this argument. She figures there's no reason they can't just share a room and switches off the light. She tells herself she doesn't care if he sleeps well, but her own sleepiness has completely vanished. As she lies in the dark, clutching the blankets, she realizes that even if this is all just a game, she definitely sees him as a real living man right now. A few moments later, his voice breaks the quiet. "By the way, how did you know?" he asks. She's confused until he clarifies that he's talking about team leader Cha, since he didn't suspect her at all. A memory of the day it all started flashes back. A younger Aehyum stood in a guest room, telling a young Il-ryong she could stay in the detached house to be comfortable. A tiny version of our boy ran in, shouting for his dad. Aehyum picked him up and smiled as the child asked who the older girl was. He told his son to say hello, explaining that she was family now. The little boy could only stare at her and repeat the word sister. The young boy gives a shy hello. Il-ryong looks down at the child with a hesitant, surprised expression, as if she hadn't expected such a warm welcome. She responds softly, finally returning the greeting. Back in the present, he admits that she was precious to the family and had been with them for a long time. Our girl realizes his father and the rest of the household must be the ones most hurt by the betrayal. When he asks again how she knew, she flinches and claims she's just really sharp. She tries to explain it away by saying she felt a weird vibe that morning and stayed on edge. And that's how I figured out team leader Cha too. He jokingly asks why she doesn't just join the organization then, but she gives him a loud and absolute no. Our girl turns the question back on him, asking why he takes such good care of her if she's just a guest. He flinches before telling her she isn't an ordinary guest. "You're a very high-maintenance, troublesome guest," he says. She sighs and apologizes for that, and he just tells her it's fine as long as she knows it. It pisses her off, but she can't even find a way to refute it. She watches him from her bed as he falls silent, thinking to herself that he definitely has a soft spot for a budding gangster. She thinks he might be the only gangster this sweet in the entire world. As he drifts off to sleep, she's still left wondering why he truly goes to such lengths for her. Do-kyum lies there with his eyes closed, thinking, that's a good question. He finds himself wondering why he's even doing all this. As the house falls quiet, the scene begins to transition into something far darker. Our girl falls into a deep sleep, but the rest she hoped for doesn't come. She starts tossing and turning, muttering as a nightmare takes hold. In the dream, she feels like she's trapped in a dark, stifling place where it's too hot to even breathe. The nightmare pulls her back to her childhood. A young version of the girl is huddled in a dark, confined space. She looks completely terrified, gasping for air as she pleads for help in the darkness. The little girl begs for someone to get her out of there. Suddenly, Yi-hae's eyes snap open with a sharp gasp. She sits up in bed, pale as she stares at the chandelier on the ceiling. She takes a shaky breath, realizing it was all just a dream. She thinks about how those memories had been fading and wonders if the shock with Iryong brought them back. She remembers how terrifying things were back then. Suddenly, she notices movement and looks over the edge of the bed. She freezes when she sees him sleeping soundly right there on the floor. She panics for a second, wondering why he's so close, before realizing she must have rolled off the bed during her nightmare. She watches him as he mutters something in his sleep, looking completely out cold. She wonders if it's really okay for someone who was supposed to be on guard duty all night to be sleeping this soundly. She wonders if it's really okay for a baby mobster to be this harmless. Someone could have kidnapped her, and he wouldn't even have known. Still looking at him, she thinks he's actually quite gentle. Now that there's no reason for him to become a villain so early, she wonders if he'll grow up normally, maybe even reach a happy ending with the original female lead, Ye Yunazal. The thought of Yoonseol lingers as the night ends. Sun rises over the mansion, bringing a new day. At the breakfast table, Eum looks up from his paper and asks bluntly if it's true that Do-kyum and Yi-hae are sleeping together. Mr. Oh nervously confirms it, saying he checked because the boy wasn't in his own room. Yeol is sitting right there and immediately chokes on his rice, spitting it back into the bowl in total shock. His face turns blue as he stares in disbelief at the news. Eum just turns the page of his paper and says it's not a problem as long as they were being quiet, especially since they're to be engaged. He tells Mr. O to have his son come to the office. Yeol slams his hands on the table and screams, asking if his father is still serious about the engagement. He argues they should wait, but Eum tells him there's no reason to raise his voice. Eum says the most important thing is the will of the two involved and tells Yeol they can talk privately later. The boy's hands tremble with rage. He thinks that since Yi-hae arrived, his father always puts her first. He knows she did them a huge favor, but he absolutely hates that his father listens to her before him. He shouts that he doesn't feel well and storms out, leaving his breakfast behind. Eum wonders if he said something to hurt the boy's feelings or if it's just puberty. Mr. O explains that the kid is likely just worried about his brother's engagement. Eum decides he'll be more careful, but he plans to redo his eldest son's etiquette training. Mr. O is just happy the atmosphere in the mansion isn't as gloomy as he expected. Our girl thinks of herself as a little lucky charm. After the incident with Iryong, life returns to normal, much faster than expected. Of course, security has become much tighter than it ever was before. Yi-hae has gained a lot of respect from the organization members for being the one who protected the boss. Do-kyum is looking after her more openly now, even holding her hand as they walk to after-school classes. She asks if he's just going to keep holding her hand, but he just asks who grabbed whose hand first. Even Yeol has stopped picking childish fights, though he still tells her to mind her own business when she teases him about studying. She realizes the prickly kid hasn't completely opened his heart yet, but she decides she should be the understanding one. Suddenly, her status window pings with an update about the Baekhyun gang. She figures that as long as there's no news, everything is fine, and goes back to her study session. She tells him he has to review every single problem he got wrong today because his father told her to make sure of it. In the hush of a sunlit study, Baek Yi-hae keeps a steady eye on the boy's work while the midsummer heat hums against the glass. She reminds him that his father, Seo Ihyam, personally put her in charge of his progress, so he'd better stop slacking and put in the effort. As she watches him focus, our girl realizes her past life's experience as a private tutor is finally paying off. With every tick of the clock, she holds on to the hope that a bit of academic encouragement might steer him toward a future that doesn't involve being a common mobster. Outside the window, the clear blue sky is filled with the relentless buzzing drone of cicadas. The screaming cicadas only make the summer swelter feel more oppressive as the two take a quick breather from the books. Yihai notes that they've officially hit the peak of the season, remarking on how the heat has been absolutely brutal lately. Noticing her flushed face, the kid asks if he should crank the AC up to make her more comfortable. She laughs it off, assuring him the room is already freezing. Silently marveling at how spacious and refreshing this mansion is compared to her old life. But the mention of the season leaves a bitter taste in her mouth, and she admits she used to live in constant fear of summer. Caught off guard by the confession, the boy stops writing and asks why anyone would be afraid of a season. Yihei tries to play it down with a forced laugh, claiming it's just a silly story from when she was tiny and that she's fine now. Her vague deflection only piques his curiosity and he presses her to spill the details, genuinely interested in her past. Looking at him, our girl realizes that since no one in this world knows her true history, it might actually be safe to vent. She takes a breath, deciding to let him in on a piece of the life she left behind. The memory drags her back to a cramped, suffocating space from her childhood. She reveals that as a young girl she was kidnapped and shoved into a tiny closet. It was the dead of summer, a detail burned into her brain by the sweltering humidity of that tiny box. Huddled in the pitch black with only a sliver of light to guide her, the air felt thick and impossible to swallow. She remembers the raw terror of those hours, unable to tell if it was the heat or the sheer claustrophobia making it hard to breathe, leaving her certain she was going to die in the dark. Snapping back to the present, she notes that because that trauma was so vivid, it's the only thing that flashes in her mind whenever summer rolls around. She forces a cheerful smile while admitting she's blacked out almost every other detail of that day. The problem is, whenever the heat rises and she feels trapped, her lungs start to fail her. She cuts her explanation short when she notices the boy's bizarre reaction. He suddenly doubled over, gasping for air and clutching his chest as he descends into a violent, unexpected panic attack. Seeing him spiral, our girl lunges for his side and grabs his arms to keep him steady. The kid wheezes out a desperate plea for help, struggling to stay upright under the weight of her story. Frantic, she demands to know what's wrong, begging him to look her in the eye. Through heavy, ragged gasps, he manages to choke out that this reaction hit him the moment he heard her memory. Yihai is immediately floored by guilt, wondering if she narrated her trauma with too much intensity. She tells him to hold on while she runs to call for Mr. O. Before she can get away, the boy reaches out and snatches her arm, pulling her back. His voice is a desperate mess as he begs her to just stay exactly where she is. He asks if she remembers what he did for her once, and she freezes, recalling the time she was the one drowning in a panic. Back then, he didn't demand answers or ask questions. He just held her until the world stopped spinning. Realizing he's going through the exact same hell now, she knows there's only one way to bring him back. She pulls him into a tight, grounding hug, letting him sink his full weight against her. Our girl figures it's the least she can do after how he shielded her in the past. Time slips away as they sit in the quiet room, the clock ticking from 1 to 4 until they eventually migrate to the sofa. The kid lies down with his head resting in her lap, and she gently places a hand on his forehead, whispering to ask if he's feeling any better. He stays silent, eyes closed as he slowly claws his way back to reality. He eventually drifts into a heavy, peaceful sleep, leaving her to keep watch in the silence. She reflects on how he looked like he was at death's door just an hour ago, yet now he's the picture of relaxation. Her leg is starting to go dead under his weight, but she doesn't dare move and risk waking him. Suddenly the boy stirs, muttering her name through gritted teeth. She thinks he's waking up, but his face twists into something dark and vengeful. He growls about finding that bastard and going after him, clearly hunting the kidnapper from her story and his dreams. Realizing he's venting his rage at her past kidnapper, she softly whispers that the man was caught a long time ago and is gone from this world. The boy keeps muttering, declaring that if it were him, he would have ended the man's life already. The sheer violence in his sleep talk leaves the girl stunned. As the sun begins to set outside, she realizes he's getting worked up on her behalf. A quiet warmth settles in her chest, reflecting on how good it feels to finally open her heart to someone who would kill for her. The peace is shattered when Seo Yeol storms into the room, still decked out in his basketball jersey. He lets out a loud, accusatory shout, pointing a finger at them as if he's just busted a crime in progress. The younger brother screams at our girl, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing, while his brother is defenseless and asleep. Completely unfazed by the drama, she remains on the sofa and calmly tells him she isn't doing anything at all. Her cool composure only makes the brat even more agitated. The brat isn't buying it, accusing her of laying a honey trap for his innocent older brother. Yihai deadpans, asking if he actually thinks she's gorgeous enough to pull off a scheme like that, throwing his own past insults back at him. The sleeping boy mutters about the noise but stays under, while the scene shifts to the other side of the mansion. Seo Ahiam notes to his aide that the kids seem to be getting along quite well. He suggests a family trip to the beach for the next day, and Mr. O smiles, promising to get everything ready for the young masters. Later that evening, the younger brother is prowling the kitchen, debating whether to just make ramen for dinner. A chibi-style Ihai pops up asking if he's looking for a meal. The kid is shocked to find her at the stove and demands to know what she's up to. She treats it as obvious, declaring herself the master chef of ramen for the night. She holds up a spicy packet, but the boy just scoffs, doubting she can cook anything edible. She shrugs it off, telling him if he doesn't want any, she'll just eat and get back to her packing, thrown off. He asks what on earth she needs to pack for. Our girl is genuinely surprised he's out of the loop, informing him that the whole house is heading to the beach tomorrow. The boy is floored, screaming about why he has to hear family news from her. She points out he only missed the memo because he stomped out of the room like a child earlier. Still fuming, he accuses her of being the one who manipulated his father into the trip. Unable to stomach the idea of her influence, Yihai keeps poking the bear, asking if he hates the trip just because it was her idea. She mockingly tells him to go cry about it, which finally pushes him over the edge. The boy lunges, grabbing her shoulder and demanding to know if she's doing this on purpose. He shakes her violently, shouting that ever since she showed up, their father has cherished her more than him. In his blind, jealous rage, he loses his footing and accidentally slams into the pot of boiling ramen on the stove, triggering an instant disaster. The golden pot tips precariously before a wave of scalding water explodes across the counter. A loud clatter rings out as the metal hits the floor, followed by a sharp, agonized cry. Yihei is shown collapsed on the tiles amidst the steam and ruined food. The younger boy sits in shock on the floor, the adrenaline of his outburst vanishing as he realizes the chaos his temper just caused. As the steam thins, the truth comes out. Our girl threw herself over the brat to shield him from the boiling water. Her back is a vivid, angry red beneath her tank top, and she lets out a pained gasp. The boy stares at her from the floor, his rage replaced by pure horror at the sacrifice she just made. He stammers her name before choking out Nuna in a voice thick with guilt. Suddenly, a red system window flickers to life, announcing the successful completion of a hidden quest. The system window confirms the stakes were life and death, stating the objective was to prevent the younger brother's demise. It seems the accident would have been fatal without her interference. Elsewhere, our lead boy is searching for her, thinking about how he even rented out a department store to get her ready for the trip. His thoughts are cut short by the sound of muffled sobbing coming from the kitchen. He freezes, his eyes narrowing as he hears someone through tears asking what they should do. The older brother bursts into the kitchen, demanding an explanation for the carnage. He finds the brat on the floor, trembling as he clutches a hunched-over Yihei. The younger boy looks up, face drenched in tears, and confesses that he spilled the boiling water. He admits she shielded him with her own body, taking the full brunt of the scalding liquid to keep him safe. The older brother's face becomes a mask of lethal fury and deep worry as he looks at the girl shaking in agony. Taking command, our boy applies an ice pack to her burned back, his own hands shaking with suppressed tension. He snaps at his brother, ordering him to go get help and prep the car for the hospital immediately. The brat stammers an agreement and sprints for the door, his face a picture of pure misery. Despite her own pain, the girl looks at him and softly tells him not to cry. Overwhelmed by her kindness after what he did, the boy disappears into the halls to find the help they need. Alone with her now, the boy kneels and pulls her close, telling her to stay still and use his shoulder for support. His voice is broken as he asks why she'd ever do something so reckless. Crying through the intense heat of the burn, she whispers that she didn't even have to think, she just knew he was his little brother. She admits her body moved on its own before her brain could catch up. She bites her lip, trying to hold back the hiccups of pain while he watches her with a look of pure heartache. A system notification pops up, noting the baby gangster is severely shaken by the event. Seeing her biting her lip in agony, he tells her to stop before she draws blood. He reaches out and makes a bizarre, intense offer. If the pain is too much, she should just bite his finger instead. Our girl is stunned by the unhinged suggestion, thinking he's acting completely insane and treating her like a toddler. But she's too drained to argue and can only manage a muffled sound of exhaustion. She continues to lean against his shoulder, convinced he's overreacting, despite the burning on her back. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the younger brother as he races through the mansion. His face is a mess of tears, and his chest is tight with a brand of guilt he's never felt. He knows his temper caused the injury that's left her suffering, and the weight of that realization is starting to crush him. Mr. O and a squad of guards charge into the kitchen, shouting for the young lady. He urgently announces that they'll be using the chairman's personal vehicle to rush her to the hospital and tells the others to assist. On the floor, the boy ignores the chaos, gently stroking her hair as she leans into him. He whispers that she did well, while she marvels at how surprisingly gentle he can be when the world is falling apart. The immediate panic begins to settle as the family prepares to get her the care she needs. As she's carried away, our girl thinks she might actually get used to this kind of devotion if things keep going this way. The chapter title card fades in over soft pink bubbles before shifting back to the mansion later that day. The younger brother sits alone on a massive sofa, looking completely dejected and lost in his own head. The sound of footsteps echoes through the room as someone approaches the quiet boy, bringing the long, disastrous day to a close. Mr. O approaches the hunched figure of the boy and softly addresses him as young master. The kid flinches at the sound, his face still streaked with tears. Wiping his eyes, he pleads with the aide to stop worrying about him and go check on our girl instead. O offers a gentle smile, letting him know she's already at the hospital with the chairman, so there's no need for him to stay in this state. He adds that the chairman specifically ordered him to stay behind to help the boy calm down after the incident. The boy looks away, voice trembling as he questions why his father would even bother with him. He tries to find words for an apology to the man he calls uncle, but the words die in his throat. O reassures him she'll be perfectly fine, but the guilt is already too heavy. The kid clutches his head in despair, screaming at himself internally. He can't wrap his head around why she shielded him when he was only acting out because of petty jealousy. He thought his father loved her more, yet she still risked her life for him. Mr. O places a steadying hand on the boy's shoulder, but the kid is beyond being comforted. He shouts out in a fit of grief, asking if she was insane for doing what she did. He cries that he would have been fine with a scar, but seeing her hurt is more than he can handle. They sit together in the silence of the massive room while the boy laments how miserable she must be. Far away, the focus shifts to a hospital bed where a pair of eyes are finally starting to flicker open. Yihai's eyes snap open as she realizes she's in a hospital ward. She tentatively tests her fingers, surprised that the treatment was so fast the pain is already a distant memory. Looking around, she notes the high-end luxury of the private room and the soft glow of the sunset. She thinks to herself that even being hospitalized is a vacation when you're with this family, but a strange weight stops her. As she tries to lift her arm, she notices her right hand feels oddly anchored down. Seo Dokyom is right there, his head resting on the edge of the mattress as he sleeps while white-knuckling her hand. She whispers his name, and the sound is enough to make him stir. He looks up at her, dazed, and asks if she's finally awake. Surprised he's still there, she asks if he ever left her side. The boy simply explains she just woke him up, and she quickly apologizes, telling him he really didn't need to stay and that she feels bad for making him wait around. Our girl watches him, thinking it seems only natural for him to be the one staying by her side. He informs her that the emergency treatment is done, but the doctors want her to stay for observation. His voice drops as he somberly mentions a small scar might remain, apologizing as if he were the one who spilled the water. She tells him to drop it, insisting that shielding the brat was her own choice. She admits a scar bothers her slightly, mostly because if she likes a guy later, he might think it looks gross. His expression immediately turns lethal as he tells her she should never date anyone who'd care about a scar. He leans in close, his gaze intense as he declares he'd object to such a person. She's caught off guard, asking if she suddenly needs his permission to get a boyfriend. He gives her a blunt yes, making her burst into awkward laughter about him acting like an overprotective dad. As she teases him, a system window pops up. The baby gangster is satisfied. She asks if he's happy now, but then spots a second notification hidden behind the first. Noticing the hidden alert, our girl swipes the window sideways to see the full text. In her head, she's just playing with her stiff arms, but once the text is revealed, her heart sinks. The window shows that Seo Dokyom is feeling nauseous, and it has accumulated a staggering 717 times. A warning follows, telling her to be cautious of this prolonged accumulation. She's completely floored by the number, wondering what on earth this specific notification is actually trying to tell her. She remembers seeing this back during their shopping trip, but the count was only at 17. Then she looks at the boy with a mix of confusion and annoyance, wondering if he really feels sick every time he looks at her. However, she realizes the nausea doesn't feel like hostility, it's something else entirely. She tells herself that assuming he actually likes her is a massive stretch, though he breaks the silence, telling her she'll be in the hospital for a bit and promising to visit often. Our girl's eyes go wide as she remembers their plans and asks what's going to happen to the beach trip. The boy just looks at her like she's lost her mind, asking what beach she expects to visit while she's in this condition. He isn't about to let her go anywhere until she's healed. She pouts, insisting the pain is gone and that going out would be perfectly fine. He doesn't even argue at first, just staring at her before reaching out and firmly squishing her cheeks together. He tells her to shut up and behave, adding that the beach isn't going anywhere. She struggles to protest against his grip, letting out a muffled sound as he warns her not to make such weird noises. Yihei finally breaks free and yells at him for grabbing her face, but a knock at the door cuts her off. A familiar voice asks if she's awake, and she instantly realizes it's Uncle Ihiem. She brightens up and tells him to come in. The mob boss slides the door open, looking unusually serious as he admits he was shocked by what happened in the kitchen. Our girl can only offer a sheepish apology for causing such a scene in his home. The chairman tells her he should be the one apologizing, and is just glad the injury isn't in a visible place. He gently pats her head, promising they've hired the absolute best doctors so she won't have to worry about a scar. He's surprised to see her smiling so brightly through the recovery. She giggles, telling him she's just grateful to be treated like family. In the background, the son remains dead silent, watching the two of them with an unreadable look in his eyes. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and snatches our girl, jerking her backward. She's caught completely off guard, letting out a sharp scream of surprise as she's yanked away from the chairman's side. Ihiem asks what that was all about, and his son, who is now holding the girl in a tight embrace that looks more like a restraint, simply calls it a leash. She's horrified by the term, but things get worse when the system starts going haywire. A barrage of red warning windows flashes, announcing that the boy's abnormal status has been unlocked. The warnings state that his possessiveness and obsession have spiked, but the specific numbers are being kept hidden. The chairman actually finds it funny, noting that his son must be desperate to protect her since she saved his brother. The boy doesn't let go, declaring that he'll be taking special care of her from now on. Yihei is absolutely terrified by the sudden shift in his vibe and those ominous warnings. She screams internally for someone to save her, realizing the baby gangster has finally crossed a very dangerous line. Our boy repeats his declaration of protection, framing it as gratitude for his sibling's savior. The father watches his son, wondering if this bombshell announcement is just a roundabout way of saying they should hold the engagement ceremony immediately. Our girl can't even get a word out, her wrists pinned as she tries to process how intense he's become. She manages to shove him back a bit, telling him to back off and asking what he thinks he's doing with that leash talk. She tries to get her dignity back and tells the chairman she really needs to rest now. The elder Seo agrees to step out and leave her be. As he leaves, the boy remains by the bed, his silent gaze locked on our girl while she forces a very awkward smile. A few days later, the scene returns to the hospital. Yihei is sitting up in bed, looking much more vibrant as she digs into an ice cream cone and a donut. She thinks to herself that this relaxed, pampered hospital life is actually the peak. While the mansion was luxury, being surrounded by boxes of chocolates and gourmet snacks makes this stay feel like a paid vacation. Our boy keeps up the role of the devoted attendant, bringing in even more food, including spicy rice cakes and a stack of eel lunchboxes. Our girl is in pure bliss, realizing she doesn't even have to lift a finger to get everything she wants. She thinks about how she could live like this forever, eventually lying back as her thoughts begin to wander. Lately, she's been feeling a strange sense of conflict about how comfortable she's become. She realizes she's finally gotten used to being cared for, which is a massive shift from her old world. She remembers being sick with a fever, lying alone in a dark room with nothing but pills for company. It's a life she could never have imagined back then. She thinks about the Seo family and how they've treated her. But then a sobering thought hits. These people can never truly be hers. She pushes it aside, warning herself not to overstep just because she's comfortable for once. The door slides open, and our boy walks in to announce he's arrived. Our girl is surprised he showed up so early today. He holds up a bag and suggests they go eat outside for a change of pace. The scene transitions as they prepare to leave the room and head out into the fresh air of the hospital garden. The two find a quiet spot in a wooden gazebo surrounded by the lush greenery of the park. She's excited by the spicy stew he brought, commenting on how incredible it looks. She offers to share, but the boy turns her down, saying he isn't a fan of spicy food. He carefully sets a bottle of water on the table for her, and she thanks him as she digs in. As she enjoys the meal, he watches her and softly calls her name. Our girl looks up and asks what's on his mind. He tells her that the brat feels incredibly sorry about what happened. She admits she was a little annoyed he hadn't visited yet, but she knows his personality and figured he'd be sulking. She goes back to her stew, praising the spice level. The boy looks away, checking his phone to find a flood of desperate texts from his brother promising to come tomorrow. He mutters to himself that the kid isn't even here yet despite all the drama he's making. Seo Yo lingers outside hospital room 901, hesitating at the door marked for Baek Yehei. He mutters to himself that this is for the best as he prepares to bail. The kid plans to make a clean break while she's busy eating with his older brother. Still lacking the spine to face her directly, he carefully sets down the cake box, promising himself he'll offer a real apology once the timing isn't so awkward. Our girl suddenly pops her head out to surprise him, catching the kid completely off guard. He nearly jumps out of his skin, frantically stammering about why she's out here and where his brother went. She casually explains that Dokyeom headed home once she finished her meal. Her eyes light up the moment she spots the gift, asking if he really bought that famous high-end cake just for her. All he can do is rub his neck and turn bright red, unable to find his words. The stunner admits she never expected a visit from him, teasingly asking if he actually had a surprise in him. The boy looks away, trying to play it cool by claiming he was just passing through. But she stops him in his tracks by softly calling his name. She tells him she's genuinely happy he showed up, because seeing his face is a relief. Those kind words hit hard, forcing him to grit his teeth in silence as he battles a messy mix of embarrassment and lingering guilt. Flashback to the mansion where Mr. O sits with a dejected Yul. The driver explains that while the world is a brutal place, no one deserves to be discarded or hurt. He suggests that when someone tries to protect something precious, their heart often moves way faster than their head. The kid wonders if he actually matters that much to her. The driver continues, noting that the young lady carries her own deep scars from losing family, which is likely why she chose to open her heart to theirs first. Oh, Seobang admits he found her presence jarring at first, but now he's just grateful she's around. He asks if the young master felt that shift in their bond too. The man suggests the sheer speed of their connection is exactly what makes it so special. Before the talk ends, he mentions that even the chairman had something to say. Our boy is stunned, quickly demanding to know what his father could have possibly said about the whole situation. The driver delivers the message. The chairman called him his beloved son and promised to take him to his favorite beach next year. A memory of Ihiem standing alone and deep in thought flashes by. Back in the present, the weight of that validation hits the kid like a ton of bricks. He clenches his jaw, unable to choke back the tears as he processes the unconditional love being offered despite his massive mistakes. In a sudden burst of emotion, the boy drops to his knees on the hospital tiles, crying out a desperate apology. He weeps, terrified that she'll be stuck with a permanent scar because of what he did. Yihai crouches down and tells him to lift his head, reassuring him the treatment worked perfectly and the mark won't even show. She thanks him for finally opening up, appreciating that he cares about her, even though she gave him plenty of reasons to keep his distance. Later that evening, the stunner stands alone in the hospital garden, a soft, peaceful smile on her face as she reflects on the breakthrough. The setting sun bathes her in a warm glow, matching the new sense of calm she feels about finally finding her place within the mansion's walls. As she comforts the sobbing boy, telling him to dry his eyes, a pink system window suddenly chimes into existence. It announces the completion of a hidden quest. She has maxed out his affection and secured a powerful ally. She's blindsided by the notification, wondering if simply protecting him was the trigger. The system confirms his tragic death has been officially prevented. Looking at the kid in her arms, she realizes her choice to save him was never about chasing a reward. As the sun dips low, she soaks in the tranquil rooftop vibes. She's feeling a massive wave of gratitude for the family, especially now that the once sneaky youngest brother has finally come around. In a burst of good spirits, she decides it's selfie time. She snaps a quick photo and fires it off to a chat to announce she's on the roof, only to see the recipient read it almost instantly. Dokyeom immediately floods her phone with worried texts, warning her that wandering alone at night is dangerous. She frantically types back that she's not alone and tells him to just stay put. She muses on how persistent the guards are, but realizes her older brother takes overprotectiveness to a whole new level. Just then, a sweet message from the younger brother pings her phone, promising to chat often since he can't visit tomorrow. Seeing his cute dog sticker, she can't help but think the kid is actually pretty sweet. Continuing her stroll, our girl wonders if more hidden quests are waiting in the wings and decides she needs a real game plan. While she's lost in thought, her red hair tie slips loose and falls silently onto the stone path. She stops when she feels the change, looking around in confusion. Before she can even start searching, a voice calls out from the shadows behind her, asking for her attention. She turns to find a friendly-looking guy in a hospital gown, holding out her hair tie with a polite smile. Realizing it fell out, she thanks him profusely. The stranger, calling himself Kim Chang-soo, laughs it off and asks if she's a fellow patient. When she confirms it, he chuckles, noting he's seen her hanging around the rooftop garden quite a few times before. The man invites her to sit for a second and asks for her name. Swept up in his high energy, she introduces herself as Baek Yihai without thinking twice. His outgoing personality is a bit much, making her realize he's a total social butterfly. They swap pleasantries, and while he seems nice enough, she can't shake the feeling that he looks exactly like a generic extra from the game. He quickly apologizes, worried his forward approach might have spooked her. The man admits he rarely gets visitors, so seeing someone his own age out here just made him happy. Hearing about his loneliness, she feels a sudden sting of kinship, knowing exactly how that feels. She tries to offer some comfort, but the quiet moment is cut short when a guard suddenly pops out of a nearby bush, loudly announcing it's time for her to head back inside. She quickly stands up and apologizes, explaining she has to go. The man looks genuinely disappointed the conversation ended so fast. She waves as she retreats, telling him she'll be at the hospital for a bit, and suggests they chat again soon for the sake of supporting character solidarity. She shouts a friendly goodbye, leaving him standing in the fading light in total silence. He waves back and promises they'll meet again, but the second she's inside the building, his entire vibe shifts. The friendly mask slides right off as he watches the entrance. He reaches up to grip the frame of his glasses, the warmth in his eyes vanishing instantly. A chilling thought crosses his mind, and he begins to mutter something dark under his breath. The man pulls his hair back and sets his glasses down on the bench, finishing his grim thought about waiting right there. Without the spectacles, his gaze is sharp, cold, and calculating, revealing a predatory edge he'd hidden behind his simple persona. The harmless patient is gone, replaced by a man with a very dangerous agenda. Later that night, the man sits alone on the dimly lit hospital stairs, checking in with someone on his phone. The voice on the other end asks if he's met the target. He confirms it, noting she was even cuter than he anticipated. When the caller asks if all this effort is really necessary for a mere kid, he warns them that backing out isn't an option. Apparently, their boss wants to forge a very fun connection between their group and the chairman's faction. He taps his glasses against his leg, musing over which strings to pull to make the situation collapse. A detailed profile of our girl sits on the step next to him, proving he's been tracking her every move. He tells his contact to get the next phase ready. The person on the line seems hesitant, asking if he's really going through with this, but he just smirks and asks if there's a problem. Chae Iryong is revealed to be the one on the phone, standing in her darkened office. She warns him that if he so much as touches a hair on that girl's head, it will trigger absolute chaos. She points out that while it might get the chairman's attention, the price will be a death sentence once they're hunted down. The man just laughs, finding the threat of a direct confrontation entertaining. After she hangs up on him, he mutters to the empty stairwell that he was only joking. The scene shifts to the next day as the title for Chapter 14 appears. Our girl is back on the rooftop, soaking up the sun while lounging on a bench. She holds a single tarot card up against the sky, staring at it with intense focus. It's an odd card featuring wolves, and she lets out a heavy sigh while trying to figure out what kind of fortune it's predicting. The story jumps back to last evening, when Chang-Soo first pulled out the deck. She had asked if the cards could actually predict the future. He claimed his brother bought them, but never used them, so he was excited to try them out with her. As he fumbled with the manual, she told him to take his time. Internally, she'd been planning to just coast until she could go independent, but something about this guy felt incredibly off. She reflects on how these new quests mean saving the chairman was just the beginning. Thinking back to Do-kyom's intense reaction, she wonders if his abnormal status wasn't just a one-time fluke. She worries about being paranoid, but she can't ignore that the entire hierarchy quest system is hidden from her view. While she watches the man next to her, the mystery of the game's hidden mechanics continues to gnaw at her. The man excitedly tells her to draw her first card. She hums and pulls one, revealing the I Wolves card showing 3 wolves surrounding a small dog. When he reads the interpretation from the book, he looks startled. He tells her it means people around her won't let her go, and whether that embrace is warm or dangerous depends entirely on her choices. The ominous reading leaves her in stunned silence. Back in the present, she sits on the bench staring at the card as a chill runs down her spine. The accuracy regarding the Seo family is getting way too close for comfort. Just as she's marveling at the reading, a voice from behind asks what's so accurate. She nearly jumps out of her skin, shouting Yol's name in shock. He explains he just got there, grumbling that if she isn't in her room, she's always up here. She just laughs, asking if he was worried, and starts petting his head, which leaves the boy completely flustered. The kid protests, the head pats, asking if she's treating him like a child when he's clearly taller than her now. His complaining is cut short when a hand suddenly grabs his face and yanks him back. Do-kyom has arrived, immediately putting his little brother into a firm headlock. Yol begs to be let go, but the older brother ignores him, staring at Yihei with a dark, intense gaze. He demands to know why she was petting a grown man like that, but she can see that terrifying glint in his eyes instantly. He tells her to quit playing and focus on getting discharged tomorrow. He pokes her forehead, giving her strict orders to pack the second she wakes up and come straight out. She's surprised by the rush, but he explains they have a general meeting for his father's company in the morning. Both brothers have to attend, making her realize that being an heir involves more than just fighting. He tells her the staff will bring her straight to the company office. Our girl is completely baffled, asking why she needs to go to the company at all. She wonders if this is some unannounced daughter-in-law training. Do-kyom doesn't give her an inch, telling her she'll wait in the lounge so they can all go home together. She tries to argue that it's overkill and offers to just go home alone, but one look from him shuts that down instantly. She can only offer a confused hum as he makes it clear that going solo isn't happening. The man reaches out and grips her chin, pulling her face inches from his. He asks if she's forgotten who she's dealing with. Leaning in, he whispers that he's the one putting the leash on her, not the other way around. Our girl turns bright red as a system window pops up to warn her that Dokyom's obsession level is dangerously high. She finally finds her voice and shouts back that guys like him are the ones who need a leash, her scream echoing across the hospital grounds. That night, she lies awake in her bed, realizing discharge day is finally here. She feels a slight pang of regret because she wanted to say a proper goodbye to Chang-soo. Thinking back on their talks, she feels bad about missing him all day. She decides she'll try to find him one last time in the morning, even if it's just for a quick greeting. With a plan in mind, she pulls the covers up and tries to catch some sleep. As she drifts off, she thinks about how lonely that man seemed. She eventually falls into a deep sleep, her quiet breathing the only sound in the room. On the wall, the clock ticks past midnight, officially starting her discharge day. The hospital is deathly silent as the minutes crawl by in the dark. Morning hits, and her suitcase is already packed and waiting. She tells herself all that's left is to wait for the escort. While getting dressed, she pauses to look at the burn scar on her back. She muses that from the right angle, it almost looks like angel wings, jokingly wondering if she should just call it a tattoo. Her internal monologue is cut short by a voice at the door announcing her escort has arrived. She tells the visitor to hang on a second while she finishes up. She slides the door open with a polite smile, but notices the man waiting is in a dark suit and sunglasses, looking like a textbook mob enforcer. She figures he's a new face, but doesn't think much of it since the family is so huge. The man says he's there to pack her things, and she agrees, but mentions she has one favor to ask before they head out. She suggests the man come with her so he can get to know the people she talks to, specifically mentioning Chang-soo. Her escort's expression is unreadable behind the shades as she asks if they can stop by for a minute. Without a word of warning, he swings a heavy wooden board, striking her with a sickening thud. The blow catches her completely off guard, and the room starts to spin as her vision fades and her body goes limp. She realizes way too late that she's in serious trouble. The man catches her before she collapses, muttering that he didn't want to be so rough. He looks down at her unconscious face and offers a hollow apology, telling her she'll be able to rest soon. Chae Il-ryong, disguised in a lab coat and mask, appears in the hall. She asks if he took the supplement she prescribed, noting the physical force was only needed because the drug was lagging. She offers a cold apology for the violence as they prepare to move the target. Il-ryong explains she had to make sure the girl wouldn't try to bolt. When she pulls down her mask, the man next to her flinches. Our girl is barely conscious, her breathing ragged as she recognizes the voice above her. The man asks about the other guards who were supposed to be on duty, but the woman calmly informs him she already neutralized them with drugs. They stand in the silent room, the kidnapping successfully underway. The aftermath of the hit shows one guard tied up in a warehouse and another gagged in the restroom. Il-ryong notes handling them was a breeze since they were inexperienced and few in number. She mentions the discharge paperwork went through normally, so the staff isn't suspicious. She's confident because she knows the chairman is stuck at a general meeting and won't be checking in for hours. The man wonders how long it will take for the CEOs to realize she's actually been snatched. Our girl's mind is a total fog. She can't move a muscle, and her eyelids feel like lead. The man tells her to sleep well as he watches her go under completely. He removes his sunglasses with a satisfied smirk and whispers that they're going on a little journey together. Following the credits, our girl wakes up, trapped inside a dark, suffocating container. She gasps for air, the cramped space triggering a massive wave of panic. She can't believe she's been caught again, thinking she never expected this to happen twice. Her heart sinks as she wonders why her luck is this bad. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy door creaking open breaks the silence, and she freezes in pure terror. She cries out, demanding to know who's there. A silhouette appears against the blinding light of the doorway, and for a split second, she thinks her savior has arrived. She desperately hopes it's Dokyom, pleading in her mind for him to save her. She even sees his hand reaching out in her imagination. She calls out his name, her hope peaking as the door opens all the way. The girl jolts awake, realizing the rescue was just a cruel dream. She's actually in the back of a moving car, disoriented and covered in sweat. The man next to her notices she's finally up, commenting that she was sleeping so soundly he didn't want to wake her. She turns to look at him and lets out a cry of total shock as reality comes crashing back down. She recognizes the man next to her as the organization member from the hospital. Looking at the passenger seat, she's horrified to find Il-ryong sitting there. The faint voice she heard while drugged finally makes sense. She desperately claws at the door handle, but it's locked tight. Il-ryong asks where she thinks she's going, and our girl screams at them, demanding to know why they're doing this and telling them to let her go. The man next to her just laughs, telling his accomplice to go easy on the girl. Our girl demands to know his real identity. He asks if she's already forgotten the memories they made when he found her hair tie. He pulls out his glasses and puts them on, and his friendly persona returns instantly. She's stunned, realizing this is the same Chang-soo she thought was a friend. Il-ryong just sighs, asking her boss if he's really going back to that childish roleplay. Our girl can't believe it, shouting the word boss in total disbelief. A system window pops up to confirm her personal info has been exposed to the head of the Baekhyung family, the second highest ranked faction in the city. She's paralyzed, asking if he was really the one behind everything. The man just smiles and says bingo, confirming her worst fears as she sinks into defeat. Our girl lets out a long, frustrated scream that echoes through the car. She starts kicking the back of the front seat, yelling at them to let her out. She demands to know what they could possibly gain from capturing her, questioning why her life is such a disaster. She laments her luck, thinking about how she possessed a body only to end up an orphan and a gangster's fiancé, between death threats and burn accidents. Being kidnapped is just the latest miserable addition to her list. Chang-soo tells her to chill out, pointing out the car seats are expensive and she shouldn't wreck them. She snaps back, asking if he really thinks she gives a damn about his upholstery. Iryong finds the reaction weird, admitting she expected the girl to be in tears. Our boy's fiancé fires back, asking if crying would change anything. The woman brings up their first meeting. She reminds the woman that she was already almost killed by her long time ago, so she isn't in a weeping mood. She says it's disappointing that she still got fooled by the boss despite those sharp senses. Our girl looks away, muttering she only fell for it because she felt a useless sense of kinship. She quickly pulls herself together, telling them not to mistake her for some weak heroine who's just going to sit there and wait for a rescue. She warns them that she's going to tell the patriarch everything. Iryong asks if she truly trusts Seo Aeum that much. The girl doesn't blink, saying she trusts him absolutely. She explains that unless someone betrays him first, he's a man who never wavers. She tells them if they want to survive this, they should probably let her go immediately. Her conviction is unshakable even as a prisoner. Iryong looks away, clearly bothered. She thinks to herself that something isn't adding up. A flashback shows her working late at a computer, digging into the day her parents died. She discovered that Aehyum's alibi was bulletproof, with news articles placing him at a major business conference with global buyers at the exact time of the incident. She covers her face in distress, the realization that her revenge might be built on a lie starting to crush her. Chae Iryong rests her chin on her hand, lost in thought. She knows she's missing a piece of the puzzle as they cross a massive bridge. The dark, endless expanse of the ocean stretching out beneath them. Baek Ihai gazes out the window, her heart sinking as she realizes they're by the ocean. It was supposed to be a trip they took together, and seeing it like this feels like a cruel joke. In the front seat, Kim Chang-soo holds up a vibrating phone. It's Seo Aehyum calling. He tells her to answer, and when she nervously asks if she's allowed, the man gives her a warm smile. He tells our girl she can say whatever she wants. The driver tells her it doesn't matter if she claims she's being kidnapped. He's not stopping her. Yehei hesitates, wondering what game they're playing, but she picks up to stop her friends from worrying. She whispers into the receiver and Aehyum immediately asks if she's safe. Tears well up, triggering a cold system prompt warning her not to cry. Choking back her emotions, our girl assures him she's okay, mentioning she's currently with Iryong and Baekhyung. Inside, the kid feels like a lost, dejected child. She pours out her heart, apologizing over and over. She truly had no idea what was coming and was snatched away before she could even react. Aehyum softly tells her it isn't her fault. He reveals they're tracking her location and are already closing in, urging her to hold on just a little longer. Our girl apologizes again, but he won't hear it. When she mentions she's at the sea, the place they were meant to go, a heavy silence hangs in the air before he promises they'll visit together next year, for real. A tearful laugh escapes her as she agrees to the promise. Suddenly, a sharper voice cuts in, demanding the phone. It's Seo Dokyeom, he calls out to her, promising that the second he catches sight of her, he's going to tear her away from those people and bring her home. The hothead adds a chilling edge to his promise, warning her that once he finds her, he's never letting her go. Yehai pales, wondering if he's coming to rescue her or finish her off himself. Pure terror takes over, and she starts screaming for the driver to take her anywhere else. She thrashes in the back seat, desperate to run, forcing Iryong to grab her and demand to know what just set her off. The car roars, tires spinning at high speed as the kidnappers push toward their final stop. Inside the chase car, Aehyum confirms who she's with. In the back, Dokyeom can't wrap his head around why they'd target someone like her. The eldest brother simply sighs. In his world, the people you care about are always the first ones in the crosshairs. Dokyeom grits his teeth, his silent rage radiating through the car. He's done losing people to this lifestyle. From the other seat, Seo Yol chimes in, backing his brother up. He feels the exact same way. This ends now. Chang-soo makes one thing clear. If they lay a finger on her, he'll personally bury every last one of them. The vehicle finally pulls into a shipping port. Near a truck, a guard looks over the facility and decides the desolate spot is perfect for what they have planned. Yehai is roughly shoved into a shipping container, hitting the cold metal floor. Aryong stands at the threshold, offering a hollow apology and a warning that it's about to get hot. Terrified, the kid begs her to wait, promising to stay still and not run, but the massive door begins to swing shut. Our girl pleads with them, screaming that she's claustrophobic, but the metal door slides shut with a final heavy thud. Total darkness swallows her. She pounds on the walls until her hands ache, shrieking that she isn't lying and that she's going to die in there. The air grows thin and stifling. Gasping for breath and spinning with dizziness, she collapses. It turns out her childhood trauma wasn't as buried as she thought. She curses her luck as the pitch-black walls feel like they're closing in to crush her. A terrifying man with glowing glasses flickers in her mind, making her wonder why she ever got mixed up with him. Yihai loses consciousness, triggering a red system alert. She's having a life-threatening seizure brought on by trauma. In her fading vision, she sees a happy image of the three men, lamenting that she's reached such a pathetic, hollow end. A pink quest window cuts through the dark, tasking her with escaping the truck. The stakes are high. Success means infinite protection from Dokyeom and a boost with Baek Young. Failure means she stays passed out with no guarantee of survival. Our girl feebly opens her eyes, wondering why the system is being so heartless while she's literally dying. A random box selection screen appears, offering an escape tool if she picks one of the four men. Yihei is baffled by the sudden dating sim mechanics, especially seeing Baek Young as an option. The system tells her to choose carefully, promising a reward for the right pick. The prompts keep pushing her to decide. A message hints that a good choice might lead her to the person actually controlling the status window. The scene fades as the story moves into chapter 16. Yihei asks the empty air who the system is talking about. She calls the interface cowardly for stalling, weighing her options. Eam seems like the safest bet since he's the most mature adult. She pointedly ignores the thought of Dokyeom. His earlier warning to wait for him still has her shaking. She finally taps Eam's name, and the space erupts in light. A black handgun materializes out of thin air and clatters to the floor. Yihai stares at the weapon, her blood running cold as she recognizes it instantly. This is the exact gun Ye Yunziel used in the game's bad ending. She remembers the original heroine's tragic fate and slowly picks it up. Is the system really trying to push her down that same path of ruin? Yihai lets out a dark scoff. She wouldn't follow that girl's example even if she were a total stranger. She's going to survive. Standing tall in the dark container, she declares she's different. This crisis isn't going to be her finale. Determination etched on her face. Our girl raises the weapon, ready to blast her way out of this metal coffin. She pulls the trigger, the muzzle flash lighting up the interior for a split second. The recoil sends a jolt of pain through her arm, making her flinch. She looks at the tiny hole in the door and frowns. Yihai nearly the sound was too dull. Is there something wrong with this gun? She scans the shipping yard. Her heart leaps when she sees Ahyum, Dokyeom, and Yil standing their ground against the gang. She just hopes they can handle the tension radiating off the crowd. The kid sees how terrified the younger brother looks and desperately wants to tell him she's safe. Then there's Dokyeom. His expression is so cold she wonders if he's about to start burying bodies. She realizes she needs to slip away now if she wants to stay out of the crossfire. Our girl aims for the bridge, hoping to hide there until things cool down. But team leader Iryong is watching from a nearby truck. She catches a glimpse of the girl running in her side mirror and is genuinely stunned. How did she get out of that locked container? Iryong can't help but smile. The girl is talented, definitely not your average damsel in distress. She decides to hang back and watch the show, curious to see how our girl navigates the chaos at the port. Hyum is mid-confrontation with the rival boss when a piercing scream shatters the air. The brothers spin around just in time to see a guard tackle the fleeing girl. The thug snarls at her for escaping while the bosses are talking, ordering her back into the container. She tries to fight back, but the guard grabs her wrists with bruising force. She screams as he tries to drag her away, but suddenly Dokyeom is there. He buries a fist in the guard's face and Yihai cries out his name in sheer relief. A powerful kick sends the guard sliding across the asphalt like a ragdoll. Overwhelmed, the kid can't believe he actually made it. He walks over and looks down at her, his voice softening as he asks why she's crying. He wants to know exactly what those bastards did to her, promising to kill every last one of them. She tries to explain that she's just relieved he's here. Dokyeom doesn't say a word. He just reaches out and gently wipes a tear from her cheek, whispering her name. He cups her face in both hands and apologizes, feeling her terror. Yihai admits she was scared out of her mind. The kidnapping brought all her old trauma screaming back to the surface. The hothead pulls her into a tight, protective embrace. He holds her firm, repeatedly whispering that it's okay now and that she's safe with him. As she rests her head on his shoulder, orange warning windows fill the air. The system announces his obsession level has spiked. Yihei stares at the screen, a grim reminder that the game is far from over. The system cryptically asks who she thinks is behind everything. Across the yard, the rival boss sighs over his beaten men. He has to admit, the Seo group's hitters are tougher than he anticipated, all while Iriang watches from the safety of her truck. The boss looks exhausted as Iriang mocks his performance. He tries to initiate a talk, but the eldest brother isn't in a listening mood. Ihiam demands to know why the hell he staged such a pathetic amateur-hour kidnapping in the first place. Iam is fuming that they dragged our girl into this mess. Nearby, Dokyum watches with a gaze that could kill. The rival boss just shrugs it off, claiming he simply needed a bit of leverage to force a negotiation. The man explains he was curious if she was actually worth his men getting pulverized. He admits he wanted to see if she'd make good bait for the deal he's about to propose. Ian cuts to the chase and asks for the terms. The boss doesn't blink. He wants them to hand over the new headquarters project. He wants to see exactly how much the girl is worth to them. He promises to leave her alone if they surrender a core part of their business, but hints that more surprises are coming if they refuse. Iam scoffs at the man's ego. He's standing in a field of his own unconscious men and still making demands. He warns the boss that he isn't an easy target and tells him to remember this humiliation for their next encounter. The boss insists he's just asking for a little cooperation. Watching from the sidelines, Iriang realizes this man is a wild card, nothing like her father. He knows his proposal is a bitter pill to swallow, but he isn't backing down. Telling them to take their time, deciding, the rival boss turns to leave, wishing them a safe trip home, but a hand clamps onto his shoulder with bone-crushing force as a voice calls out his gang's name. Finished. The boss is caught off guard by the move, but the hothead warns him through gritted teeth that he's going to pay a heavy price for today's stunt. The boss tells them not to hold a grudge, claiming he never meant to actually hurt the kid. He tells the brothers to take good care of her and disappears. Later, everything is quiet as our girl sleeps peacefully, her soft breathing the only sound in the room. She stirs, only to find herself in a void of blinding white. Panic sets in as she tries to remember how she got here. She was just at the seaside a second ago. A pink status window pops up with a cheeky emote, asking if she's finally awake. Yihai can only stare in stunned silence, her mind reeling at the impossible sight. In the digital emptiness, a holographic girl wearing cat ear headphones appears. The window simply reads, "It's me." Yihei whispers the words back, unable to believe what she's seeing. The digital entity confirms the truth. She's the one behind the entire system. She stands amidst the glowing data, looking down at the girl who's been dancing on her strings this whole time. Face to face with a holographic clone of herself, Baek Ihei demands an explanation. Instead of an answer, the digital double simply snaps her fingers, sparking a massive pink system window into existence. The notification is blunt. The tutorial is over, and the prologue chapter is complete. Our girl is left completely reeling, stuttering in confusion about what a tutorial or a prologue even means for her life. The hologram explains that it's exactly what it sounds like. Every hardship endured so far was just the warm-up. That prologue apparently had its difficulty slider cranked to the max, but she managed to survive it anyway. As a congratulatory gift, the entity reveals 3 tiny glowing chibi figures with heart eyes in her palm, representing Iem, Dokyum, and Yeol. It seems winning over the entire family was a feat worth noting. The digital double praises her for manipulating affection levels so skillfully, admitting she expected the girl to drop dead much sooner. She even wonders if our girl's success stems from all those romance sims she used to play. The kid flinches, horrified that this entity knows such a private secret. She snaps back, asking if the player really thinks she's just gaming the system and treating the family with genuine kindness as nothing more than programmed her feelings have been sincere this whole time. Whether dealing with the uncle, the youngest son, or even the eldest, she truly believes they only opened up because she was being real with them. To her, these aren't just lines of code, they're people. Our girl argues that her bond was forged through genuine emotion, not system values, but the hologram couldn't care less. With a dismissive look, the entity asks if she's done with her little speech. While she grants that the sincerity was real, she argues it doesn't change the cold hard fact. They aren't actually a real family. Her fists tremble with pure rage, asking if the entity is intentionally trying to provoke her. She argues that even if things started with a lie, it's impossible not to get invested when real. Breathing people are standing right in front of her. Finally snapping, she lunges forward and throws a punch straight at the clone's face, her fist surging with pink digital energy. The strike slams into a digital barrier, but she screams that she already knew the truth deep down. The hologram remains completely unfazed, calmly closing her eyes and insisting she isn't trying to pick a fight. She tells the kid to cool off so they can actually talk before teleporting out of reach. Our girl is left stumbling, gritting her teeth in a mix of burnout and fury. Exhausted by the games, she demands that since they're finally meeting, they should settle things once and for all. She wants to know exactly what this entity is and why it exists. The hologram finally yields, agreeing to explain her identity as the story officially transitions into Chapter 17. The entity introduces herself simply as the player, admitting she's been watching since the beginning. She isn't just a spectator, though. She reads thoughts and manipulates quests and buffs, even if her influence has its limits. Images of the entire Seo family and the team leader float through the void, making our girl scream in horror at the total invasion of her privacy. The player shifts the focus to the one thing our girl is actually curious about: the reason for her summons. Reaching a reluctant truce, the girl listens as the entity confesses a desperate wish. She wants to see the story's protagonist reach a truly happy ending for once. The ultimate goal is for the leads to find happiness together, and as a vision of the original heroine, Ye Eunseol, appears, our girl feels a heavy weight settle in her chest. The player notes this is the conclusion she always wanted back when she was just a gamer, and since she's now a powerful entity, she's making it happen. Sensing the hesitation, the player leans in close and questions that look on her face, asking if she's actually developed feelings for Dokyeom. The suggestion sends a deep blush across the kid's face. A flash of memory passes by, showing the two leads in a tragic, intense embrace amidst shattered glass, highlighting the stakes. She wonders if she's just confusing her lifelong loneliness for real love. The player warns her to think very carefully, asking if she can truly handle a romance route with a dangerous man like the eldest son. She points out that her success so far was only possible because she played the role of a side character. Completely lost, our girl asks what the entity actually wants from her. The mission is straightforward: reach a happy ending that satisfies everyone. To do that, she has to adjust the intensity of the gangster male lead. While she saved Yeom and Yeol from their fates, Dokyeom is still in a dangerously unstable state that needs to be fixed if this world is going to survive. The player highlights the main problems: his suffocating obsession and his talent for extreme violence. She warns that there's still time before the main scenario kicks off, but every single move from here on out has to be calculated with surgical precision. The entity offers a rare moment of praise, admitting the girl has done a solid job so far. She successfully built an environment that can actually handle the man's overwhelming, intense personality. Then comes the sharp warning: if she ignores these demands, both she and Dokyeom are headed for a fatal, bleak ending. Molding his behavior is now her primary mission if she wants to see a happy ending that never existed in the original game. Even if she once envied the lead's tragic love, she realizes now there's no room for running away from this responsibility. Thinking of the family's future, our girl finally accepts the deal. She clenches her fists, fueled by a genuine desire for everyone to find happiness. The player is satisfied with the choice, walking away with a vague, cryptic comment about how the girl shouldn't feel too bad about what's coming. The player promises a reward for later, but our girl is done being polite. She grabs the entity by the collar, calling her shameless for only showing up now instead of helping when the uncle was in danger. She screams in the entity's face, demanding to know if she's even doing her job right. Frustrated that the hologram is using her own face to mock her, our girl shakes the entity, demanding she stop the mind reading. The player tries to offer a different reward, but the digital connection starts to glitch out. As she dissolves into static, she ends the meeting for the day. Our girl desperately yells for a few spoilers or quests before the figure disappears completely. The digital void shatters with a sharp buzz, leaving her voice echoing in the dark as she tells the entity not to run. Slowly, the blackness is replaced by soft light. Back in the real world, she's lying in her bed at the mansion, groaning as she finally wakes from the intense, glitchy vision. A soft voice calls her name, and she opens her eyes to find Dokyeom sitting right by her side. He looks genuinely concerned as he asks if she's finally awake, disoriented. She stammers his name and asks where she is. He reassures her she's safe in her room, noting that she seemed to be trapped in a terrible nightmare. He asks if she's up for sitting up, but our girl is floored to see that both Yeol and Eam are also crowded into her room. She admits she was terrified, prompting the man to gently pat her head. He confesses he was incredibly worried about her, a soft admission that makes our girl blush as she shyly thanks him. Sitting up quickly, she asks for details about the brutal beach brawl, clearly worried for them. Yeol clenches his fists and tells her to relax, explaining that while he wanted to jump in, his father and the organization handled the mess. Eam, still wearing a suit that shows the wear and tear of the fight, confirms it's nothing for her to lose sleep over. He lets out a weary sigh and apologizes, admitting he failed to protect her properly today. The patriarch explains that the Baekhyang faction staged a public kidnapping just to make an example of her. He dismisses the entire life-threatening ordeal as a minor business dispute, telling her she doesn't need to worry about such trivial matters anymore. Resting after the chaos, she wonders why she was the specific target for such a bold move when she asks the patriarch why they came after her. His answer is simple. The rival faction realized she had become his person. The weight of that statement leaves her stunned, her mind looping over the phrase as she tries to process what it really means to him. Suddenly, the air pings with multiple system notifications. The tutorial is officially over, and the rewards are pouring in. The patriarch's favorability has hit its limit, triggering a special reward as familial affection is finally activated. Standing with his sons, makes it clear that if she's in danger, this family won't sit idly by. The kidnapping only happened because the enemy knew how much she mattered. Looking at the three men, she finally understands what family actually looks like. Seeking confirmation, she asks if she's truly one of them, and if that's why they were so scared for her. The eldest son takes a seat on the bed, confirming she's part of the family under his protection. That admission finally breaks her resolve. Tears well up as she reflects on a life where she believed she'd never have a home. Seeing her cry, the man promises to make sure she never has a reason to weep again. She whispers that they aren't even blood-related, but the man isn't hearing it. She's a special case, and they cherish her. When she keeps crying, he worries he said something wrong and pulls her into a warm hug. Sobbing against his shoulder, she stammers her gratitude. He eventually pulls back to ask if she's hungry, prompting her to send a silent message to the player that she's finally found where she belongs. In the quiet of her room, she knows this miracle might be temporary. However, the warmth she feels now makes her want to repay them by securing their happy ending. She looks at the men who protected her and decides that even if she remains a side character or fades away, she'll accept it. Her only goal is their happiness. With a bright smile, her resolve is set on saving our boy, Dokyeom. Time skips forward, shifting the scene to the city streets outside Lee's boutique. Just above the shop, a sign points toward a photo studio where the next chapter of their lives is about to unfold. In the dressing room, she prepares for something she never expected. A family photo shoot. A system alert chimes to confirm that familial affection is active, but a strange sense of unease lingers. She mentally teases the player, asking if even a photo counts as a reward. Her thoughts drift back to the eldest son, realizing her feelings for him were never something to be ashamed of. The sound of heavy footsteps snaps her out of her head as Dokyeom enters the room. She turns to find him looking lethal in a sharp formal suit. As he adjusts his tie, he asks if she's finally ready to join the rest of the family for the shoot. The scene shifts to the heart of the city, focusing on the massive Baekhyun Group skyscraper. Inside a luxury office, we see the nameplate of Representative Baekhyungjo. A suited subordinate enters to report that the negotiations discussed earlier have been successfully finalized. The chairman, a stern man with a mustache, asks if this is about the rival group. Young confirms that has officially withdrawn from the new headquarters project, and a task force is being prepped to take over. Despite the win, the old man remains suspicious. He can't figure out why a shark like would surrender such a massive project so easily. The chairman grills his son, asking if he finally managed to find one of the rival's weaknesses. Young admits he hasn't, causing the older man to explode. He slams his hand on the desk, shouting for the kid to get a grip. He tells him to stop playing at corporate games and start delivering real, brutal results. Pointing at the documents, the chairman warns him not to get cocky over one project. He demands the boy use his brain and his body, even if it means getting blood on his hands for the sake of the organization. Internally, Young finds it rich coming from a man who sits comfortably with clean hands. He lets out a small laugh, which only makes the chairman remark that a little anxiety is good for him. Young reveals that by this time next year, they'll be discussing a merger with the Sin-1 group. The chairman is baffled, calling it a waste of time since that group is already their lapdog. Young just grins, the shadows on his face deepening as he calculates the true power dynamics at play. Suddenly, the chairman strikes his son across the face. As Young hits the floor, the old man tells him to watch his tone, claiming the boy's face just reminds him of his mother and puts him in a foul mood. He expresses total disappointment and mentions Iriong, noting that while exile would be easy, he's demoting her to Young's team instead. Wiping blood from his lip, the son sits in silence as his father issues one final warning. The chairman orders him to find the core force capable of wiping out the Ahiam group once and for all. Young slowly stands and stumbles toward the exit, nursing his bruised face in silence. Thinking back on the Sin-1 group, Young tries to recall the identity of their actual boss. He steps into the hall and runs into Iriong, who's been waiting by the door. She's stunned by the fresh bruise on his lip, staring in silence as she wonders just how bad things went inside that meeting. Back at the studio, the younger brother is having a meltdown, screaming that his hair looks like trash. Dokyeom tells him it looks the same as always and to just get it over with. A staff member offers to fix it, but the patriarch tells them not to bother. The photographer suddenly chimes in, suggesting a solo shoot for the eldest son to use as a free display photo. Do-kyum is caught off guard as the man demands he strike a pose. While the boys deal with the camera, the patriarch and our girl share a quiet moment on a sofa. He thanks her for going along with this awkward family photo idea. She tells him she's just happy to be included. He looks at her warmly before turning to watch his youngest son pose dramatically on a couch, covered in rose petals. Yim then asks if she's been feeling any better since the incident at sea. She insists she's fine, noting she's barely slept but feels physically okay. The patriarch clarifies he's asking about her mental state, knowing the trauma must be heavy. She assumes he heard about the truck incident from his son, but he reveals the boy hasn't said a word. Instead, he heard about her trauma from her own mother a long time ago. A memory of the past surfaces, showing our girl's mother smiling warmly. The patriarch reflects on that smile, realizing how much the daughter resembles her and calling himself a fool for the comparison. He looks at the girl in front of him and softly calls her name. The man suddenly suggests reconsidering the engagement to his son, claiming she's too precious for this arrangement. Our girl is shocked, wondering why he isn't backing his own son. She knows she needs the annulment for the happy ending, but she's curious. She asks him how the arrangement with Do-kyum was even decided in the first place. Clutching her dress, she suggests that if it was just her parents' last wish, she'd like to cancel it for everyone's sake. She quickly adds that it isn't because she dislikes them, just her own selfish choice. The patriarch lets out a small laugh and reveals that even before the will, the engagement was something he had wanted for a very long time. He explains that her parents were his benefactors, making her his responsibility. He simply wanted to preserve that bond through his son. Listening to him, she realizes there's a much deeper history hidden here. She can tell he has a specific truth to reveal, and she braces herself for it. Determined to understand their connection, she tells him she wants to know everything. The patriarch looks away, admitting the story started when she was very young. He refers to the trauma she can't forget, describing a specific day from her childhood. In a flashback, her mother is shown desperately hiding her inside a small wardrobe while a door creaks open. The memory shows the mother shushing the child, and the terrified little girl mirroring the gesture from inside the dark cabinet. The patriarch notes it was the only way her mother could save her. In the present, our girl is frozen. She realizes the trauma of the character in this game is an exact match for the kidnapping she suffered in her own real life. In the quiet of the lounge, Seo Ahyum drops a bombshell on Baek Yi-hae. Her father wasn't just a friend, he was a member of the organization. On that tragic day, the man was snatched up and used as leverage to squeeze the boss. The girl and her mother were dragged into the mess as pawns in a setup designed to break anyone, completely overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the attackers. The memory is a nightmare, showing the girl's father desperate and broken on the floor. He sobs, begging to know where his daughter is and what kind of cash it'll take to make this stop. The suits standing over him are cold-blooded, mocking his misery and telling him they're still hunting for the kid. When someone brings up a negotiation, Chairman Baek Yong-jo just looks down with a chilling smile. He has something much more specific in mind than money. The price the chairman demanded was Ihyum's wife. Our girl listens in stunned silence as the story gets darker. The boss explains that his wife offered herself up as a hostage, likely hoping her sacrifice would buy the safety of Yi-hae's family. He admits it was a reckless, desperate move, but he can't blame her because he would have done the same. By the time he realized the world was ending, he'd only just landed from an overseas trip. The tragedy is absolute. The boss confirms his wife and the girl's father died on the very same day. The loss broke him, sending him on a bloody rampage against every rival group in sight. Yi-hae cries out, realizing their families are basically fated enemies, but he quickly corrects her. In a wild twist, her father actually died trying to save the boss's wife. And it was her own mother who saved Do-kyum's life that day. Our girl can barely process the news that her mother is the reason Do-kyum is still alive. The boss explains that his son was caught right in the middle of that hellish chaos years ago. She stands there, face flushing, as the weight of this interconnected, blood-soaked past finally starts to settle in. The boss decides to stop there. Noting it's not his place to tell his son's side of the story, he admits he's been rambling about a past she probably doesn't even remember. His main point is simple. They both carry deep wounds, and they're the only ones who can truly soothe each other. He's certain his late wife would agree and wouldn't hold a grudge. Yi-hae isn't so sure, thinking she'd feel resentment forever if she were in that position. It's clear the old man has endured a lifetime of pain for his family. The entanglements of this world are far heavier than the girl ever imagined. The more she learns, the more questions pile up. But Do-kyum interrupts her spiral as he enters the room. He tells her the fever is gone and it's time to move. She realizes there's no time to sit around waiting for answers. Right now, her only mission is to reach a happy ending, even though she knows this peace is just a temporary mask. Even when things feel safe, the relationship between them always feels like it's seconds away from turning dangerous. She quickly agrees to head out, but she can't stop wondering how much hell the guy went through that day. She's starting to question if she's keeping the right amount of distance or if she even knows how to stay away anymore. Later that night, Dokyeom is lost in thought while drying his hair. The whole situation is a mess, and he's annoyed that the studio staff were such chatterboxes. Despite the awkwardness, he has to admit the day wasn't actually bad. It's been a long time since he felt this way, mostly because she was there by his side. It's starting to feel strange how much she's occupying his mind. Confusion aside, the guy knows one thing for certain. He wants Ihai to be happy. He sits on the edge of the bed and pulls out his phone to make a call, but it just rings through to a recording. The person he's trying to reach is dodging him, prompting him to leave a message. The moment the beep sounds, his entire aura goes cold. He leaves a brutal message, stating that whatever beef they have with his father, he'll never forget what they've done. He warns them to think very carefully because they've made a fatal mistake. His eyes glow with a lethal intensity as he gives his final warning, never touch his family or the girl again. The history of this world is far more overwhelming than our girl ever guessed. As the pieces fall into place, the questions just keep coming. She finds herself drifting through the school hallways, lost in her own head while the guy stays glued to her side. She recalls Yol mentioning how everyone went all out for the photo shoot. There's no time to solve every mystery when the priority is securing that happy ending. Her relationship with Dokyeom is a constant tightrope walk, safe one second, fraught with danger the next. In her memory of the shoot, she flinches the moment she feels his hand heavy on her shoulder. The guy tells her to stop overthinking and just look at the lens. She complies but secretly wonders how much longer she has to keep up this distance. The photographer counts them down and the shutter clicks. The result is a perfect family portrait. They look like the real deal, despite the dark secrets buried beneath the smiles. With the prologue finally behind her, life settles into a peaceful routine. It feels as if the chaos never happened and she's always belonged here. The constant threats and system quests have finally faded into the background. As she looks out at the city, the first snow of the season begins to fall, and she actually finds herself smiling. The suffocating tension has truly evaporated for now. Over at the library, Dokyeom slams an English test down and demands a grade. Our girl is floored that the brute actually finished the whole thing and accuses him of lying. He tells her to look at the work before she opens her mouth, leaving her to sigh as she starts marking the paper with her red pen. Our girl stares at the paper in pure horror, wondering what she's even supposed to be grading. With a brain like this, she thinks he might be better off as hired muscle. The guy gets defensive, pointing out he filled in every answer, but she just screams, asking if he's actually serious. Their bickering is cut short when Yo bursts in, shouting for his siblings. It seems this piece was only a commercial break. The younger brother suggests they head home since the sun is setting. He teases the big guy, telling him to just give up on the books because it's clearly not his lane. Surprisingly, Dokyeom agrees, calling himself a lost cause and telling the kid to study hard for both of them. Yihai knows the time to let this happiness go is coming fast. As they walk together in the cold, a puff of frost escapes into the evening air. Yoel asks where she stands on the fish bread debate. Team red bean or team cream? She confidently backs team cream, much to the kid's disappointment. He calls her a cream stan with no taste, and she just labels him a little kid in return. Then, the quiet one pipes up, admitting he's also Team Cream. The kid teases them for being like little children, but the girl is just surprised by how much the boy has grown. Dokyeom gets annoyed, telling the kid to stop sticking his face so close to hers and accusing him of getting cocky. He turns to her and drops a new command. As soon as they get home, she's going to start mastering Krav Maga. She has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. He explains that Krav Maga is a military self-defense system meant for neutralizing threats. Our girl finds him absolutely terrifying when he's in teacher mode. He's a strict instructor, constantly barking about her angles and stance. It's an absurd situation, but she actually wants to be good at it. During a break, she lets out a shout with her strikes while he watches her, completely calm. She just tells him to eat his snack, and a system window pops up showing his heart flutters have shattered the 999 mark. He's completely caught off guard. Yol starts complaining about the freezing weather, and the guy suddenly bolts ahead, leaving his brother shouting after him. Yihei realizes that reaction was a genuine high-speed heart flutter. She knows those feelings are aimed right at her. She wonders what it would be like to just accept his interest without all these constraints. Unable to grasp why the male lead is so fixated on her specifically, he tells her to hurry up, and she tries to shake off the thoughts. She tells herself this is just a phase, and everything will shift once he meets the real heroine, Ye Yunzio. She calls back that she's coming as they head toward the mansion. She can feel the clock ticking before the real story begins. By the end of the year, the family dynamic has shifted completely. At their Christmas dinner, the boss invites everyone to raise a glass. Yol is living for the festive mood as they toast to a successful year, noting the boys' grades are up together, and the house is brighter because of her. Yeol cheers, calling her the absolute best. Ihyam tells her he's counting on her for the future too. She tries to say she hopes they'll take care of her next year, but she slips and says X instead of next. Dokyeom lets out a scoffing laugh. She panics, stammering out a correction about working harder next year. Our girl realizes she dodged his touch without even thinking about it. The guy just stares at her in heavy silence while 2 system notifications pop up. His obsession level just ticked up twice. The sheer intensity of that gaze is making her more than a little nervous. The rising obsession level is a major red flag. It's been acting erratic ever since the hospital, and she's terrified it's going to redline soon. Even at a festive dinner, she realizes this stat is likely why he's protected her for so long. She decides she has to find a way to drag that number down. Falling for a supporting character will only torch the happy ending. She resolves to start detaching before the main story officially kicks off. She tells the boss that she's the one who should be grateful, explaining that being taken in as a guest meant she wasn't lonely for the last 6 months. The 2 men stay silent, but Yeol just laughs, asking why she's suddenly getting so sentimental. The guy tells her she isn't a guest or an outsider anymore. She's family, plain and simple. Yeol jokes that she's giving him too many year-end feels, and she laughs, calling him even sappier than she is. As the night goes on, she reflects on how much fun the party was while the mansion glows against the dark. Back in her room, our girl is tossing and turning. It feels like that dinner was her own secret farewell party. She knows that when the new semester starts, she has to pivot all her energy to helping Ye and Seo. She tries to convince herself that following the script won't be that difficult. Sitting at her laptop, she tries to remember the story from the original heroine's perspective. If she can just retrace the moments where the guy's violent streaks cooled off, she can guide everyone to safety. A flashback to the beach shows the original heroine screaming in pain while Dokyeom looks back in absolute shock. In that memory, the guy looks at his own hand in horror. He collapses onto the sand, cursing himself as a lost cause for hurting her again. He asks the heroine if she's scared or if she hates him, begging her to just leave him alone to rot, but the girl refuses to look away. Eun-seol tells him she can't leave because she likes him. She compares him to a stray kitten that only hisses because it's scared. She puts a hand on his back, admitting she might not get what he's been through, but she's staying. When he asks why, she says she doesn't know, it's just an irresistible force. Our girl lies in bed, wondering if love needs more than just a vibe to survive. She needs to be ready to vanish the second they find happiness. She checks her bank balance, just over 2 million won, and realizes she needs a real plan to survive on her own. She's not even sure if a happy ending sends her back to reality. The countdown is at 370 days until she turns 20. She's already planning to find a part-time job to be responsible. Suddenly, Dokyeom is at the door, asking why she's leaving it open. She jumps, and he tells her that since her guard was down, they're skipping the talk and going straight into more training. She protests that she'll puke up her dinner if they start now. In her panic, she fumbles her phone, letting it drop onto the carpet. The guy walks over and calls her clumsy. She quickly reaches for it, insisting she'll pick it up herself. He grabs the phone first and sees the countdown, asking what she's waiting for next year. She decides there's no point in lying, a surprise later would be way worse. She tells him it's nothing big, but she's moving out once she becomes an adult. She needs to start prepping for her independence now. The guy is visibly shaken, demanding she repeat herself. He assumes his father is pressuring her, but she clarifies this is her choice alone. She can't stay forever, and her parents will only cover her until she hits 20. She's leaving this time next year. Suddenly he reaches out and grips her shoulder. He looms over her, asking how she can plan a getaway right after they became family. He demands to know if something is making her uncomfortable, but she tells him to just listen to her. She's leaving when the time comes. He looks dark, telling her he doesn't believe a single word coming out of her mouth. She asks why he's overreacting, saying it shouldn't matter if someone like her disappears. That sets him off. He shouts that his whole family was terrified of losing her when she was at death's door. He'd rather she just admit she hates his family so he could fix it. He's sick of her shutting him out and planning a solo escape. She tells him he's acting strange, but he isn't backing down. He declares it's not strange because they're going to be engaged. A system notification warns that a sudden event has been triggered. He leans in close, begging her to talk so he can fix things. Our girl is panicking. He is way too close to her face. She tells herself not to get flustered. But this intensity is exactly why she's uneasy. She pulls back and admits she likes people who are gentle. She looks him right in the eye and tells him that honestly, he acts scary sometimes. The guy is stunned into silence. A system notification pops up. His abnormal state is starting to subside. She doubles down, realizing she really does prefer people who are kind. As the tension thickens, she waits to see how he'll react. She repeats that he's scary. His face shifts into an expression she's never seen before, something pained and unsettling. She silently begs him to just say something, anything, to break the silence. The pressure finally gets to her, and her eyes start to fill with tears. Her heart is hammering against her ribs while she silently prays he'll stop coming closer. He calls her name, sounding almost surprised as he asks if she's actually crying. She snaps back that she isn't crying and asks if he thinks she's a child. She wonders if she went too far, but she knows she has to stay firm to end this conversation. He just sits there, looking down at her in a heavy silence. She stands up and shouts that every kid thinks about independence. The countdown isn't special, she's just excited to be an adult. She tells him to stop overthinking and accuses him of being way too sensitive. She mutters that this whole situation is just incredibly stressful. Finally, he gives in with a quiet, okay. He admits he might have overreacted and says the idea of an engagement with her is ridiculous anyway. He tells her to get some rest and finally walks out of the room. She sits on the bed in a daze, realizing she just gave him even more reasons to misunderstand her. She can't believe he actually just walked out. Her mind is racing and she curses herself for letting things get this messy. She calls out for the player, but there's no answer. She hasn't seen the system's human form once since the big incident. Now she's worried she's stuck cleaning up this mess all by herself. If she keeps blurring the lines with him, the consequences are going to be catastrophic. Our girl is wide awake, staring at the ceiling while the image of a blood-soaked Dokyeom plays on loop in her head. It's a vision of failure she can't shake, forcing her to mentally slam the brakes before she spirals into total despair. She buries her face in the pillow, trying to muffle the anxiety. She's grateful for everything he's done, which is exactly why she refuses to let things go south this time. In the silence of his room, the scary one is brooding. Dokyeom sits at his desk, those stinging words about him being burdensome echoing in the dark. He can't stop thinking about how
wonders if they
fragile
both
and
just started
tearful she
acting,
looked that
pretending
day.
the tension isn't
He
there while
honestly
keeping
thought
a
they were
careful
finally
distance.
turning a corner, that
He
she was
pictures her
finally
bright
starting to
smile
feel
at
safe
the dinner
around
table,
him, a sharp contrast to the heavy atmosphere suffocating him now. Looking down at his notebook, her voice reminds him she likes kind people. It hits him right in the chest. He doesn't want to be tied down by a family label anymore. He wants something real. His eyes linger on a sticky note Yihai left behind, begging him to at least memorize a single page. He circled the word kind in red ink, a reminder of a memory from his childhood. He can still feel his mother's hand on his head, telling him that when he finds someone he truly likes, he has to treat them with kindness. Resting his chin on his hand, the kid makes his choice. It's time for things to change. A family photo stands as a silent reminder of their messy bond, leaving our girl feeling totally lost on her next move. That morning silence doesn't last long, though. She wakes up screaming when she realizes she's completely overslept. The panic is real, ruining her first impression. On day one of senior year is not the plan. She rushes the boys out the door, yelling for the driver to floor it as the luxury black car speeds toward the school. Inside the car, Yoel is feeling himself. He's bragging about how all the girls were staring at him during orientation, admitting he's finally realized he's a total knockout. He starts posing in the back seat, wondering if his new high schooler status makes him look more manly. He even jokes about what'll happen if he becomes too popular for his own good. Our girl gives him a supportive smile, telling the kid that being popular is a win. She's honestly just relieved he's so sociable, unlike his brooding brother. She steals a glance at Dokyeom, who's staring out the window like a dark cloud. He's a stunner too, but his scary aura keeps everyone at a distance. When the younger brother gets defensive about girl trouble, she just laughs. Those family genes definitely didn't skip anyone. Dokyeom finally breaks his silence, warning his brother to stop messing around on the first day. The younger one immediately protests, tired of being treated like a toddler, before admitting he's jealous. The other two are in the same class again, watching from behind. Our girl thinks it's a stroke of luck they weren't separated. She catches his eye in the mirror for a split second and quickly looks away. The trio hits the school grounds, and the place is buzzing as they walk in. The gossip mill starts churning immediately. Girls are whispering about the orientation heartthrob arriving in a limo. Yoel is instantly swarmed by a group asking if he's the famous CO Yoel. He doesn't miss a beat, winking and telling them he's in class 1 before asking if they want to be friends. As they head to their floor, our girl teases the older brother about how popular his sibling is. He's not having it, telling her to focus on her books instead of fooling around. She shoots him a look, thinking he's the one who actually needs the study session. They reach class 3-3, and he slides the door open, ushering her inside to get the day started. Stepping into the room, she tells herself this is the moment of truth. The rest of the class is already losing it. Shocked that a menace like Dokyeom is in their ranks, they're whispering about his dark circles while admitting he's still a knockout. As she steals her resolve for senior year, a pink system notification pops up. The main story has officially begun. The history teacher kicks things off with his signature charm, calling the students brats and barking at them to sit. He grumbles about how none of them have changed, which earns him a chorus of groans. The kids shout back that they're sick of his face after 3 years, but he just laughs it off. He reminds them they're seniors now, and the fun and games are over. Our girl is already at her desk, locked in and ready. While the teacher drones on about the opening ceremony, our girl is busy plotting. She's taking notes on the arrival of the heroine, Ye Eun-seol, knowing she has to link the leads today. But first she has to deal with the intense gaze of the guy sitting next to her. He's leaning on his hand, staring her down. She mentally tells him to guard his chastity because his true love is about to walk in, but he just smirks and asks if she's seriously trying to dodge him. She asks if he's uncomfortable being desk mates, then quickly tells him to focus on the lesson. To her surprise, he actually agrees. Suddenly, the teacher calls her name, making her jump with a frantic yes. He then drops the big news: a transfer student is joining the class. Our girl is electric with excitement, leaning over to tell the boy next to her to pay very close attention. She's buzzing about the girl destined for him, but Dokyeom just faceplants onto his desk and tells her to wake him up later. His lack of interest is staggering. The teacher calls for the transfer to enter, and our girl starts frantically poking the sleeper, desperate for him to see this major highlight scene. The rest of the class is already in awe as the newcomer steps in. The transfer makes a grand entrance, standing at the front with a radiant smile. The newcomer introduces himself as Ye Eun-seol and says he's excited to meet everyone. Our girl is swept up in the moment until reality hits her like a truck. Something feels very wrong. She lets out a confused gasp as she notices something falling from the newcomer's desk area. A pencil case hits the floor with a loud clatter, sending pens and scissors flying everywhere. The classroom goes quiet for a second before a few students gasp at the transfer's looks. But our girl? She looks like she's seen a ghost. She's frozen, her mind screaming a single question: why is this happening? The newcomer stands tall, looking every bit like a main character. He's a silver-haired stunner with a friendly wave and a smile that could melt ice. He asks everyone to take care of him, introducing himself as Yeon Eun-seol once more. He's perfectly composed, totally oblivious to the fact that his appearance just nuked our girl's entire plan. She's in total shock. The heroine was supposed to be a girl, but a handsome boy is standing there instead. The teacher tells Eun-seol to take the seat right in front of her, and he acknowledges her with a polite nod. As he walks down the aisle, the girls in the room are already smitten, whispering about how insanely good-looking the new guy is. Our girl can't even speak. Her hands clamped over her mouth as the boy approaches. He notices her spilled pencil case and gracefully leans down to help, handing it back with a charming smile. He tells her to be careful and says he's looking forward to working together. Meanwhile, Dokyeom is still dead to the world on his desk, completely missing the arrival of his supposed soulmate. It's a total meltdown. Our girl is surrounded by handsome guys and has no idea what to do. The transfer doesn't mind her silence and cheerfully greets his partner at the desk. Dokyeom slowly lifts his head, but there's no romantic spark, only a dark, murderous glare. The atmosphere turns freezing as he stares the newcomer down, making it clear he's not here to make friends. The silver-haired kid just keeps smiling, totally unfazed by the hostile vibes. Our girl is spiraling into a crisis. Is she supposed to play matchmaker for two guys now? A loud mental thud echoes in her head as she clutches her hair. Stuck between a sunshine-bright transfer and the brooding menace sitting next to her, she can't believe her luck. She might be trapped in the middle of a romance between two men. The shock of the genre shift is enough to make her head spin as the reality of the new mission sinks in. As the class settles into this bizarre new dynamic, the story officially transitions into its 21st episode. Our girl is convinced the game world has glitched. It makes zero sense for the transfer to have the same name and hair but a different gender. She wonders how common this specific archetype even is. Trembling at her desk, she tries to figure out what this means for her survival and the happy ending she was promised. Everything is off the rails. She looks at Dokyeom and wonders if he's actually been open-minded this whole time. Her new theory, her gangster lead might be gay, which renders her entire strategy useless. She's panicking over the genre change, but even through the stress, she can't help but notice that the silver-haired kid is actually pretty cute in a kitten-like way. She starts losing it, imagining a scandalous romantic standoff between the two boys, complete with roses and dramatic dialogue about black cats and provocation. Realizing she's gone too far, she shakes her head violently to clear the thoughts. Dokyeom just sits there in silence, watching her have a full-blown mental breakdown in the middle of the lesson. He leans over and catches what she's writing, notes about whether the transfer is a beauty. He gives her a dark look and asks if she's actually interested in the new guy. Tension crackles as he glares at the back of the silver-haired kid's head, making it painfully obvious that he's not a fan of her curiosity. The newcomer turns back with a charming smile that feels like it's hiding a secret. A few days pass, and our girl is seen wandering the school grounds under a clear sky. She lets out a heavy sigh, telling herself she just needs to survive one more year. Looking at the building, she wonders if this weird new direction is really her permanent reality. Sitting on a bench, she looks drained. Every plan she had is trash now that the heroine is a hero. To make matters worse, Dokyeom's mood has tanked since the transfer arrived. She thinks back to yesterday when Yoonso cornered them after school, flashing a friendly smile and claiming he couldn't find the counseling office. In the flashback, the transfer asks her to personally show him the way. Our boy Dokyeom snaps instantly, grabbing her arm as a system notification pings. His obsession level is climbing. He glares at the newcomer, suggesting he's actually looking for the bathroom, before announcing that he'll be the one taking her there instead. She protests that she has no reason to go to the bathroom with him, but he just ignores her and starts hauling her away. She's left flailing her legs as she's dragged off, leaving a very confused, silver-haired kid standing alone in the hallway. Another memory hits. This morning's class. The teacher was hammering formulas into the chalkboard when Yoon leaned over to whisper a question. He asked what page they were on, and she started to tell him it was page 23. Example 2, but before she could finish, the air in the room turned heavy. Dokyeom's obsession spikes again. He snaps at the transfer to look forward if he's done talking. The silver-haired kid mutters that he's being annoying, while our girl just buries her face on her desk in a cold sweat. She's starting to realize the transfer is intentionally poking the bear at every opportunity. The lunch memories are even worse. Yoon joined their table with his tray, pouting that they didn't wait for him. She apologized, but he just sat down and mentioned he barely knows anyone yet. The rest of the students started whispering about a love triangle, especially when the transfer leaned in close to tell her she should feel guilty for leaving him alone. Getting flustered, she tells him to just eat, noting that the original heroine was never this clingy. While the newcomer smiles, the scary one is absolutely fuming. He's stabbing his food with his chopsticks, complaining that the meal tastes like garbage while directing all that venomous energy at their guest. He finally snaps, standing up and telling her they're going to the school store. He swipes her tray right off the table as his obsession level jumps twice in a row. She's forced to chase after him, yelling that he'd better buy her a milk cream bun, a pizza bun, and a monster bun since he just stole her lunch. Yoon watches them leave with a look that says he knows exactly what he's doing. Our girl is still struggling with the story shift, begging the world to stop making her the center of attention. She's mentally screaming at the two guys to just fall in love with each other already and leave her out of it. Back on the bench, she's still clutching her head when Yo walks up. He asks what's wrong and wonders if his brother has finally made some friends. He's worried since she's usually the only one who can stand his scary brother. She thinks to herself that his brother is actually busy with a male rival, but she knows she needs to investigate this new Yoon, even if Dokyeom's obsession level is making that impossible. She's haunted by the image of a jealous Dokyeom, realizing the stakes have skyrocketed. Why is the transfer protagonist constantly getting under the scary lead's skin? She laments the difficulty spike, thinking it's a waste of two handsome guys to have such a messy genre shift. The younger brother just watches her mutter, asking if the senior year stress finally broke her brain. She suddenly explodes in frustration over the handsome genes being wasted, leaving the younger brother terrified. He tells her she's starting to scare him, but she ignores him to sip her strawberry milk. She's made up her mind. She needs a one-on-one talk with the silver-haired kid before this gets even more out of hand. She heads to the restroom to wash her hands, still wondering if this is all just a massive system error. Her thoughts are cut short when a girl with short red hair and a pink jacket walks up. The redhead calls her a friend and asks for a minute of her time, claiming there's something they need to discuss. Our girl recognizes her as Jang Selgi. A system window pops up, labeling her a supporting antagonist who's here to keep our girl's rising reputation in check. The redhead doesn't beat around the bush, asking point blank if she's dating him. Our girl is just confused, asking who on earth she's talking about. Solgi scoffs, telling her to stop playing dumb because the rumors about her and Dokyeom are everywhere. She says the connection is obvious, and a girl in glasses nearby adds how jealous she is since the guy is so handsome. Our girl frantically denies it all, insisting the whole thing is just a giant misunderstanding. The redhead isn't convinced. She points out they've been holding hands and eating together since last year, making them look like an official couple. She says it's annoying to watch and demands to know why she's lying about it. Our girl is left speechless as the group of girls continues to grill her about the relationship. She tries to explain that their families are just close, but Selgi immediately jumps to the conclusion that they must be engaged. That sends our girl into a deeper panic. She tries to pivot to the childhood friends or siblings excuse, thinking about how Dokyeom usually acts like an overbearing older brother anyway. The antagonist just laughs at the sibling excuse, noting how much they stick together. Seeing no other way out, our girl decides to fake a gag reflex. She leans over the sink and pretends to vomit. shouting that she stands outside the restroom, catching her breath, wondering if she's going to have to deal with that girl every day now. Nearby, she overhears Seolgi gossiping about how she was even hitting on the new transfer student. Unbeknownst to them, a hidden figure is around the corner, listening to every word of the gossip. It's Yoon-seol. He seems amused by the idea of being in a love triangle. Later, our girl walks into a classroom only to find him waiting for her. He's leaning against the wall, flashing that smile, and tells her he's been waiting a very long time for her to show up. Caught off guard, she asks what he wants while internally screaming at him to stop flirting. He tells her name is so pretty he just wants to keep saying it. Then asks if she'll walk him to the staff room. He claims the teacher called for him, but he's too awkward to go alone. She eventually gives in and follows him to the office. The teacher loads her up with a massive stack of study guides, making our girl feel like a pack mule. While she's hauling the heavy books, the teacher mentions that Dokyeom actually aced a history quiz for once. He asks if she was the one tutoring him, and when she confirms it, he's impressed. He tells her to keep it up, confident that midterms will be a breeze as long as he's hanging out with a top student like her. Baek E-hai and the transfer student, Ye Eun-seol, are trudging up the school stairs hauling massive stacks of books. Our girl feels the weight of his stare and tries to play it cool with a nervous laugh. In her head, she's obsessing over her mission to humanize Seo Dokyeom. Though she knows that's technically the heroine's job, she feels like the boy beside her should be the one leading the way, not her. Finally, she snaps under the pressure and asks why he won't stop staring. The stunner just smiles and tells her she simply looks cute. It's an immediate red alert for our girl, whose brain screams that this guy is definitely hitting on her. She tries to deflect with an awkward laugh, telling him he's actually the handsome one. He leans in dangerously close, asking if she's already planning on falling for him just because of his face. His arrogance is almost physically painful, leaving her wondering who the hell he thinks he is. She turns away, visibly annoyed by how forward he's being. Ever since he stepped into a male role, he's become way too full of himself. He might be a total knockout, but he is definitely not her type. He smirks at her irritation, asking what's with the attitude. She snaps back that he's overstepping his role, but he just counters by asking if she's really that unhappy with the current dynamic. They keep climbing, but the atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a knife. Our girl keeps her eyes on her heavy books, still rattled by the blatant flirting, while the transfer student watches her with a knowing, predatory smile. He doesn't let her off the hook, looming over her and repeating his question about why she's making that face. She stares at him, her mind looping on the fact that he's deviating way too far from the original script. He leans in and even further, pressing her on whether she truly hates his behavior. Her heart starts thumping like a drum against her ribs. Trapped by the intensity of his gaze, she can only mutter some confused nonsense as a massive blush takes over her face. As her pulse races, a pink system window suddenly pings with a loud chime. It's a warning. Seo Dokyeom is feeling frustrated and is currently burning a hole in the back of the transfer's head. Before she can process the alert, a heavy hand drops onto her shoulder. Our boy has appeared out of thin air, growling that he finally found her. Dokyeom doesn't ask. He demands she hand over the books. She stammers that she's fine, but he ignores her and snatches the stack, making a point to slam them against the other guy's books as he does. He glares at his rival, telling him to carry his own damn luggage instead of using the girl as a pack mule. The transfer looks genuinely shocked, explaining that the teacher was the one who asked for her help. Our boy keeps his gaze ice cold, asking if the kid is too weak to carry his own gear. He tells him to man up since the books belong to him anyway. In the background, our girl is secretly throwing a party, thrilled to see someone finally put the arrogant stunner in his place. Dokyeom then turns his focus back to the rival, asking if he enjoys exploiting people before reaching out to pat her head. The sudden touch leaves her completely stunned. The transfer student watches the display and notes that the two of them are clearly closer than he thought. Our girl blushes at the remark, wondering what's behind that look in his eyes. He seems to see right through their dynamic, and it drives her crazy that he can read her so easily. The whole situation is becoming a massive headache. Suddenly, a giant system window hijacks her vision with a new main quest: uncover the true identity of the mysterious Ye Yoon-seol. She panics when she sees the stakes. If she fails, a brutal bullying arc titled, "No One Listens to Me" will trigger. If she wins, their relationship gets redefined. The threat of a bullying arc is enough to make her want to crawl out of her skin. She knows that bullying arc from the game was a nightmare that usually led straight to a bad ending. That bad feeling she had earlier? Yeah, it was a total omen. The transfer student starts walking away, complaining about the heavy books and telling them he's heading up if they aren't going to help. Watching him go, she resolves to clear this quest and expose him no matter what. She tells herself to think logically because this guy is definitely hiding something big. She tries to reconcile the man-woman dynamic she's seen, determined to find the truth. Suddenly, she breaks into a sprint, her slippers slapping the floor as she chases him down. She screams for him to stop, pointing a finger and declaring that she's finally figured out his bizarre secret. He's a hermaphrodite. Our girl isn't done, declaring that his height can't hide his true nature anymore. She screams that if he's some indefinable being where male and female are one, there's only one answer. He's a worm beast man. Both boys are left in absolute soul-crushing shock. The transfer asks if she's high, but she snatches his books and doubles down, arguing that white worms exist too. She keeps the rant going, yelling that his face alone is a dead giveaway. She screams that he has the perfect female lead face and is way too pretty to be a normal guy. Our boy, Dokyeom, just stands there taking in every word of this unhinged outburst. She convinces herself that this logic is airtight and it's the only way to clear the quest. She points one last time and screeches that he's a white hermaphrodite worm beastman. After the initial silence, Dokyeom starts to smirk. He finds the whole thing hilarious. He's savoring the sight of this arrogant punk getting absolutely roasted by a girl. A wave of pure satisfaction washes over him. A system window pings to confirm that our boy's affinity just spiked because he's so impressed by her mess-with-you skills. Our girl can't believe that insane insult actually paid off. Dokyeom laughs along with her, while the transfer student looks completely defeated. He mutters that he knows he's not the most masculine guy, but begs her to stop before he finally snaps and tells them both to piss off. As they walk away, Dokyeom tells her she really went for the throat and asks where she even gets this stuff. She hides her blushing face in her hands, stammering that she just panicked about a potential bad ending. He smiles, realizing she clearly has zero romantic interest in the other guy. He can't stop laughing at the hermaphrodite comment, which only makes her more frustrated. Our boy suddenly stops and asks if she actually has a thing for faces like the transfers. She's caught off guard, but he points out she called the guy pretty. She argues that calling someone pretty doesn't mean she likes them. She then begs him not to make things weird, suggesting he should actually try to get along with the new student. His mood sours instantly. He asks why he would ever play nice with a guy who is clearly moving in on her. She tries to brush it off, thinking she'll get to the truth eventually, but he isn't backing down. He leans in close to her face, eyes burning, and demands to know what he's supposed to do if that guy really is her type. Her heart skips a beat when he asks if he should start touching her hair like the rival did. She's speechless, but he pulls back and tells her to just forget it. He sounds genuinely pissed, asking if her reaction means she's really planning on staying independent and ditching the engagement. Flustered, she screams, "That's not what she meant." She points at him and yells that he's already handsome enough as it is. It's his turn for a racing heart, and he looks at her in genuine shock. He seems to actually doubt his own looks for a second, which just makes her turn bright red and scream at him to stop being annoying. Meanwhile, on social media, the internet is losing its mind over his face, calling him the god of the genre. She keeps shouting, demanding to know who could be handsome if he isn't. He retorts by bringing up the fact that she called the transfer student pretty, which earns a frustrated groan from her. Finally, she breaks and screams that she likes him and isn't interested in the other guy's vibe at all. The sudden confession makes the baby gangster flinch. A long silence follows until he asks if she really likes him. She immediately gasps and waves her hands, yelling that she only meant she liked his face. She realizes she walked right into a trap. She keeps shouting that he's just being jealous and needs to stop making everything a rivalry. He just stands there with a completely blank expression. She tentatively calls his name, but then the air fills with dozens of system pings. They all report that his affinity is skyrocketing because he's completely bewildered by her. The status window goes haywire. Our boy stands there, his face shadowed and intense, before he suddenly reaches out and grabs her arm with a crushing grip. She grunts as he pulls her flush against him. She tries to ask what's wrong, but he shuts her down with a direct order. Under the glow of the sunset, he looks at her with desperate intensity and tells her to say the other guy is a bastard. He clearly needs to hear that she only has eyes for him. Dokyeom keeps the pressure on, demanding she look him in the eye and say the words. He reminds her she claimed to like him more, so he wants proof. His gaze is practically glowing as he tells her it's easy. Cracking under the intensity, our girl finally shouts that Ye Yun-zeol is a bastard. Once she says it, she turns her frustration on him, asking if he's really going to keep being this childish. She snaps that he keeps pulling these cheap moves on her. He gets defensive, arguing that her mixed signals are the real cheap move. She doesn't back down, asking if he's being for real right now, realizing he's pushed too hard. The boy's expression softens into sheer embarrassment. He mutters an apology, remembering how much she hates being handled like this, and slowly lets go of her shoulder. She gives a blunt yes, but admits he wasn't totally ignoring her earlier. The tension remains heavy as they stand there. Our boy stops and asks if she knows how weird she is. He admits he can never tell if she's brilliant or just totally clueless. He wonders if she's poking at him just to see what happens, or if there's a real reason behind it. He wonders if her actions are actually meaningless. His mind drifts back to a memory of them by the ocean under a pale sky. In the flashback, he holds her close while she sobs against his chest. He remembers thinking that if she truly hated his family, and him by extension, then everything would be so much simpler. The memory of her smile haunts him, making him question who this girl really is. Sometimes it feels like she's looking right into his soul just to mess with him. Back in the present, he groans and covers his face. He's visibly frustrated, noting how she pushes him away only to drop a confession of just a few minutes later. He mutters that the way she gives him an opening must reflect how she really feels. She stays silent as he says her name, acknowledging that he sees her clearly now. As they walk together through the sunset, dozens of pink system windows start pinging and floating around them, signaling that his affinity is shifting at high speed. The boy suddenly takes a sharp turn off the main path, catching her off guard. She asks where he's going, pointing out that he's heading into a sketchy, narrow alley. He doesn't slow down, just calls her an idiot and tells her it's a shortcut. He tells her to keep up, and she follows him into the shadows. Watching his back, a wave of guilt hits her. She never intended to toy with his emotions, not even for a second. As they walk, she silently offers an apology for the mess she's made of his head. The scene shifts to a stiff, formal dinner at the Seo mansion. Seo Ihim asks how school is going, and our girl tries to keep it neutral, saying everything is fine, but Seo Yo ruins the peace by shouting that she's all over the gossip blogs. When she asks what he means, the kid explains there are rumors flying about a love triangle between her, Do-kyom, and the transfer student. She nearly chokes on her drink. Our girl screams in disbelief at the triangle rumor, while Do-kyom just keeps eating in silence. The patriarch takes the news seriously, warning her to steer clear of strange men because they're nothing but trouble. She can't help but think his own son fits that description. When asked if the rumors are bad, the younger brother mumbles through his food that it's just girl talk. Do-kyom thinks about the school hierarchy and decides he's seen enough. He tells his little brother that if he hears that rumor again, he needs to tell everyone she has zero interest in the transfer. Our girl realizes that's not enough and speaks up, telling the patriarch not to worry because she's already made her position clear to the whole class. She gives a confident thumbs up, explaining that she told everyone they're basically siblings. Since the family promised to treat her like one of their own, she figured she and Do-kyom are practically brother and sister. The reaction is a total disaster. Our boy stops eating, his face darkening until he slams a hand onto the table in a sudden rage. A system alert pings, noting the baby gangster is feeling uneasy and confused. She's baffled, but he looks her dead in the eye and declares he has never once thought of her as a sister. Caught off guard, she tries to argue that they're still technically like family, but her voice trails off as the weight of his stare sinks in. She demands to know what else she should have said. Her frustration boiling over, she explains she didn't lie, she just didn't want people thinking they were dating. The silence in the room gets suffocating, overwhelmed. She stands up, apologizes for yelling, and announces she's leaving before storming out of the dining hall. The younger brother asks if she's mad, but Ihim tells him to leave her be. Walking through the mansion, she reflects on how moody the eldest son has become. She can't wrap her head around why he was so soft after school, but is backing off so harshly now. She realizes he hated being called family, and thinks to herself that he's just as lost in this mess as she is. Our boy lingers in the hallway, trapped in his own thoughts. Moving into chapter 23, the patriarch calls his son into the office. Ihim asks why he had to be so hurtful with his words. He reminds him that this is the girl who risked her life in a fire to save the younger brother, asking if he's already forgotten that sacrifice. The patriarch admits he thought his son saw her as true family by now. When he gets no answer, he wonders if he's misread the whole situation. He tells the boy that if he truly hates the idea of being betrothed to her, he could always suggest the engagement to Yol instead. That suggestion hits our boy like a physical blow. He immediately protests, telling his father to stop. He argues that his brother is way too young and that he doesn't actually resent the engagement. He clenches his fists, struggling to find the right words, before admitting that it isn't that he dislikes her. He stops himself from saying more, muttering that he'll just go talk to her himself. Ihim tells him to settle it, but mentions she isn't in her room. Apparently, the youngest was excited all night because he and his Nuna had big plans. This catches the eldest off guard. Later that night, he approaches his brother's room and knocks. From inside, the younger boy gasps and calls out for her. The younger boy lets out a relieved laugh, admitting he was scared she'd bail after the dinner drama. She confesses she almost did, but apologizes for the siblings' joke that started the mess. He's ready to move on, showing off his horror game setup and a table loaded with snacks and strawberry cake. She's impressed and decides to blow off some steam with her gamer skills. She grabs the controller, feeling a wave of nostalgia. As the title, "The Room That Watches You," flashes on the screen, a warning about frightening content pops up. The eerie music already has the kid on edge. He mentions the surround sound is intense, and nervously asks if she's really sure she's ready for something this scary. She tells him to bring it on, asking if he's the one who's actually shaking. She starts teasing him, calling him a little baby, which gets an immediate rise out of him. He shouts that she shouldn't treat him like a kid, promising to prove he's a pro. They dive into the game, but a sudden jump scare sends a piercing scream through the room. While they play, system windows keep pinging in her peripheral vision. They report that Dokyeom is currently lingering outside the door, hesitating. He's out there sighing and remembering how she ignored his warning about strange men. She thinks he's got a real problem if he's including his own brother in that category. Outside, his hand hovers near the door in silence. The system updates. He hesitates one last time before giving up and walking away. Inside, she tries to ignore the text and focus on the game. The younger boy is in a total panic, yelling that something is about to jump out. Right on cue, a blood-soaked ghost with long black hair shrieks onto the screen, accompanied by a deafening scream from the kid. The boy is terrified and clings to her, gasping that the game is too much. She laughs, telling him his screaming is way scarier than the actual ghost. She spots an item and tells him to grab it. As they navigate the dark hallways, he complains about the visibility, so she tells him to use his flashlight. She cheers him on as he finds a corpse, instructing him to loot it for the key they need. Inside, Baek Yihae teases Seo Yeo for finally showing a bit of courage. He snaps at her to cut it out. Horror games are a nightmare when ghosts keep jumping out, but she just laughs, reminding him that the scares are the whole point. The younger brother goes quiet, asking if he can just stay close for a bit. She agrees and he thanks her, suggesting they don't move. Outside, Dokyeom is eavesdropping on every word, his knuckles white as he grips the door handle. He realizes that with them positioned like that, his next move just got a lot more complicated. Inside the room, the kid apologizes, claiming this is the only way he won't lose it. That is the final straw for Dokyeom. His eyes glow a fierce red as his last thread of patience snaps with a violent crash. He boots the door open, looming in the entryway like a dark omen. Yihai is immediately irritated, barking at the younger brother to get off her since he weighs a ton. He just continues to whine, still paralyzed by the jump scares. Yihai looks up in shock, surprised to see the elder brother. Yol scrambles to explain, stammering that nothing actually happened in case there is any misunderstanding. Our boy doesn't say a word, his face masked in shadow as he stalks into the room. Without hesitation, he reaches down and physically hauls his brother away from her. The kid lets out a sharp yelp as he is dragged back, leaving the girl sitting on the floor, controller still in hand. The younger brother is outraged by the manhandling, demanding to know what is wrong with him. Dokyeom doesn't back down, pinning him with a freezing glare. He growls that the kid is old enough to know better. He points out they were way too close and asks if his brother doesn't think it is time he learned some self-restraint. Yeo tries to defend himself, stammering that the ghost looked like it was coming right out of the screen. Dokyeom just stares with pure judgment, mocking him for playing a game he can't even handle. He tells his brother to quit and find something at his own level. The kid looks genuinely sad to stop, but the older brother isn't finished. He snatches the controller and sits down, telling the brat to stop using horror games as an excuse to cling to Yihai. With a firm click, he hits continue. The horror game doesn't pull its punches, flashing a gruesome ghost girl crawling toward the screen. Yol screams for him to stop, but it is too late. The jump scare catches our boy completely off guard, sending him yelping in shock. He loses his footing, his legs sliding across the floor as he recoils in pure terror. Dokyeom ends up flat on his back on the rug while the others stare in stunned silence. Yol rushes to the wall and flicks the light switch to end the nightmare. His face is crimson with secondary embarrassment as he asks if his brother is actually hurt. The elder brother is absolutely mortified, shielding his face with his hand and muttering that he is fine. Still hiding his blushing face, Dokyeom tells them both to just forget what they saw. He pushes himself up, insisting he can manage on his own. Yihai tries to keep a straight face, but it is a lost cause. She bursts into a fit of laughter, pointing at him and joking about how they really are brothers after all. He is caught completely off guard by the sight of her genuine joy. The girl declares they are both total cowards. Yol is quick to protest, shouting that he wasn't even that bad. Dokyeom sits on the floor with a vein throbbing in his temple, clearly annoyed by the noise. But as Yihai keeps laughing, filling the room with happiness, his frustration melts away. He just stays there, his expression softening as he watches her. Our boy stares at her, a deep blush creeping across his face. The embarrassment is still stinging, but it is being drowned out by a quiet sense of wonder at how happy she looks right now. He looks down at his hand, thinking about how pathetic that display was. Still, he realizes she is finally in better spirits as they sit there together. He starts to think that maybe, just maybe, this is the right moment to finally say what has been on his mind. Yol peeks back in, blushing as he begs to sleep there because he is still spooked. Do-kyom doesn't hesitate, slamming the door shut and telling the brat to stop with the cheap tricks. Yi-hae just waves a friendly goodnight. Out in the hall, the kid grumbles about his brother being a heartbroken mess, wondering why he is still clinging to her. He mutters that it must be fate since they are both scaredy cats, which earns an immediate snap from inside as the older brother asks what exactly he meant by that. Do-kyom turns away in a huff, thinking about the mountain of work he put in just to get this one chance. He worries there is no guarantee she will even end up engaged to him. Back in the quiet room, Yi-hae stretches and decides it is finally time to crash. Her guest is still there, clearly wrestling with something he is dying to say. Before she can leave, our boy reaches out and catches her hand. He tells her to wait, making her turn back with a curious look. She asks if there is something on his mind, and he looks down, appearing uncharacteristically uncertain. He finally asks if she is still mad at him, leaving her genuinely confused about why she would be upset. Yi-hae realizes he is talking about the tension at dinner and smiles, telling him she had completely forgotten. He looks relieved but keeps his tone serious, offering a sincere apology. He explains he didn't say those things to hurt her or put her on the spot, looking away awkwardly as he struggles to find the right words. Do-kyom confesses that he has always viewed them as a different kind of family, not just siblings, so the situation caught him off guard. He insists he wasn't trying to treat her like a stranger. The girl feels her heart skip a beat, wondering exactly what he means by different. Sensing the tension, he tells her not to overthink it, noticing how stiff she has become. He says he is not mad anymore and asks for a favor. He wants her to help him study tomorrow. Surprised, she suggests they just tackle the homework right now. Our boy turns her down, pointing out that taking her to his room at this hour would be a cheap trick, the exact thing he just scolded his brother for. She thinks it is no big deal since she doesn't have any ulterior motives. He looks her dead in the eye and admits that he definitely does. He tells her he has plenty of motives because he wants to turn this into a proper date. A system notification pops up, reporting that the baby gangster is feeling a strange pang of jealousy toward his little brother. Do-kyom mutters about how the kid managed to snatch a slot so quickly. Yi-hae is a blushing mess, wondering why he puts so much weight on the small things. To her, it just makes it obvious how hyper-aware they are of each other. She tries to stay firm, insisting that studying is just a routine and definitely doesn't count as a date. The guy is persistent, telling her he will check the work over quickly. She asks if he is actually serious about doing this so late. He asks if the idea of a date with him is really that repulsive. She tells him to stop reading into everything and quit making a scene. She admits she is always with him anyway, so it doesn't really matter, telling him to hurry up before she changes her mind. Do-kyom follows her with a small smirk. Once they are at the desk, Yi-hae immediately goes into teacher mode, scolding him. She points at his workbook, reminding him she has explained this specific problem 5 times already. She asks if he has even bothered to review, wondering if he has been neglecting everything except Korean history lately. She tells him this won't cut it and they need to save his math score. She hands him a new notebook, declaring it his wrong answer journal starting today. She explains the drill. He needs to track every mistake and map out the logic to fix it every single day. She tells him failing is fine as long as he understands why. He just stares at her handwriting, thinking it looks all round and bubbly, just like her. Yi-hae continues writing, explaining that this is how he will eventually find the right answers. She offers to solve one as an example for him to study later. He just watches her, thinking she has the most expressive face he has ever seen. A flash of anger hits him again, wondering why she is so damn comfortable around his brother. Just the thought of her talking to the kid pisses him off. She stays focused, telling him he will breeze through the next one if he sticks to the notebook. Do-kyom flashes back to the hospital, remembering when he told her to rely on him. Back in reality, she asks if he is even listening and if he remembers what she said about the notebook. He repeats her words about the process of finding the right answer. She isn't impressed, muttering that at least his hearing is still functional. The girl leans in close, asking exactly what his eyes are focused on. The proximity startles him. She taps the page, telling him she solved one, so now it is his turn. She warns him to read her notes if he gets stuck and to stop spacing out, then she pulls out her phone, announcing she is going to play games while she waits. Our boy is left staring down at the workbook. He stares at the page, thinking about her words regarding the process of finding the right answer. In his head, the only answer he is looking for is her heart. He wonders if keeping a notebook on her would finally help him understand what she is thinking. Looking at her just makes him feel frustrated, yet he can't get enough. She is so lovely, he can't help but stare. Our boy keeps writing, his mind swirling with strange new emotions as he steals glances at her. She remains completely oblivious, her focus locked on a game of Tetris. After a bad block placement, she lets out a small gasp as her score dies at a measly 23. She stares at her phone in despair, mourning her lost game. Suddenly, a flood of pink system windows hits her, repeatedly announcing that the baby gangster thinks she is lovely and can't stop thinking about her. Yihei blushes hard and mutters a curse. Later, she is face down on her bed, convinced the guy has officially gone off the deep end. Another window pops up, stating he is thinking about her even while solving math problems. She yells at the air for the system to stop spamming her. She rolls around, clutching her pillow and wondering if she is losing her mind. Eventually, she settles down with a sigh. If this is really how he feels, she might not be able to keep her guard up much longer. She wonders aloud what she is supposed to do, calling out for the player. A purple glitch ripples through the air before the system personification appears, rocking a pair of cat ear headphones. The entity simply tells her the choice is hers. Startled, she jumps up in bed, asking if it is really her. The system remains cool, telling her she looks like she has seen a ghost and needs to calm down. She points an accusing finger, shouting that she has every right to freak out since the entity has been MIA for ages. She demands an update on the quest to expose the silver-haired boy, pointing out that the original heroine is now a dude. The entity just replies that while the person in question was the heroine, the script has changed. She asks if the entity even realizes the girl is currently a man. The player admits she can't access any more info right now. When asked why she even showed up, the entity explains she only dropped by because she seemed rattled. The system notes it is more obvious than ever that Dokyeom is into her, sending the girl's face into a bright red flush. The entity asks if she really thinks she can reach a happy ending. Trembling with frustration, Yihei asks why she wouldn't. She tells the system not to look down on her, especially since it was the one that spooked her first. In a panic, she admits she is praying that the older brother turns out to be gay just to make her life easier, lamenting how miserable she feels. She tells the entity it is the worst and to get out so she can sleep. The player watches her for a moment before fading, thinking that while the girl is a disaster, she is worth the gamble. The system muses that she probably doesn't realize it yet, but out of all the countless timelines, something is finally different. The player notes that she is the only one who ever saved the mob boss and truly moved Dokyeom's heart as she sleeps. The entity wonders about the new path she has carved. Late into the night, the scene shifts to our boy, sitting alone at his desk and working diligently under the glow of a lamp. He stares at his pen with a look of pure determination, telling himself he will find the answer. The next morning at school, the sun is high as students swarm the entrance. A voice asks where the older brother vanished so early in the day. Yeol admits he has no clue where his brother went. He only heard a brief mention from the driver a while ago. Yihei wonders what could be so important that he would leave without a word, worrying if he is trying to avoid her. Beside her, the younger boy walks with a quiet, contemplative look. The kid calls out to her. When she turns to look, his expression is dead serious. He tells her that the person who eventually ends up engaged to her doesn't necessarily have to be his older brother. Yeol gives her a charming, slightly blushing smile. She is left completely stunned, eyes wide as she stares back in silence, trying to process the bombshell he just dropped. He repeats it. It doesn't have to be the older one. All she can do is ask what he is talking about. He leans in closer, asking if she truly understands what he is trying to say. Her face goes pale as the weight of the confession hits her like a truck. She imagines a scene where the younger brother is down on one knee, promising to treat her better. Yihei immediately snaps out of it, telling herself to stop being ridiculous. The kid looks flustered, claiming he didn't mean it in a weird way, but his bright red ears tell a completely different story. She gives a strange smile, claiming she wasn't thinking anything weird either. Yeol gets annoyed, shouting that she should at least be a little conscious of the vibe. She wonders if he is gunning for a supporting lead role, thinking to herself that her heart is already full just dealing with his brother. He just grumbles about how indifferent she is. The younger brother asks what she would do if it really were for a weird reason. She dismisses the idea, telling him to drop it and get inside before they are late. As she walks away, she figures that if she stays firm, word won't get back to Dokyeom, who would definitely murder his brother. She hopes the kid doesn't share his brother's taste in girls, while he sadly asks if he is really just a child to her. He walks off looking dejected. Suddenly, a voice from behind asks about the girl. He stops and spins around, letting out a loud gasp. He screams in terror when he realizes that Dokyeom is standing right there, having heard everything. Yihei sits at her desk, wondering when the elder brother will show up since the bell is about to ring. She can only imagine what the two of them are talking about. Suddenly, a familiar voice asks why she is flying solo today. She turns to find Yoonseol looming over her. She asks why he is so curious. Yoonseol notes that she seems to have already forgotten yesterday's humiliation. He points out it is a bit late to ask why he is interested when everyone knows they are always together. He adds that they look like they are dating, making her flinch. The boy laughs, asking if she thinks he misunderstood. She finds his narcissism incredible now that he is a male lead. Remembering the player's words about him being the protagonist, she knows he is bound to have some connection to our boy. When he asks why she is staring, she realizes he is just pretending to flirt to test the rumors. She wonders why he is so intent on digging his own grave. She tells him he can drop the act. Leaning in, she whispers that she has no prejudices and will totally support him if he is actually interested in Do-kyom. Yoon-seol's face turns pale with shock, and he lets out a scream of pure disbelief. He jumps up and covers her mouth, frantically asking what she means by supporting him. Blushing intensely, he leans in and insists that the one he is interested in is actually her. Suddenly, a freezing voice cuts through the air, calling the situation troublesome. The speaker tells him to get his eyes off her immediately. Do-kyom stands over them with a stone-cold glare, stating she already has enough trouble dealing with his own attention. He is dressed unusually neat in his uniform, looking incredibly sharp. He tells the other boy that he is standing firmly way plants too close. A hand on her shoulder. She is dazed, thinking about how handsome he looks in the clean-cut look. A system window pops up, announcing that his image is shifting, becoming more likable and pure-hearted. The girls in class start whispering about how good he looks. Yi-hae finds it ridiculous that he decided to win today's battle using nothing but his face. Yi-hae is practically swooning, covering her mouth to hide the blush. Losing the gangster aesthetic has turned this guy into her literal ideal type. Do-kyom explains he hit up his father's personal salon since nothing else was open at the crack of dawn. Our girl is so stunned she asks if he's prepping for an idol audition, but he calmly shoots that down. He didn't do this for fame, he just wants to walk her home after school. The girl can't stop questioning the effort. Why go through all this? The hair, the skincare, the total overhaul just for a regular school day. He leans in dangerously close, admitting he spent all of yesterday thinking about her. Specifically, he was thinking about that wrong answer note from before. Our girl turns a shade of crimson that shouldn't be possible, internally calling him a brat. She wonders why he's wasting time on a glow-up instead of hitting the books like a normal student. Our boy flashes a grin, asking if his new look finally hits her taste. Before she can answer, the PE teacher storms in, slamming his stick for silence. The man grumbles about students ignoring the bell, wondering aloud if a celebrity transferred in while he wasn't looking. He barks at everyone to take their seats for attendance. Meanwhile, Yoon-seol sits back and watches the whole spectacle with a knowing smirk. The kid thinks everything is going perfectly to plan. In the back, the class is losing it. Girls are whispering that he looks like a total idol and should have debuted yesterday. They can't believe they used to think his dark circles were scary. Yi-hae ties her hair into a bun, feeling the weight of the moment. Usually this kind of dramatic transformation is reserved for someone trying to impress a main character. Our girl realizes she's the catalyst for this entire event. She stares at her reflection, trying to wrap her head around the situation, when a voice cuts through her thoughts. Jang Solgi calls her out, labeling her a sneaky girl. The newcomer accuses her of acting disinterested while secretly remodeling the guy into her perfect fantasy. Solgi doesn't back down, laughing that it's obvious who the guy is trying to impress. She calls Yi-hae a pro for keeping both the male lead and the silver-haired hottie wrapped around her finger, even mockingly asking for tips. Our girl is physically nauseated by the shade and tells her to knock it off. Solgi just hops onto a desk, telling her to quit the act and finally be honest. Yi-hae has had enough and goes for the throat. She demands to know what the girl's endgame is. Is she just trying to ruin her reputation? Our girl has done the math and realized Solgi is the only one who could have spread that nasty love triangle rumor. Caught dead to rights, the bully can only manage a confused gasp. Solgi drops the mask, admitting she did it, and asking why it's a big deal since it's basically true. Yi-hae can't believe the nerve of this girl. She remembers now in the original game, this girl was the unnamed mastermind behind the protagonist's bullying. It's annoying that she's starting trouble so early, but our girl reminds herself she's dealing with a mere high schooler, not a criminal mastermind. Deciding to end this with pure momentum, Yi-hae warns the girl to cut the crap. She calls the behavior exactly what it is, childish bullying. The rest of the class starts tuning in, whispering as the tension boils over. Solgi grits her teeth, repeating the word childish like a curse before standing up and screaming at our girl to stop acting so high and mighty. The bully tells her that if she's so confident, she should just stay away from the main lead. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo from the hall. Yoon-seol strolls in, noting he could hear the screaming from a mile away. He reminds the class that they're supposed to be in the gym, and if they're late, the teacher is going to make them all run laps. The girls in the room breathe a sigh of relief at his arrival. They thank him for breaking the tension before things got ugly. As the class files out, Solgi shoots one final lethal glare at our girl, calling her incredibly annoying. Yi-hae watches her go, thinking the feeling is absolutely mutual. Yusol thinks the bully is quite the character as he passes her. He catches up to our girl in the hallway, noting there was still plenty of lunchtime left for drama. He jokes that thanks to him, she only had a moderate argument, but then admits he actually wouldn't have minded watching them scrap a bit longer. Yihai asks why he's solo and not with his cleaning partner. He explains that the other guy wasn't in a social mood and told him to get lost, so he came looking for her instead. Our girl just sighs. He then circles back to their morning conversation, asking her to finish what she was saying. She bluntly tells him there's no way he could ever actually like her, leaving the guy genuinely baffled. Yoonseol flashes a wink, asking if she isn't jumping the gun a bit. She tells him to stop playing around, which only makes him laugh. He tells her not to worry, noting the timing isn't right for a deep talk anyway. As he waves and walks ahead, our girl stands alone in the hall, feeling deeply suspicious about what he meant by timing. Meanwhile, Do-kyum is wrestling with the heavy door of the equipment room. He grumbles about the manual labor, thinking he should have dragged the other guy along if he knew it would be this much work. After dragging the gear inside, he reminds himself that he needs to make sure the place is locked up tight. Our boy realizes he's in for it if the PE teacher finds the room open. He can already see the man making him drop and give him 20. He stops dead in his tracks. A look of pure confusion crossing his face, he just realized he forgot to grab the key in the first place. He stares at the open door, the gears in his head turning slowly. If he never got the key, why on earth was the storage room already unlocked when he arrived? He stands there completely puzzled. He knows for a fact he beat Yoonseol to the gym, so the math isn't adding up. How was the room open before the designated person even showed up? The kid keeps obsessing over the mystery of the unlocked door, feeling like something is seriously off. Outside, the sun continues to beat down on the school grounds as the day moves forward. In the gym, the girls are already swooning, worried that the kid's new face might get scuffed during class. One of them admits she's struggling to resist his new look. Yihei stretches nearby and catches Solgi eyeing him like a snack. She feels a sudden surge of possessiveness, then immediately panics, realizing she's acting exactly like a controlling mother-in-law. The PE teacher demands everyone's attention, announcing a round of partner dodgeball to build bonds. He tells them to pair up, preferably boy and girl, while bragging about his amazing sense of fun. Our girl wonders why seniors are being forced into this. Do-kyum walks straight over and tells her they're heading to the court, pointing toward the center of the gym while she looks on in shock. The class starts buzzing, assuming the two are already an item and will naturally pair up. Yihai panics, desperate to avoid more rumors or another jealousy explosion. Spotting Yoonseol standing solo, she sprints over and begs him to be her partner since he's available. She leaves a fuming Do-kyum standing in the dust, looking like he's about to explode. Our boy looms behind her like a dark cloud, demanding to know why she's ditching him for the newcomer. A system warning pops up. The baby gangster is feeling extremely uncomfortable. She offers a nervous laugh, claiming it's just refreshing to try new partners since they're always together. He grinds his teeth, repeating the word refreshing, with a look in his eyes that could kill. Do-kyum tells her that if she wants a change of pace, he'll just shave his head so they can act like total strangers. She screams that isn't what she meant at all. Yoonseol finally speaks up, claiming he was perfectly happy being the odd man out. He notes that she told him to stay away earlier, yet now she's picking him. She claims she's just being a good host to a transfer student, while he just pouts at the obvious lie. Yihai decides to play matchmaker to settle the chaos, ordering Do-kyum to pair up with the bully. Solgi is stunned, but our girl pushes her right into him, telling her not to be shy. The rest of the class starts hooting and hollering about a new couple being born. Our boy looks completely dead inside, as Solgi stammers about them never even having a real conversation. Our girl hopes that by throwing Solgi a bone, the girl's grudge will finally vanish. Yoonseol watches the maneuver and jokes that she's acting like a total dictator. As the teacher calls for a fair game, the bully decides to head out to the court first. Meanwhile, Do-kyum hangs his head in a heavy sigh. He mutters that he really thought she'd fall for him instantly if he catered to her taste. This romance thing is proving to be a nightmare. Our boy is spiraling in his own frustration, feeling like every effort he makes just blows up in his face. Yoonseol tells our girl he's actually decent at sports and is looking forward to the match. She notices his dark vibe and wonders why he's digging his own grave if he's this stressed. He puts his hands on her shoulders, casually mentioning it's good to know she's athletic. Yoonseol leans in and pulls her into a back hug, telling her he's counting on her to be his shield. She nearly jumps out of her skin, screaming in surprise. He playfully claims he has zero talent for sports, but she retorts that he's got a lot of nerve, saying that when he's built like a tank. The teacher blows the whistle, ending the pairing chaos and ordering them to split into two teams. The teams line up for war. Do-kyum looks like he's ready for a bloodbath while Solgi cowers behind him. Yoonseol stays glued to our girl, resting his hands on her shoulders as the whistle blows. A ball is launched with lethal velocity, and the bully clings to our boy's back, squealing that he's being way too intense. Our girl watches Solgi and thinks the girl is having the time of her life, while she's just destined to play second fiddle to a real heroine. Yoonseol comments on how brutal the vibe is, and she admits the whole scene is starting to grate on her nerves. Suddenly, a ball screams toward her, but she snatches it out of the air with a thud that echoes through the gym, leaving everyone speechless. Yoonseol is floored, asking if she's secretly a pro athlete. Dokyeom watches in shock, whispering her name under his breath. Our girl wonders if her Krav Maga training is finally paying off. He's relieved she's safe, but hates that she's playing bodyguard for the other guy. Yoonseol hands her another ball, and she decides it's time to knock Solgi out of the game. Letting the girl linger is just getting annoying. She launches the ball with everything she's got, but Dokyeom is a blur of motion. He steps in front of the shot, acting as a human shield for the bully. Solgi turns beet red, wondering if he really just protected her. He doesn't even look at the girl, his eyes locked on Yehaye as he resolves not to get knocked out of the game yet. She can't believe he's actually putting in work to save Solgi. Yoonseol tells her she needs to fix her face, reminding her that she's the one who put them together. She wonders what kind of expression she's even making, and he jokes that she looks like a wife who just caught her husband red-handed. Offended, she asks when he ever saw her and the baby gangster together, accusing him of trying to force a romance. Onseol calls her dense, asking if she really thinks he's just being a busybody. He warns her that distancing herself is wrecking the plan, and that sticking with her only fuels the love triangle rumors. As they dodge together, he suggests she quit playing games and just confess. He admits he's dying to know why she's so determined to act like she's not interested in either of them. He starts rambling about his own intellectual sexiness, joking that he might just have to marry himself. Our girl is left staring at him in stunned silence. He admits he's thinking about getting closer to her, though it's not purely his call. When a ball suddenly rockets toward them, she screams for him to get down and shoves him to the floor to save him. Yoonseol warns her she's in deep trouble because her husband looks absolutely murderous. Dokyeom is standing there, knuckles cracking, looking like a literal demon on the court. Even the transfer student admits the guy is terrifying. He barks at her to stop messing around and demands she meet him alone after school. She's stunned, realizing he means today. She realizes she can't avoid the truth about their relationship any longer. Our boy's eye glows as he fumes over them, whispering and breaking his focus. He waits for the precise millisecond to nail the other guy without hitting her. Yoonseol asks if she still thinks he's some kind of mastermind, deciding that now is the time to finally act. Onseol starts to say it's all a misunderstanding, but the words are cut off by a ball that hits him like a cruise missile. The impact is massive, sending him tumbling backward across the court. The sound of him hitting the hardwood echoes through the silent gym as the class watches in pure horror. Dokyeom smirks, satisfied that he finally landed the hit. The gym erupts into chaos as students start whispering. Our girl rushes to the fallen boy's side, frantically checking if he can even get up. He's lying there with blood pouring from his nose. The teacher storms over, demanding to know what happened to the friendly game. The boy on the floor just mumbles through the blood. Yihai snaps, screaming at the baby gangster to play like a human being before he kills someone. The class is already whispering that this was a targeted hit. When the teacher asks if it was on purpose, our boy puts on an innocent smile and claims he was just trying to swat a mosquito. Our girl is disgusted. He could have at least been honest about his pettiness. The teacher tells her to take her partner to the nurse, but Yoonseol immediately shoots that down, insisting he can go alone. He points out that he and Dokyeom are supposed to be on cleaning duty and suggests she take his place instead. He hands her a key to the storage room and she realizes something is off. She asks if he had already unlocked the door before she even got there. He admits he did it all for her and wishes her luck before making his exit. Dokyeom watches him go, his suspicion reaching a fever pitch. Our girl tells the teacher she'll head to the nurse in a bit, but first she apologizes for our boy's behavior. She tells both of them to grow up and demands an apology from the gangster later. He just lets out a pained sigh as the weight of the situation finally hits her. Our boy tells her to quit worrying about the transfer student and suggests they get to work in the storage room. Panic sets in instantly. No matter how hard she tries to avoid him, she keeps ending up alone with this guy. It feels like she's trapped in a loop, always ending up right back at square one. They walk the silent hallway until they reach the equipment room door. Inside the dim room, she stands frozen with a ball in her hands, her mind racing. She keeps replaying the other boy's words and that mid-sentence hit. What was he actually trying to say? Dokyeom notices her spacing out and asks if she's busy daydreaming about the transfer kid again. She tries to play it off, claiming she's just worried about the nosebleed. He tells her she wasn't half bad herself and admits he's actually proud. He says it felt like their training finally clicked, and he's even considering picking up another martial art. She's completely speechless, wondering how to even talk to someone this unhinged. She slams the ball back onto the shelf in frustration. Our boy looks at her and offers a genuine apology if he actually scared her with that throw. She's caught off guard by the sudden shift in tone. He explains that he put every ounce of focus into hitting the other guy, specifically so he wouldn't risk catching her in the crossfire. He mutters that she probably wouldn't understand the effort even if he explained it. He admits he hated seeing the other guy near her, realizing he's become hyper-aware of her presence. He even confesses that the whole salon trip was just a move to keep the newcomer in check. Our girl thinks he's overreacting since the transfer isn't even her type, but he counters that it doesn't matter. He's noticed she always has a soft spot for the nerdy types she tutors. He demands she finally tell him how she really feels. He locks eyes with her, asking point blank what he has to do to make her actually want him. Her heart starts hammering against her ribs. She's torn, having planned to slowly distance herself for the sake of his happy ending. He tells her he doesn't need a grand answer right now, and promises not to push for an engagement since he knows she hates that pressure. She tries to stammer out a response, but he steps into her space, resting a hand on her shoulder. He mutters that his current polite approach clearly isn't getting the job done. She begs him to wait a second, but he doesn't budge. Panic flares as she realizes he's not backing down, desperately asking what he thinks he's doing. A ball falls from the shelf, its bounce the only sound in the dark room. He pins her against the wall, his presence completely taking over the small space. She looks up at him, her face burning, and whispers his name. He leans in closer than he's ever been. She stammers that they can't do this, her voice shaking as the tension finally snaps. Trapped inside the storage room, our boy tries to keep his composure, blaming the thick dust for his struggle to breathe as he fiddles with the door. Yihai isn't buying the act for a second. She points out he should have left the door open while cleaning and flat out accuses him of orchestrating this entire setup. He just shoots her a look, telling her she's the one with the dirty mind. That sends her into a full-blown blushing panic as she realizes she was actually bracing for a kiss, feeling utterly humiliated that her thoughts even went there. The metallic click of the handle echoes through the cramped, silent space as he tries to force it open. Our girl asks what's wrong, but her stomach drops when he admits the door is completely jammed. She lets out a panicked scream, the reality finally sinking in. They are officially locked in this tiny room together with no way out. Our boy starts hammering his fist against the wood, shouting for anyone nearby to hear them. He growls in frustration, wondering if the school is seriously this deserted. Yihai stands behind him in the shadows, still trying to wrap her head around how the door could have possibly locked on its own. He suddenly stops his assault on the door and tells her to come closer. He decides brute force is their only option, which only jacks up her anxiety. She watches with wide eyes as he repeatedly slams his shoulder into the heavy frame, the rhythmic, heavy thuds vibrating through the floorboards. The suffocating weight of being trapped in such a tight space together starts to press down on her chest. The shelves rattle violently with every impact, shifting heavy boxes precariously above their heads. Our girl starts to look ghostly pale, her eyes darting around as she realizes that for some reason, the air in the room is starting to feel like it's disappearing. A sudden crack from above makes her gasp as a box finally loses its balance on the high shelving. It crashes to the floor, spilling dozens of shuttlecocks across the room and adding a chaotic mess to their dark, cramped prison. A sharp scream escapes her lips, making him freeze instantly. He rushes to her side, frantically checking if she's hurt or if he just pushed the panic too far. He drops to his knees as she huddles on the floor, but she can barely choke out the words to tell him that she simply can't breathe. He recognizes the symptoms immediately, asking if this is like the last time her breath failed her. He remembers her mentioning the trauma of being trapped in tight spaces, and as he looks at her trembling, flushed face, the dots start to connect to his own past. He begins to wonder if this nightmare is directly tied to the tragedy they both lived through years ago. A memory from years ago flickers to life. A young Dokyeom lies shivering in a hospital bed, barely aware of where he is or how he got there. Through the glass partition, he watches his father Ayim, pleading with a silhouetted man. His father insists he has to help because this involves both his wife and a close friend. The young boy watches from the shadows of his room, wondering who the mysterious man standing with his father could be. The silhouette explains that his daughter still can't breathe if she's left alone. A lasting scar from that day's trauma. Ihiem offers to pay for her psychiatric treatment. But the man refuses out of sheer guilt. He tells the father he already has enough to deal with, considering the boy in the bed is in the exact same state. Listening in silence, the young kid is left reeling, wondering what any of this means and who this girl named Ihai actually is. Back in the present, our boy stays locked on her, gripping her shoulders to keep her grounded. He tells her to match his rhythm and gives her steady instructions to breathe in and out slowly. She looks up at him, still gasping for air, but his unwavering gaze stays fixed on her as he guides her through every single breath. As they breathe in unison, a sense of safety washes over her. Being this close to him makes the panic start to recede. After a few long minutes, he asks how she's feeling, and she softly admits that she's doing much better now. She starts to thank him, but the words die in her throat when she sees his face. He claims he's just glad she's okay, but he's drenched in sweat and looks every bit as distressed as she was. The realization hits her like a physical blow. He isn't just helping her, he's fighting through the exact same panic. She watches him struggle and realizes that despite his own terror, his first instinct was to prioritize her. She reaches for his hand, asking why he's doing this. She can't understand why he'd try to pretend he's fine when it's so obvious he's hurting. She snaps at him to stop the act, demanding to know why he's forcing himself to endure this alone. Before he can respond, she pulls him into a tight hug, catching him completely off guard. She tells him she can see the fear in his eyes and feel it in his breathing, and she refuses to let him suffer when he just did the same for her. Holding him close, she reflects on how absurd it feels, but she truly believes they are two sides of the same coin. She wonders if this shared agony is the very reason she was brought into this world. The storage room finally falls into a peaceful, heavy silence as they sit together on the dusty floor. She admits the whole situation is a bit embarrassing, but she's genuinely grateful they have each other to lean on. He stays quiet, his mind racing through childhood memories he thought were buried forever. He starts to suspect the connection between their families runs much deeper and darker than he ever imagined. She looks at him with a gentle smile, making him ask why she's staring at him so cutely. He points out that they can both breathe properly now, and she laughs, noting the room is still dusty, but they'll survive. He credits her for his recovery, but she softly reminds him that it was his strength that saved her first. He gives her a sincere thank you, but the moment is shattered by a pink system window announcing that her character's limit has been unlocked. She's baffled by the notification, but before she can process it, heavy banging rattles the door. It's the class rep outside, screaming their names and demanding to know if they're in there. The door finally swings open and the class rep bursts in, checking them for injuries. She explains she came looking for them when they vanished and managed to grab an emergency key from a teacher. She finds the whole thing suspicious though, noting the room can only be locked from the outside. Yihei confirms she had her key on her the whole time, leaving the class rep to wonder if the lock is just malfunctioning. Our girl looks uneasy as they leave, her mind stuck on the fact that the door was intentionally locked. The scene shifts to the school infirmary, where a sign indicates the nurse is out. Inside, Ye Yunseol is perched on one of the beds, looking perfectly calm as he greets her the moment she walks in. They trade names, and she explains she's just there to drop off his bag. He winces in pain as he reaches for it, looking like he's been through the ringer. She shuts the door behind her, making it clear that it's time for them to have their private conversation. He promises the chat will be quick, saying he wants her out of there before her boyfriend has a total meltdown. She winces at the thought, and the system chimes in to confirm that the story's male lead is notorious for his obsessive streak. Yoon-seol just sits there with a knowing smirk, clearly enjoying the chaos. Flashback to earlier, she tells our boy she has an errand and he should go home without her. He's instantly suspicious and pouts, complaining that he wanted to walk her home. She spins a lie about a teacher needing help, and he finally caves. He warns her to be back by dinner because it's dangerous out, and the system pings to show he's actually satisfied with her explanation. A system window pops up to show his obsession level has actually dropped. She's stunned. He backed off so easily, thinking he's more like a well-trained wolf than a wild animal. Back in the present, she tells herself that her boy is handled for the moment. Now she just has to survive this talk with Yoon-seol. Baek Yi-hae stands in the classroom, her grip tightening on her bag as the storage room incident loops in her head. She needs answers, and she needs them now. Outside, the sun dips low as our boy walks away with a heavy heart. He's realized that today is the day he has to step back and let her have her space, no matter how much it kills him. The scene shifts to the quiet hallways of the school as evening light floods the nurse's office. Our girl marches in and heads straight for the boy on the bed, demanding to know exactly how much he knows about her situation. He just chuckles, admiring her guts. Unfazed by the charm, she tells him to drop the games and give her the truth. The kid calmly gestures for her to take a seat on the bed. Once they're settled, the air remains thick with tension as she calls him out on his bizarre behavior. She demands to know what his angle is. She points out that when he first arrived, he acted interested in her, but now it feels like he's actively trying to push her into the arms of the male lead. She accuses him of orchestrating the whole setup with Do Kyom, and he doesn't even blink. He admits he's a natural at setting the stage for others. To prove it, he dangles a ring of keys, and the truth hits her. He was the one who locked them in. He playfully asks if they shared a kiss in the dark, making her scream in a panicked flush that they did no such thing. Losing her cool, our girl lunges forward and grabs him by the collar. She demands to know who he really is and why he's hellbent on provoking her boy. He doesn't even try to pull away, letting the air between them turn ice cold. He stares back at her, his playful mask finally crumbling as she corners him for the real story. He suddenly flips the script, pushing her back and pinning her against the bed. Leaning in close, he tells her she's right to be suspicious, formally revealing himself as Yoon-seol from the story Gangster Love. She's paralyzed as he hovers over her, but then he pulls back. He admits he'd love to tell her everything, but the system has placed strict restrictions on what he's allowed to say. She sits back up, demanding to know what kind of restrictions could stop him. He explains he's barred from detailing his secrets or his memories of the past. It's a frustrating wall to hit because, for the happy ending they both want, they can't actually coordinate properly or speak the truth out loud. He tells her he's been working behind the scenes to shift the narrative. The fact that they can even have this conversation suggests the system's power isn't absolute. Our girl is floored, asking if he's aware of the quest mechanics too. She's confused why no quest completion message has popped up after such a major revelation. Our guy admits he was expecting a notification as well. He wonders if the system is waiting for her to learn his full history first, calling the whole thing a massive headache. She asks if his restrictions are the real obstacle, then pivots to a final question: why her? He confirms he wants her with Dokyeom, muttering that she just seemed like a suitable substitute. Baffled, she asks what he meant by substitute, but he tells her to forget it. He shifts back to her boy, claiming he wants zero romantic involvement with the guy. In fact, he tells her the idea of being paired with him makes his skin crawl. As he grabs his bag to leave, he promises her that he's never felt a single spark of jealousy over their relationship. The kid looks back with a smirk, admitting he's actually been rooting for them all along. That whole jealousy act, pure theater designed to push them closer. He offers one last piece of wisdom from a returner's perspective. Whatever she chooses to do is the right answer. He urges her to follow her heart, dismissing the original story as nothing but a nagging distraction. He bids her a final farewell, telling her to head home before it gets too dark. Our girl watches him go, wondering if it truly doesn't bother him to sever his tie to the male lead. She can't wrap her head around his indifference, especially since the original story she knows depicted the two of them in a deep, desperate love. He thinks to himself that their past love was something worth envying as he shuts the door. He walks through the silent, golden-hued hallways and finally steps out into the cool evening air. He passes the parking lot, heading home into the long shadows as the school day finally ends. The walk home is quiet, and once inside, the guy drops his bag on the counter with a tired sigh. He stands in the shadows of his kitchen, pouring a drink while the ghost of the past haunts him. A narration box notes that there was once a single word that kept the male lead from ever finding true peace. That word was gangster, a blood-soaked legacy he inherited after losing his father. It was a cycle of violence that inevitably robbed him of everything he held dear. Just as his father lost his wife, the boy was doomed to repeat the same tragic, soul-crushing love story in every single timeline. The vision shifts back to the original timeline where the warehouse floor is painted with the bodies of fallen men. A blood-drenched Dokyeom gasps for air, his eyes wild with desperation as he screams for his partner. He finally finds the original heroine huddled in a dark corner, trembling like a leaf. He drops to his knees, frantically checking her for wounds. She looks up through her tears, whispering that it's all her fault. He's fallen back into this misery. He immediately pulls her into a crushing hug, telling her she's talking nonsense. He insists none of this is her burden to carry, even as his own blood soaks into the floor. Holding her tight, he curses the fact that she has to suffer just for knowing someone like him. He wishes more than anything that he could have been a better man for her. Back in the present, a door creaks, and the narrator notes that he is still a person defined by the unhealed scars of those past lives. His trauma is so deep that confined spaces trigger violent hyperventilation, a remnant of the memories he's tried so hard to bury. Yoon-seol reflects on his own heart, admitting he truly loved the man once. But after living through iteration after iteration, he realized he was simply incapable of giving the guy the happiness he deserved. No matter how much he tried to shoulder the man's pain, he could never carry it correctly. He came to believe they were meant for different paths, connections that would actually lead to something fulfilling. He convinced himself that letting go was the only way they'd both find peace, finally making the brutal choice to release the man's hand. Every previous version of the story ended in a graveyard, with one or both of them dead. Their deaths were always the result of a suicidal choice to follow each other into the dark. Our guy wanted to shatter the cycle. He even admits he started to loathe the man for forcing him to relive this agony over and over. With tears in his eyes, he prayed for the male lead to find someone better. He begged the universe to let him escape this exhausting loop. He realized that because he truly loved him, the only act of love left was to leave. This was the final, honest truth he wanted to leave behind. That lingering spark of love, was the last thing he carried out of the school. In the present, our girl sits alone in the infirmary, her hand over her heart as she digests everything she just learned. She vividly remembers his words telling her that she's the one who is truly in love. Outside, the city is bathed in the orange glow of a final sunset. Walking home, she can't shake the advice to follow her heart. She wonders if she has the strength to do it, or if it will just spark more chaos. Her mind drifts back to the storage room, remembering the way he held her while she couldn't breathe. She finds herself terrified of what will happen to him if she dares to choose her own path. Our girl decides she's done being in the dark. She hits the mansion after nightfall with her mind made up. As she steps inside, Seo Yeol comes sprinting toward her with 2 steaming mugs, babbling about a new game. She doesn't even blink, blowing right past him and racing upstairs. The poor kid is left standing there in a total daze, calling after her as she slams her door. Back at the Seo mansion, Baek Yihae steps into her bedroom and grips the doorknob with total resolve. She calls out to the empty air, demanding the player show her face, right on cue. A flash of blue light heralds the arrival of the holographic entity. Adjusting her cat ear headphones, the digital being tells our girl to keep it simple and ask one thing at a time. While the world outside continues its business, the tension in this bedroom is reaching a boiling point. Our girl isn't backing down, calling out for the entity until that signature blue light finally flickers into existence. It's time for some long overdue answers. The player remains suspended in the air, a glowing reminder to stick to the one question at a time rule. As Chapter 29 kicks off, the girl drops her school backpack on the floor and sinks onto the edge of her bed, ready to go toe-to-toe with the digital being. Our girl doesn't waste a second asking point-blank what Yoyunzol actually is. The player tries to dodge, claiming it's a mystery for the girl to solve herself. Fed up with the games, she jumps to her feet, arguing that the silver-haired kid is definitely not a normal character. He's aware of the worldview just like she is, making her suspect he's in the exact same boat, and that's likely why the hologram showed up in the first place. She pleads for any scrap of info that won't break the story, leaving it to the entity's conscience. The player gives a weary sigh at the shallow question, but finally stops the stalling. With a quick swipe, she manifests a digital profile. Yi Yoon-seol is a third-year student and a fourth-generation chaebol. But more importantly, he possesses all the bad ending memories of the original character. Hearing that he's haunted by bad ending memories leaves our girl reeling. Is he a player from her world or a regressor from this one? The confusion is enough to give her a migraine, and she scratches her head in frustration, wondering why he was reborn as a man and why he'd choose to give up on love entirely. Our girl collapses back onto the bed, realizing the game she knew is dead and her old strategies are garbage. If the plot is this twisted, she has no idea who Dokyum is even supposed to end up with. The player notes that his partner should be the protagonist, though even she wonders if Yoonseol is a system error. She explains that just as our girl was given a second shot, the silver-haired kid was given one too, a chance to find his own happy ending. She wonders if this chance means dating Dokyum normally or finding a different escape route. The player just scoffs, asking if she really needs that spelled out. The entity starts her usual high and mighty lecture about the girl being a mere side character, but cuts it short when our girl complains about hearing the same script 1,000 times. The hologram admits her advice is shifting because the game itself has changed. The player looks at her with a flicker of respect, admitting she never expected this kind of wild play. Apparently the girl has broken her limit. While she's still processing that, a pink system window chimes into the room, officially announcing that supporting character Baek Yihae's limit has been unlocked. The breakthrough finally clicks in the girl's mind. The player remains vague but clearly impressed by the development. Seizing the moment, our girl jumps up and demands one last bonus answer. Is the main quest still technically unclear despite everything she's uncovered? Pointing at Yoonseol's profile, she asks if he has a player guiding him, since he mentioned having restrictions. The entity explains his situation is different. He's just paying the price for regression. Instead of a player, he's guided by the original story's influence through a standard mission window. A dark vision of a girl collapsed in blood appears as the player explains his window only provides constant grim warnings of potential bad endings. Realizing their situations are basically mirrors of each other, the girl starts to panic. She's certain they're both completely screwed, and begins to tremble at the thought. The player tells her to get a grip, reminding her that variables always exist, and advising her to start playing the game a lot more proactively. Our girl wonders if its IQ just bottomed out, which earns her an indignant shout about being an honor student. With a final, dismissive wave, the player tells her to get moving and dissolves into digital sparks. Left alone in the quiet room, the girl slumps onto her bed with a heavy, exhausted sigh. Thinking of the silver-haired kid, she realizes that while they both want a happy ending, cooperating with him won't be easy. She stares out at the sunset, deciding she doesn't need a textbook strategy, she just needs to keep forcing opportunities. By the next day, the scene shifts back to the imposing brick walls of the academy. Inside the luxury car, our girl is buried in her notes while Dokyeom and Yeol sit nearby. She's frustrated by the lack of an opening, obsessively updating her observation diary on Yoonseol's weird behavior, like his constant daydreaming. She recalls seeing him eat peacefully in the cafeteria and wonders how he can be so zen while he's causing her so much stress. Her annoyance simmers as she remembers his calm demeanor in class compared to her own nerves. In the car, Yeol pipes up, noting that the love triangle rumors have finally fizzled out. Our girl dismisses it, pointing out that everyone is too busy with midterms to gossip about lies. The younger brother agrees, teasing that the white-haired guy isn't her type anyway, before cheekily asking if someone who looks like his own brother would be more her style. Dokyeom's eyes flare a dangerous red as he asks if his brother has finally lost his mind. Yeol tries to defend his popularity, but the older brother leans in, warning him not to cross the line. When the kid tries to argue about where that line even is, he gets a look that shuts him up instantly. Finally, our girl has to step in and tell the hothead to back off. The car falls into an awkward, heavy silence. Yeol notices that his brother obeys the girl instantly and starts to wonder if they've actually made real progress. He's shocked at the idea they might have feelings for each other, especially after the coldness following that not-family disaster. He pouts, frustrated that he hasn't even had a chance to show off his own charms yet. Staring at her notes, our girl is determined not to let things end on a sour note. Later that night at the mansion, the vibe shifts completely when Yeol jumps up with his phone. He's found a list of top summer spots and excitedly suggests they all head to the beach for vacation. Eam isn't exactly thrilled by the random family meeting, pointing out that summer is ages away. Our girl is all for the trip, and the younger brother keeps the energy high, declaring that everyone, Uncle O included, is going. He even suggests matching swimsuits, secretly planning to use the trip to prove to the girl that he's a grown man. She, however, looks pretty hesitant at the mention of showing skin. Trying to laugh it off, she says she'll just stick to a rash guard. She jokes that showing her back would probably just give off a gangster tattoo vibe. The room goes ice cold as a vision of the heavy scarring on her back flashes in the air. Dokyeom's face drains of color as he demands to know what's wrong with her back, forcing her to pivot and claim she was just joking. Our girl realizes she just killed the mood entirely. Eam breaks the silence, telling her she can wear whatever she likes. Though he's already resolving to find better scar specialists, he ends the meeting by telling the boys to focus on their exams. Dokyeom remains alone afterward, staring at the floor and wondering if his past mistakes are just too massive for him to ever pursue her. She catches up to Dokyeom to apologize for the topic, but he won't even look at her, muttering that he's the one who should be sorry. Desperate to comfort him, she declares she'll proudly show off her back for him and insists she's fine. He stays silent before walking away, leaving the mansion to settle into a quiet, heavy night. The man lies awake in the dark, staring at the ceiling and thinking of her. He whispers her name, his mind filled with a vision of her smiling. He realizes those scars don't bother him at all, though. The crushing guilt of how she got them clearly hasn't gone anywhere. He wonders if she's just pretending to be okay to spare his feelings. As he continues to stare into the darkness, he resolves to protect her, telling himself she doesn't need to worry about anything. The tension of their shared history remains thick as he lies there with his thoughts. Deep in her own head, she remembers a heavy promise made to her. He had vowed that anyone who brought up her scars would have to answer to him, promising to take care of every single one. 2 days later, the scene shifts to PE class. The sun is blazing as water splashes from the fountains, splashing her face to wake up. Our girl grumbles about the lack of a study period, feeling the full weight of the school week. She looks up as a hand reaches into her space. He's standing right there, waiting for her to look at him, fumbling with a small pink handkerchief. She mentions she only has the one. He gives her a steady look and asks what's wrong with sharing, even asking if she thinks he's dirty. Panicking, she clarifies that isn't it. It's just that the cloth is already soaking wet from her own face. He just runs a hand through his damp hair and stares back in silence. A mischievous smirk plays on his lips as he asks if she expects him to use her clothes as a towel instead. Suddenly, he lifts the hem of his shirt, showing off a set of lean, defined abs. She completely loses it, screaming at him to stop. In her frantic rush to look away, she loses her footing and stumbles. He catches her effortlessly, pulling her into a tight hug against his chest. Her face turns crimson as she demands he let go, wondering why he's only hugging her tighter. Trying to break free, she reaches back and cranks the faucet handle to the max. Calling him an impure thing, she blasts him with a powerful jet of water. She yells for him to back off, aiming the spray right at his face, but he doesn't even dodge. He just laughs while getting drenched. She's fuming, but he just chuckles, asking if she thinks she's performing an exorcism on him. He's dripping wet, but seeing her actually having fun makes him smile. She lets out a bright laugh as she plays with the water, forgetting her worries for a moment. Watching her, he realizes this is the version of her he loves most, the one that laughs without holding back. He wants her to keep smiling exactly like that, forever. She tries to call a truce, waving her hands for him to stop. He takes the opening to splash her back, making her shriek about the cold. She groans that she's soaked, her white shirt sticking to her skin. He calmly reminds her that in any game, showing your back means you've already lost. He tells her to wait while he grabs a towel, and she just giggles, heading back toward the school building. Nearby, a couple of girls have stopped to watch, their expressions turning nasty. One covers her mouth and whispers how gross it is. They're staring right at our girl's back, where the soaking wet white fabric has become transparent. The massive dark burn scar she tries so hard to hide is now on full display. Sensing the shift, she looks back and feels the weight of their hostile stare. Cruel whispers grow louder as the other students refuse to look away. One girl repeats how disgusting it looks, her voice dripping with the kind of judgmental pity that feels like a physical hit. The scar is impossible to ignore through the damp clothes, a mark of a past she never wanted to share. The whispers follow her as she stands there, exposed and vulnerable in the sun. She turns her head, her heart sinking as she sees the girls pointing and whispering. The playful mood is officially dead. She blinks, a cold realization washing over her as she tries to process the sudden change. Something is very wrong, and she can feel the judgment of the entire crowd pressing down on her. One girl asks if they should really be saying this stuff, but she's ignored as Solgi steps forward. The antagonist thinks this situation is pure gold. She walks up and asks in a mockingly loud voice if a high school girl is supposed to have something that horrifying on her back. She's decided our girl is exactly the messed up person she suspected. Suddenly, she grabs the girl's shoulder and asks if she's been getting into fights, making her jump in shock. Trying to pull away, our girl asks what she's talking about, but Solgi isn't done. She calls out to the man, asking if he knew about that nasty mark. She watches his face, hoping for disgust, but he just stands there with a terrifying shadow over his eyes. The bully continues her performance, saying she sees our girl differently now and wonders what kind of life leads to a scar like that, adding that nobody would want to date someone who looked like this. A red system warning flashes as the antagonist pushes her luck. A red alert pulses. A rage event is imminent. The bully keeps taunting her, calling the situation legendary, and demanding a phone to take a picture for social media. She's laughing at our girl's expense, but she's pushed her too far. Our girl shouts at her to stop crossing the line. But before things can boil over, a dark voice from the side cuts through the noise, stating he's heard quite enough. He steps in and firmly grabs the bully's arm, forcing her to let go. He tells her to shut her mouth about things she doesn't understand. Selgi is stunned, her fake confidence evaporating as he leans in close. His eyes glow with a dangerous red light as he makes a shocking declaration. That scar is there because of him, and it only exists because he failed to protect her. The bully starts to sweat, trying to laugh it off as just being uncomfortable, but she knows she's in trouble. He tells her he doesn't feel the same way at all. He can't stand people who use their mouths just to cause pain. He tells her to keep going if she wants, but warns that he'll make the rest of her semester very interesting. A chime rings as his obsession level spikes. Our girl realizes she has to step in before he does something he can't take back. A flood of red warning windows fills her vision, screaming that his obsession is reaching dangerous heights. She tries to call his name, sensing something is fundamentally broken in his reaction. Before she can speak, a white sneaker steps firmly into the frame. A calm, authoritative voice cuts through the air, stating that enough is enough. Onziol steps right between the two. The bully looks relieved, hoping for salvation, but he just gives her a cold look and asks what she wants. He turns to face the other guy, and the air gets thick enough to choke on as they stand nose to nose. He tells the hothead to read the room and step aside, then hands over his own school jacket, telling him to take care of her before she catches a cold. The hothead glares for a long moment before finally backing down, the threat of immediate violence fading. The silver-haired boy gives a faint, knowing smile as he turns back to the bully. He tells her they're leaving and places a hand on her shoulder to lead her away. She follows him like a lost puppy as they leave the fountain behind. As they walk, he grips her shoulder hard enough to make her flinch. He asks why she can't keep her mouth shut and tells her to stay quiet from now on. She's too terrified to talk back. Behind them, the student gossip mill starts back up. They're calling him terrifying, while others mock him for reacting so strongly over a girl. A system caption notes that Solgi just crossed a line she can never uncross. The two of them are left alone while red obsession windows hover around him. He stays silent, his posture stiff as he holds the borrowed jacket. She watches him, jumping when he suddenly turns his head. She softly calls his name, her voice trembling as she tries to figure out if he's still seeing red. He reaches out and carefully drapes the jacket over her shoulders, covering the wet shirt. A system notification pops up. The increase in his obsession level has temporarily halted. He leans down to eye level and tells her not to worry about what just happened, his voice much softer than it was a moment ago. She looks up with teary eyes, her heart aching because she couldn't stop his rage. He tells her she looks like she's coming down with something and says the situation isn't good. Noticing how flushed she is, he places his hand against her forehead to check for a fever. Her heart is hammering against her ribs as he tells her that her face is far too red. Her pulse quickens as he keeps his hand there, caring for her in a way she didn't expect. She admits to herself that seeing him get so angry for her sake was something she loved way too much. She closes her eyes, leaning into the warmth of his hand. The scene then shifts toward the school building, focusing on the sign for the girls' restroom. Inside a bathroom stall, she tries to collect herself. She thinks about what a disaster the day has been, realizing things would have been even scarier if Yoon-seol hadn't stepped in. She wonders if the classroom atmosphere is going to be tense or if she's just overthinking it. As she reaches for the lock, she freezes. A voice outside mentions that the girl from class 3 apparently has a giant dragon tattoo on her back. Her eyes go wide at the absurd rumor. She even imagines herself with a massive dragon inked across her skin. Outside, the gossip continues as one girl asks if the rumors are real. Her friend says it would explain why she's been hanging around the school's most dangerous guy. They even claim to have seen men in black suits escorting her, wondering if she actually outranks the young gangster. She's practically shaking in the stall as she hears someone suggest she might be the boss of the entire organization. She realizes how fast and twisted rumors can become. The gossip takes another turn when they mention both of the school's top guys jumped in to protect her, sparking fears of a new love triangle rumor. One girl points out it was the bully's fault for talking trash anyway. Exhausted, our girl finally peeks out of the stall to see if the coast is clear. Out in the hallway, the school's gossip mill is spinning at full speed. Everyone is wishing the drama queens were in the same class just to see the fireworks, while some laugh about staying far away from the blast zone. Hiding out in a bathroom stall, our girl Yihai finally lets out a breath once the chatter fades. Looking in the mirror, she's actually surprised to find that for once, public opinion seems to be on her side. The girl worries that if this main quest doesn't wrap up fast, a fresh wave of bullying might kick off before she even knows what hit her. The sheer stress of it makes her groan in frustration. Meanwhile, out in the hall, Yoon-seol calls out to the male lead. The boy stops dead in his tracks, looking back in total shock as if he can't believe he's actually being addressed. The silver-haired boy is clearly amused, teasing that he never thought he'd see the day the stoic kid would speak to him first. To his surprise, the usually cold boy offers a quiet word of thanks. When asked what for, our boy looks away, clarifying that he's actually grateful for the way he stepped in earlier at the water fountain. Yoon-seol mulls it over before giving the kid some blunt advice: focus on taking care of the girl first. He points out there's no use brooding alone when his favorite person is out there shivering. Looking out the window, the silver-haired teen asks how she even got that scar in the first place. The boy remains defensive, asking what good that information would actually do him. The silver-haired boy explains that he's just worried because the mark looks like a burn, thinking to himself that he's seen enough death to recognize it instantly. He wonders if she's been fighting these battles all on her own. The male lead tells him to stay out of it, claiming he's the one who knows her best. It just gets a laugh out of the other guy, who notes that the boy's protectiveness feels a little different this time. The kid asks what he's staring at, while Yoon-seol reflects on how the boy's usual rudeness seems to have finally been stripped away. He leans in close, dropping a bombshell. Does Yihai actually know how he feels? When the boy looks confused, he clarifies the point. Does she know he likes her romantically? The question leaves the male lead completely speechless. Deciding his business here is done, our boy announces his exit. The silver-haired teen calls after him, noting that it seems he doesn't actually know the girl's feelings either. He tells him to try figuring it out properly, calling it some big brother advice. The kid doesn't even look back, telling him to mind his own damn business and get lost. Walking through the hallway alone, the boy realizes he'd vaguely assumed she must already know how he felt. But as he replays their recent interactions in his head, he starts to seriously doubt that assumption. He keeps walking, completely lost in thought about how she actually perceives him. He flashes back to a moment in his room where he asked if he was just family to her. She'd given him an enthusiastic thumbs up, saying they were even closer than real siblings. Back in the present, he stands outside the door of classroom 3-3, hesitating for a heartbeat before reaching out to slide it open. He wonders if she read his feelings as genuine romance or just brotherly affection. He watches her through the door with an intense gaze. Inside the classroom, the girl is hunched over a book at her desk, letting out a heavy sigh as she tries to manage her own mounting mountain of stress. Yihai looks up and spots him, waving brightly and calling out his name. She looks genuinely thrilled to see him standing there. However, our boy is still trapped in his own head, brooding over the fact that he has no clue where they actually stand. As the sun sets over the mansion, the girl returns home and announces her arrival. The male lead is already there, waiting for her in the hallway like a loyal guard. He calls her name and she turns around with a curious look, wondering what's on his mind. The boy apologizes for the trash she had to hear during PE class. She tells him not to sweat it since it wasn't his fault, but his expression stays dead serious. He mentions the girl who is running her mouth and says he'll keep an eye on her. This immediately sends her into a panic. She begs him to stop, admitting she hates it when he acts so scary. The girl asks why he'd go after the bully when he wasn't even the target. She points out that he's terrifying enough just by existing and wonders what would happen if the girl targeted him instead. The comment about him being scary just for being alive leaves the boy completely stunned. The boy worries about what that bully might do next, admitting he couldn't stand it if she got hurt again because of him. Suddenly, a red system warning flares to life. His self-blame is being converted into an obsession toward the girl. She catches his intense gaze and realizes he's still drowning in guilt for everything, feeling the weight of the moment. The girl quickly excuses herself, saying she's heading in and they can talk later. She bolts into her room and leans against the door, her face glowing. She tells herself she has to stop thinking about him, especially since she's been trying to lower that obsession stat since last winter. She realizes that lowering a stat isn't as easy as just wanting it to happen. She reaches into a paper bag and pulls out a jacket, which triggers a memory of that night on the roof when he draped it over her shoulders to cover her wet shirt. Looking at the garment now, her feelings are getting messier by the second. The memory of his protective embrace makes her heart hammer against her ribs. She stares at the jacket, her face flushing deep red as the physical reaction takes over her entire body. Finally, she collapses onto the floor in a fit of frustration, screaming that she feels absolutely bizarre. She worries that if the quest to reveal Yoonseol's identity isn't finished, time will just keep slipping away meaninglessly. She's embarrassed by how she's reacting in the middle of a crisis. Gripping the jacket tight, she wonders if a side character like her actually has any chance to matter. The girl wonders if she could at least hold the title of first love in his heart. Her spiral is cut short when her phone vibrates loudly, nearly scaring her out of her skin. She checks the screen and sees a call from an unknown number, wondering who on earth would be calling her now. She answers with a hesitant hello as the sun dips below the horizon. A simple greeting from the other end makes her freeze. She knows that voice instantly. Realizing it's Yoonseol, she shouts into the phone, demanding to know how he managed to get her number. The silver-haired boy tells her he just pulled some info that won't break the story. She's outraged by the privacy breach, but he tells her to focus on the main quest. Our girl admits his timing is creepy because she was actually writing an observation log on him. She starts reading her notes aloud, mentioning his bathroom habits and how he's always the first one out for lunch. Her notes even mention that his deskmate seems pressured by him, though he might secretly like it since his cheeks turn red. She asks what kind of creepy stuff he's doing, which offends him. He argues that since she's restricted, he had to look for clues in her actions. He then quickly pivots the conversation back to the system restrictions holding them back. The girl asks how he managed to break through the restriction in the first place. Before he can answer, heavy footsteps thunder down the hall. Yul bursts into her room with his phone out, asking if they can order some fried chicken for dinner tonight. Yul suggests they make their older brother pay for the feast. The girl suddenly sprints past him, shouting that she'll talk later. The younger brother is left bewildered, asking if she had plans. The male lead says he didn't hear anything, but the kid isn't listening. He's already decided that his big brother is the one footing the bill. Our boy stands alone in the mansion hallway, his mind a mess of worry. He wonders where she went all by herself this late and thinks about following her, but then stops. He's terrified that if he chases her, he'll just become a burden again. Yoonseol's question about whether she even knows his true feelings echoes in his head. He's consumed by a desperate need to protect her, yet he's paralyzed by the fear that she'll eventually get sick of him. The weight of that question about his romantic intentions is still heavy. Suddenly, a vibration from his phone pulls him back. He looks down at the notification, his eyes widening in pure surprise. The younger brother notices the sudden shift in his demeanor and asks what's up. The boy grips his phone tight and simply says he's going to bring her back. As he makes his move, he sends a silent apology her way, realizing he can't just sit on the sidelines anymore. Determined to follow his heart, he prepares to head out. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a quiet playground under the moonlight where our girl is sitting on the swings. She's in the middle of a deep talk with Yoonseol, trying to process the fact that a status window suddenly popped up for him. The silver-haired boy confirms the restrictions preventing him from helping were lifted out of nowhere. She's baffled, asking what he did to trigger it. It starts to dawn on her that this might have happened because she panicked and begged the player for info earlier. Her impulsive move might have actually shattered the system constraints. The silver-haired boy notes that since her existence here is abnormal, It makes sense for things to resolve in weird ways. He teases her for being the one who wedged herself into the picky male lead's life. He jokes that as the new face who pushed out the first wife, she has the power to do anything. Flustered, she protests that he's making it sound like she stole his man, but he just laughs. He wants her to take him away. The girl takes a deep breath and decides that since they're both suffering in this world, she should just be honest. She tells him she's going to lay it all out. Looking him straight in the eye, she drops the truth. She isn't from this world. The revelation leaves him speechless as she explains. She was an observer watching their story from the outside. Her only goal was to see the lead reach a happy ending, which in a romance, sim always means the heroine and the hero falling in love. She begins to explain the real motive behind every move she's made. She asks if the happy ending he wants matches hers. He questions if she still sees him as the female lead even though he's a guy now. She stammers that while he's a man, she thought there was still a chance for them to end up together. He scoffs at that, pointing out she's the one literally living with the guy. He tells her bluntly the version of him that loved the male lead is dead and gone. She isn't buying it, asking if he'll really never regret saying that. She accuses him of still harboring love deep down. He's caught totally off guard by her persistence, and the two of them descend into a shouting match while bickering on the swings. He stands up and shouts that he let those feelings go ages ago. She argues that love doesn't care about gender, but he insists they were just a bad match. He points out that he became someone the male lead would never be into, and in that exact moment, she was the one who stepped up to his side. He admits he once saw her as a stand-in for his own fate, but looking into the male lead's eyes told him everything. He recalls the way the boy looked at her in the hall and realized she was already in his heart. There was no reason to hesitate, so he decided to root for the two of them instead. She thinks his conclusion is a bit fast, arguing that the player already told her she was just a supporting character. He asks if side characters aren't allowed to fall in love, which only frustrates her more. She tells him to go ask the player why she's being given false hope, worrying that following her heart might just end up getting the boy hurt. The silver-haired boy laughs, realizing she's been suppressing her feelings this entire time just to worry about him. He thinks it's exhausting watching two idiots fumble this hard. He tells her to pay attention, because love is something you actually have to fight for. She snaps that he should know how hard that fight is better than anyone. He admits he hates saying it, but since nothing is set in stone, he has no choice. He notes that unlike her, the male lead is being incredibly obvious. He suggests she just make him choose by asking for a date, but she screams that he's making it sound way too simple. In her frustration, she shouts that the kid already likes her, so there's nothing to decide. Anyone can see he's crazy about her. She suddenly freezes, her eyes going wide as she spots a figure in the distance. He's standing right there, having overheard her entire declaration. He stands there in stunned silence for a long moment. Finally, he finds his voice and asks if she actually knew all along. He repeats the question, desperate for confirmation. He asks if it really seemed that obvious that he had feelings for her. She can only stare back, her face turning a deep crimson as the sheer weight of the moment hits her like a truck. A system window pings, announcing that he's reached a profound realization. As he takes a step toward her, another notification pops up, stating that he's now reflecting on every feeling he's had in the past. The system notes that he's finally putting a name to the feelings he's harbored for so long. He admits that he must have made it too obvious for her to tell. She's stunned by this vulnerable side of him, realizing his reaction makes his feelings painfully clear to anyone with eyes. Notifications flood the screen, announcing his impression of her is being updated and that he's too embarrassed to meet his first love's eyes. Affection points skyrocket as the system confirms he's finally realized the emotion of love. Watching from the sidelines, Yoonseol realizes there is officially no going back now. She realizes that the first love title she'd only jokingly wished for has actually become a reality. As they walk back to the mansion, she thinks about how she never knew Yoonseol was close enough to him to give love advice. She realizes she's been keeping her guard up for no reason. He confronts her again, noting that she knew he liked her as a woman and not just family. She tries to stammer out a denial, claiming she assumed he meant as siblings, but he tells her to stop lying. He even mentions she went to the other guy for advice. She admits her excuse is a reach, especially as he emphasizes his feelings are nothing like what he feels for his brother. She tries to argue that they act exactly like siblings and that he's just an older brother to her. He shuts that down with a firm no, stating she is nothing like a sister. He tells her she needs to figure out her own feelings since he knows she doesn't hate him. Finally, he looks her in the eye and tells her clearly he likes her as a woman. She looks down, face burning, and admits he's right. She doesn't hate him. He wastes zero time, immediately asking her to date him. Caught completely off guard, she practically jumps into the air, screaming that this isn't something they can decide that easily. Back on the balcony, our girl finally tackles that heavy confession. She makes it clear she doesn't hate him, but her feelings are stuck at square one. Sure, her heart has done a few flips because of him, but she admits her emotions are nowhere near as intense as the heat he's bringing to the table. She's still hesitant, worried she might just be clinging to him out of loneliness in this bizarre new world. Even if Yoonseol thinks she's being frustrating, she needs time to be sure. She wonders if a happy ending even works if their feelings aren't equal, especially since neither has ever been this serious before. Do-kyom just gives a dry laugh, echoing the sentiment that they're both in uncharted territory. Yihai suggests they pump the brakes and just think for a while. The guy leans in, summarizing that they're officially in the talking stage rather than a full-blown relationship. He's willing to wait until she's 100% sure, but he can't help asking what else he can do to win her over. He's already being as sweet as he can, after all. He points out that her blushing mess of a face proves his looks aren't the problem, leaving her panicking under the weight of a dangerous visual attack. Do-kyom tells her that while she weighs her options, he wants her to really think about him and exactly what kind of man she wants him to become for her. She doesn't get why he's making this such a big deal or why he even likes her in the first place. Our boy explains that he's never been a fan of noise, but there are exactly two people in this world he can stand even when they're being loud and annoying. He drops the bombshell that she's one of those two people, leaving her wondering who the other lucky soul is. He explains that since she arrived, the vibe of the whole house has changed, reminding him of his childhood before everything went cold. He asks her to stay close and keep bothering him, so she's always on his mind, warning her not to suddenly go quiet just because she's embarrassed. Before they wrap things up, Do-kyom has one final request. He wants her to stop using his last name when they talk. After seeing her go completely catatonic from the suggestion, he casually asks if they should head back inside. Yihai quietly agrees, and the two head back into the mansion. But as the doors seal shut, a mysterious figure in a white hoodie is lurking in the shadows by the gates, keeping a very close eye on the house. Time skips forward to midterm season at school. While the teacher calls students up for college counseling, our girl is frantically trying to shake a sleeping Do-kyom awake. She even uses his first name just like he asked, desperate to get him moving. He wakes up with a smug grin, clearly loving the fact that she's panicking. When she snaps at him to get moving, he teases her for finally dropping the formalities and using his given name. She huffs in a fit of embarrassment, reminding the jerk that he's the one who demanded it before turning back to her work. Yoonseol watches the bickering and jokes about the stage being set for a happy ending. He dramatically warns her that if her antics get him killed, he'll just regress and take his revenge. She pivots to the game, asking if he cleared his quest. He confirms he got a notification calling her a great supporter, making her realize the quest must have finally ticked over during their talk on the balcony. Back at the mansion that night, our girl washes her face while contemplating a real future with him. She actually imagines them as adults going to college together, realizing she's never thought about her life in this world so concretely before. She wonders if she has the influence to steer him away from the path of a gangster. She hopes that by hitting the books and changing the story, her future won't be so deadly. Her train of thought is derailed by a quest clear notification, confirming she's officially made Yoonseol an ally. But then comes a chilling system warning: if she focuses only on his obsession and likability without raising his trust stat, she's headed straight for a fatal imprisonment ending. She's left staring at the screen, wondering what the hell trust even looks like in this game. It clicks: raising a positive stat like trust might be the only way to keep his darker side in check. She tries to figure out why he's so obsessively attached, theorizing it stems from the trauma of losing someone in his past. Thinking back, she realizes his obsession always seemed to spike whenever she was around. The pattern is obvious. His obsession goes through the roof whenever she's hurt or tries to leave. She decides to build his trust through small, consistent promises. She even considers being the one to confess first once she's sure she can stay, especially since she's already busy shattering the story's original limits. In class the next day, our girl wonders if she should stop overthinking her role and just let herself fall in love. Yoonseol thanks her for the help and suggests they keep their alliance going. He even jokingly offers to be a therapist for her and Do-kyom, teasing them about their new talking stage until she's thoroughly annoyed by his prying. Later in the library, she's buried in her books when her phone buzzes with a sudden message. She stares at it in confusion, wondering who would be asking to talk this out of the blue. Young Yo finds her in the stacks and cuts straight to the chase, asking what she and his brother talked about last night. He admits he eavesdropped on the balcony conversation and asks if she agreed to date him. She panics, trying to explain that they aren't official yet, but the boy cuts her off mid-sentence. Yeol admits he wanted a shot at being her candidate too, but wonders if he's just being selfish. She realizes she can't keep giving him mixed signals and tries to let him down easy. Before she can even finish, he acknowledges the truth. She's never seen him as anything more than a little brother. He notes that with the energy between her and Dokyeom, it's too late for him to even try competing. He points out she really only has two options: date his brother or don't. He promises that even though he's burying his romantic feelings, he'll never stop caring about her, leaving her genuinely touched by his maturity. At sunset, Seolgi is stomping home, fuming that Yihye is getting cozy with Dokyeom after all the trouble she caused. Her internal rant is cut short when a tall man in a suit suddenly bars her path. She snaps, demanding to know who he is and why he's stopping her. The stranger just smirks as the scene shifts to a traditional Hanok-style office for Chapter 33. Inside the quiet workspace, team leader Ari-young approaches Young with a heavy stack of documents. A document on the desk details the acquisition of IH Corp. Young asks if she's really certain about this move after being with the family for over 10 years. He tells her to go ahead and make her play, promising she'll get her chance. She respectfully acknowledges him as the boss ready to move. He asks if she's still digging into Iheum's side of the family, noting that his father won't tolerate a single mistake. He remembers the old man's warning about the urgent merger with the Sinwon faction. Seeing the news of the partnership on his screen, Young realizes his father might be looking for a more capable operative to handle things instead of a cast-off son like himself. Young points out that he's really fallen out of his father's good graces lately. Young just scoffs, noting that's business as usual for him. He suggests it would be way easier for her to track the other side's movements than for him to try it. He adds that unlike him, she actually has some history with the IEM faction. As they talk, his phone buzzes with a threatening text. The message warns him to stop messing with the family and Yihye, calling it his final warning. Young just laughs off the threat, calling it scary even as he admits he's likely a target anyway. He remarks that the deeper they dig, the uglier it gets. Irion goes quiet, realizing the patriarch might not actually be the one who killed her parents. She's worried she's been aiming all her rage at a good man. She remembers the solid alibi the man had for the day her parents died. She recalls asking Iha if she trusted him, and the girl's total conviction is something Irion can't ignore anymore. She slams her hands onto the paperwork, determined to find the real killer if it isn't the mob boss. Young sees the fire in her eyes and offers to help her piece it together. He notes they're both outcasts now, so they might as well solve the mystery of what happened to her parents. He mentions that her father was actually quite fond of those people. She agrees, explaining she only suspected him because his side was the only one strong enough to keep the faction in check. He calls her naive, asking if there's ever a clear line between sides in their world. After all, she proved that herself back when she was a spy. Getting uneasy, she asks what he's trying to say. He stands up, saying he's just weighing the possibilities. He proposes they look for whoever envied her parents' position back then. He points out the enemy doesn't have to be a rival and suggests following the trail of the merger. Meanwhile, over at a high-rise office, Chairman Baek Yongjo is staring at his tablet. He tells a man waiting in the shadows that he has a very specific job for him. The chairman shows off a profile of the patriarch, calling this a major assignment. A scarred man in a black shirt smiles at the screen, and the elder notes it's a face he hasn't seen in a very long time. He recalls when the target's organization went head-to-head with them before going quiet. He admits he can't read the man at all and wants this operative to find a weakness directly. Instead of going through the sun, he orders him to strike the core of whatever the patriarch is hiding. The man, known as Mad Dog, jokes that it hurts his feelings to see the chairman's trust in his own son has hit rock bottom. Still, he's glad his own skills are being recognized. The elder demands total secrecy, and the mercenary looks forward to a very sweet reward once the job is done. With a confident smirk, he promises to deliver. Later, on a sunlit street, he steps out to block a student's path. He apologizes for the interruption and asks Jang Seolgi if she's the one he's looking for. He holds out his phone, asking if she recognizes the person on the screen. The girl is visibly shaken, her eyes going wide as she confirms she knows them all too well. A few days later, the midterm results are in. As the teacher calls for silence, our girl is frantically shaking Dokyeom awake, feeling like his grades are more important than hers right now. The teacher announces he's starting with the top 3 scores. The teacher calls out Yihai's name, making her jump in a panic. He notes she's always a high achiever and tells her to take the report card for the guy currently drooling on his desk, too. She nervously agrees to grab both. Looking at the sleeping boy, Jongmu sighs and says he'll let the behavior slide just this once since his scores actually improved. Yihei is floored by the news. Next up is Yunzio, who the teacher praises for his excellent work as a transfer student. The kid just humbly credits the quality of the teaching. She whispers to Yoonseol, stunned that he was written as a genius too. He admits he's solved these problems so many times it's easy. And he even held back because being number one is a hassle. He teases her, saying she doesn't seem all that sharp based on how she usually acts. She tells him to shut it and focuses back on the delinquent's report card. Our girl's face turns bright red as she sees the score. She practically screams that he managed an average of 52.5. Yoonseol is in total disbelief, asking if the guy even filled out the bubbles correctly. She tells him he has no idea what he's talking about. This is officially the dawn of a new era for Dokyeom. She repeatedly slaps the sleeping guy's back, telling him to wake up and celebrate his all-time record. He groans, asking why her hand is so damn heavy. Beaming with joy, she offers him a real reward and asks what he wants, since even the teacher is impressed.